Chapter 61. Rescued. After Klin returned into dust, the deserted courtyard fell into silence. Aiden struggled to crawl out of the rubble. Wow, what was that in the sky just now? System, do you have any idea? Aiden brushed the dust off his clothes. Ding, Department of Mysteries, Planetary Room, Starry Sky Annihilation Matrix. What's up with this sci-fi sounding name? Aiden complained. Ding, someone will come to explain it to you. After saying that, the system dived. Pa 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 pa. A round of applause came from Aiden's right. Quite capable, Aiden Pruitt. A man in a white and gold robe stood on Aiden's right, followed by a group of people in black and gold robes. These people scattered around, scanning something with strange instruments in their hands. Most people wore bracelets with runes engraved on them, which emitted a faint light, but the director was not wearing one. Aiden didn't have time to identify it carefully, but he remembered that Oliver was still thrown in the ruins, so he hurried to search for it. One of the witches in the crowd waved her wand, and Oliver floated up from the rubble and flew towards them. Then the witch took out a bracelet of the same model and put it on Oliver. After they were done, they began to disappear in an orderly manner into the deserted courtyard, leaving only Aiden and the Platinum Man. The Platinum Man took out a bracelet and threw it to Aiden, saying, "Are you planning to go back with us, or stay here and enjoy the scenery?" Aiden didn't hesitate, he put on the bracelet, and in a blink of an eye they both disappeared. When Aiden came to his senses, they were standing in a huge round room where everything, including the ceiling and floor, was black. 12 identical black doors without markings or handles were set into the surrounding black walls at some distance from each other. Some candles with blue flames dotted the walls. The cold, flickering candlelight was reflected on the polished marble floor, making it look like a pool of black water. "Welcome to the Department of Mysteries. You can call me Director." The Platinum Man introduced Aiden. "Don't worry. Your classmate has been sent to St. Mungo's. His physical contact with the Deep Realm will affect him. What he needs is treatment and recuperation. It seems that you saved us, thank you very much." Aiden thanked him. "No need to thank me. Oh, and remember to write your name on the silence slate. You have to abide by the confidentiality agreement." As the director spoke, he took Aiden to open one of the doors, revealing a huge stone slab. This stone slab is several meters high and its surface is as smooth as a mirror, but it reveals an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. Its color is a deep gray-black, and it seems to absorb all the light around it, making people think of the deepest black hole in the universe. The edges of the stone slabs are carved with complex runes and patterns, which are intertwined to form a series of mysterious totems. They seemed to have their own life, flickering slightly as Aiden's gaze moved, emitting a faint glow. "How about it? Isn't it magnificent? This is a creation that embodies the most advanced technologies of our wizard civilization, the Slate of Silence." The director smiled and introduced Aiden. "Okay, go up and use your magic to write your name on it, and the confidentiality contract will be established. I have to make it clear in advance that the effect of this contract is more powerful than the Blood Alliance." Then, Aiden walked to the stone slab and carved his name on it as requested by the director. The magic power of the stone slab flowed through Aiden's body. At the same time, Aiden also felt the powerful spiritual power stored in the stone slab. Aiden even felt that the stone slab conveyed loving emotions to him. Aiden took a few steps back and asked, "Is this thing alive?" "Of course, this is the result of the hard work of countless wizards. It has protected our wizard civilization for many years. Let me tell you in secret, there are 6 slabs of silence in total." The director proudly showed off to Aiden. "Wow, I always feel like this guy is frivolous," Aiden complained. "Well, since you have signed the contract, why don't you join us, the silent people?" The director clasped their fingers together, with little stars in his eyes. I don't want to join the unspoken." Aiden refused decisively. "Look, you've faced the king of the Deep Realm at such a young age, you have decent abilities, and your talents are suitable. Just join us, the silent people, and I will personally guide you for a while. Then you can take over my position and become the director of the Ministry of Magic directly, saving several years of detours." The director tried to persuade him patiently, but Aiden rolled his eyes at him. "Then you'll abandon your name and stay here with a quiet and peaceful mind, right? You're full of bad intentions." "Well, there's nothing I can do. Ever since old Dumbledore tricked me into coming here, I've been trapped here for years. Not only do I have to keep the secret in secret all day long, but I can't find a replacement either. I'm really worried." Seeing that Aiden was not fooled, the director gave up on himself. Then the two of them walked out of the room where the slab was, and the director led Aiden to his office. "Tea or coffee?" "Tea, thank you." Aiden sat upright, while the director casually draped his legs, leaning comfortably on the back of the sofa. "So, do you want to explain to me what is going on?" Aiden asked after taking a sip of tea. "Hey, do you know what stupid things your classmate's father did?" The director leaned on the sofa and hummed. "Is it a big deal?" Aiden asked casually. "It's very large. The data that can be counted now include, an entire town of 2,000 people were sacrificed, tens of thousands of people in Devon County were impacted by the deep world, and the Kingsport Cathedral collapsed, with a large hole dug out in the ground. At the same time, a politician disappeared, and with his political influence, many Muggle leaders began to inquire about our news. Wow, this is the biggest leak since the American incident in 1927. How was it handled?" Aiden was a little curious. The bugs upstairs went to deal with it, and announced that the gas pipeline had been in disrepair for a long time, causing a massive leak and a huge explosion in Kingsport. By the way, environmentalists from the branch went to protest against groundwater extraction, which caused the church floor to collapse. What a gas leak, what a good environmentalist! But who will compensate the victims? Aiden was speechless. Of course it will be handled by the Muggle government. What can we wizards do? We don't have bad intentions. The whole thing was caused by Muggles. In the end, Muggles are responsible for these things. It's reasonable, isn't it? The director spread his hands and said he didn't love anyone. "One more thing, what is the deal between Oliver and me?" Aiden asked next. "Let you go. You are just little wizards who were accidentally involved in this incident. Don't worry, no one will cause trouble for you later." Aiden took another sip of his tea and relaxed. The previous tension caused Aiden's adrenaline to surge, and now that he was relaxed, he felt pain all over his body. After not eating for more than 10 hours and the intense fighting, Aiden was extremely hungry. "Is there anything to eat?" "Please order." Aiden asked tentatively. "Row." The director snapped his fingers and a sumptuous dinner appeared on the table. Aiden began to devour it. Chapter 62. Mysterious Affairs, Return to Daily Life. After having a good meal and a few drinks, Aiden leaned back on the sofa and took a breath. Phew, it feels so comfortable. Aiden picked up the lemonade on the table and drank it all. He glanced at the director sitting next to him and said, "So, you, the director of the Department of Mysteries, have so much free time that you just sit here and watch me eat?" The director shook his head and said, "You can't be idle, but who says I can't work just because I'm here watching you?" "Ah? I'm part of your job." Aiden was stunned. The Department of Mysteries is the result of the ancient wizard's discovery of an innate magic that exists in a form that is apparently difficult to explain and even more difficult, arguably impossible to control. Then he founded the Silent People to explore and experiment with these mysterious powers. "So, what does this have to do with me?" Aiden asked curiously. "Of course it has something to do with you, the controller of the mind." The director gave a mysterious smile. "I don't know if anyone has ever told you that when a wizard casts a spell, he or she must have a strong subjective will, and the behavior is also intentional, which is the instinct of living things. Abandoning the instincts of living things and perfectly controlling the mind, what should I call you? The director narrowed his eyes and looked at Aiden. "Call me whatever you like, and let's talk about the deep realm." Aiden looked indifferent. Those who could not meet a certain standard had no right to explore their souls, those who met the standard had their own paths and would not have any greed for him. Of course, the deep realm is a strange place. It exists and it doesn't exist. To put it simply, it is the seabed of the sea of consciousness. The negative aspects of human emotions are like mud, which separates from water and settles to form the deep world. The director explained seriously. According to several strange desires in the human mind, corresponding deep realms were formed. It is a pity that the passage of time has created reverse entropy. Praying for retribution, hell is formed. The urge to destroy everything formed resentment. Thinking that everything is empty leads to stupidity. The desire to live forms life. Finally, the accumulated dissatisfaction with order formed chaos. So what I encountered in the first layer of the deep world was hell. Aiden muttered to himself. Ignoring Aiden, the director continued. Ancient wizards discovered these mysterious forces that exist in our minds, and they longed for their power, so they wanted to study and use them. The director paused at this point, as if he wanted to keep the topic in suspense. The ending is a cliché, isn't it? They brought disaster upon themselves. Aiden added. Yes, isn't that what humans do? They first try to kill themselves, and then they learn their lesson. But there's nothing wrong with that. Our civilization has developed to this day under the guidance of this curiosity. The director crossed his arms, fell back on the chair, and continued. The research back then was too extreme, with explorations taking place in various places, resulting in the creation of 6 deep realm kings at once, but fortunately, they did not develop direct consciousness. This gave us room to breathe, but human emotions continued to accumulate in the deep world, and the king of the deep world was inspired by the emotions and wanted to go to the present world. While trying to stop them, the wizards frantically explored the mind. Many good things were born during that period, and wizards were even hailed as gods at one point. Finally, the wizards analyzed and reversed the power of the king of the deep, created a hazy illusion, and finally blocked the king of the deep from going to the present world. We followed in the footsteps of our predecessors and established the Department of Mysteries. So your daily routine is saving the world? Aiden quipped. Thank you for the compliment. It's just a part-time job. We spend our daily time in the lab. We only play the role of savior when S13 is trying to kill himself. The director looked shy. Okay, the rest of the content is not suitable for the little wizard to understand. If you want to go further, you can only join us. The director gave Aiden a wink, and Aiden's hair stood on end. Okay, I get it. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Aiden stood up and walked towards the door. No, you can leave now, but I have a feeling that maybe we will become colleagues. Before the door closed, the director's voice came from the room, and silence fell as the door closed. Passing through the rotunda, Aiden took the elevator to the Ministry of Magic on the upper floor and returned to the Pruitt mansion through the fireplace. Outside, the public opinion storm caused by Kingsport is still continuing, and citizens have taken to the streets to protest against the lack of government supervision. In the wizarding world, the Daily Prophet was a big seller, with the front page boasting, "Shock! Dark wizards perform evil magic rituals, causing all the people in a small town to disappear." Inside the Ministry of Magic, Minister Fudge's office was filled with howler letters. Wizards from all over the world wrote letters to condemn the Ministry of Magic for being too weak in cracking down on dark wizards. That afternoon, the Ministry of Magic urgently passed a bill entitled Regulations on the Management of Dark Wizards. The regulations list in detail what kind of supervision dark wizards should be subject to, and at the end there is an appendix calling on dark wizards to voluntarily submit to the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. The Daily Prophet was urgently reprinted and the bill was spread throughout the British wizarding world. At night, Aiden returned home and Sen Sen had prepared a delicious dinner for him. Aiden held the lemon juice in his left hand, took a sip, and raised the newly arrived newspaper in his right hand, ready to read while eating. Pfft! When Aiden saw Mr. Fudge's new bill, he sprayed all the lemon juice in his mouth onto the newspaper. Ahem, how did this person get to this position? After throwing the soiled newspaper into the wastebasket, Aiden began to eat his dinner. Fortunately, Aunt Molly didn't know that she was going to Kingsport. Unfortunately, this matter has become so serious and a student's parent is involved. An old bee should be here soon. Just as Aiden was daydreaming, the doorbell rang. Ding dong! Aiden sighed, and said, "Sen Sen, go open the door." After a while, Sen Sen came in leading a silver-haired old man in a bright red robe. "Professor, although this is very rude, I really doubt your aesthetic taste." Dumbledore, who was doubted about his taste as soon as he came in, was stunned and sat down at a random place. "Pumpkin juice, lemon juice, tea, coffee?" Aiden asked. "Pumpkin juice, thank you," said Dumbledore. "So, the professor came here for that matter." Dumbledore nodded at Aiden and looked at him, waiting for his next words. "No comment, Professor. My name is on the slate of silence, and you should be on it too." Aiden looked at Dumbledore but gave no answer. "Well, I roughly understand. Dumbledore gave a look of I see, and the two of them acted as riddlers. Well, I also want to talk to you about Mr. Graves. Oliver, what happened to him? He lost his father. I originally thought that his father was also sacrificed, but now it seems that there is something more complicated. Dumbledore's eyes were somewhat empty. Why does suffering always favor those who have been favored by it? Aiden also fell silent. Chapter 63. Shelter, Owl. So, Professor, how are you going to deal with Oliver's situation? Aiden asked. Dumbledore took a sip of pumpkin juice and said. He received severe trauma and fell into a deep coma. St. Mungo's also said that they didn't know what kind of suffering he had suffered to become like this. But we all know the reason for his injury. It is too difficult to treat him spiritually, unless there is a spiritual master to treat him long term. Dumbledore looked at Aiden with anticipation in his eyes. Well, okay, just leave him at my house. Otherwise, I won't be able to find anyone trustworthy to look after him in the short term. Aiden sighed. After seeing Dumbledore off, Aiden finally had some free time. He suddenly remembered that a quarter of the vacation had passed and he hadn't written a single letter to his friends. Aiden ran to the study and wrote letters to his friends, but since they were staying in the Pruitt house, there was no owl to deliver the letters. Ding, the system has a gift for the host. Just when Aiden was worrying about how to send the letter, the system came to his rescue. Oh, what gift? Aiden was intrigued and put down the letter in his hand. Ding, when the host dived into the deep world to fight, the system extracted the characteristics of the creatures in the deep world. Well, then what? Ding, the characteristics of the human-headed bird demon from the spirit world have been successfully synthesized. Ah! Ding, as long as the host provides a flesh and blood creature, it can be integrated with the characteristics, and a spiritual world human-headed bird demon can be obtained. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes, 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 System Gagei, I love you so much. Aiden clasped his hands together. Ding, hi. The next day, Dumbledore took Oliver to the Pruitt house. Wait, you just brought such a big person here in a box? Aiden asked in surprise. You can't let me, an old man, hold you. It would be unsightly. Dumbledore. Okay, I'm ready. Aiden brought Dumbledore to the room, and Dumbledore dumped Oliver out of the box. Did the doctor at St. Mungo's say when he would wake up? Aiden felt very uncomfortable when he looked at the unconscious Oliver. It will probably take half a month. His mind has suffered a severe shock. Even that half a month includes your help, Dumbledore replied. Then let me stay here for now. How can I maintain his physiological functions? Use the potion. The old man has already prepared it for you. Dumbledore handed Aiden another box. Okay, then I won't keep you here. I have something to go out for. Aiden ordered him to leave. Not even a cup of tea. Dumbledore left mumbling. Sen, please help me take care of my roommate. I'm going to be out for a while. Aiden tells Sen to look after Oliver and heads to Diagon Alley through the fireplace. Your owl shop in Diagon Alley is still packed with customers. When you walk into the store, you will see all kinds of owls displayed on the shelves. When the clerk Evelyn saw Aiden, she greeted him warmly. Hello, Mr. Pruitt, long time no see. How is the ocelot that I bought last time? Haha, she's living very well in my house and can speak now. Aiden laughed. You are such a joke. Are you here to buy an owl today? Evelyn asked, a professional gleam in her eyes as she led Aiden to a corner of the store where a few caged owls looked particularly alert. She pointed to one of them and said, This is a snowy owl. It flies very fast and is very smart. It can find its destination accurately. Its white feathers are particularly conspicuous at night, making it very suitable for delivering messages at night. Aiden observed the snowy owl carefully. Its sharp eyes and upright posture really left a deep impression on him. Aiden nodded in satisfaction. It does look great. What's its personality like? Evelyn smiled and explained, although it looks majestic, it actually has a very gentle personality. After hearing this, Aiden had already made up his mind. He turned to Evelyn and said firmly, Okay, I'll choose it. Name your price. 20 galleons. Evelyn carefully stated the price. 15 galleons. The hypnotist didn't even need to read her mind to see the panic on her face. "Oh, how come you can always hit the edge of the price so accurately?" Evelyn was speechless. "Haha, this is my unique bargaining skill." The hypnotist smiled slightly. Aiden took the snowy owl and went straight home with it. "Come on, Deep Blue, add some to this owl." Aiden drew a circle with his hands and made a gesture of hitting the card face. Ding, ha! Characteristics have been injected. The snowy owl struggled for a moment and then fell down. "Wow, what's going on? I hope I'm not going to kill you." Aiden hurried over to check on the snowy owl. After some fiddling with it, he found that it was still alive, but there was no change. "Ding, the conversion has been completed, please avoid it." "Avoid." The snowy owl lying on the ground suddenly stood up and grabbed Aiden's left arm with its sharp claws. Aiden's arms were instantly covered with dragon scales. A harsh friction sound was heard from the place where the two touched, accompanied by sparks flying everywhere. Shock! Aiden glared at the snowy owl so hard that the owl shuddered and forgot to fly. Then Aiden stretched out his right hand, which was covered with dragon scales, and pressed the snowy owl to the ground. "System, how do I sign a contract?" Aiden asked. "Ding, let's adopt the traditional wizard method and name it." Aiden held the snowy owl, thought for a while, and said, "Well, from today on, your name will be Ophia." The magic power in Aiden flowed into Ophia's body through his arms, and Ophia gradually stopped struggling. Feeling that Ophia had calmed down, Aiden let go of her hand, and Ophia just stood there. "I don't feel like there's any change." Aiden stroked the owl. The furry snowy owl felt great. "Ding, it's just mimicry." Ophia spread her wings, fluttered to Aiden's shoulder, and pecked Aiden's head with her bird. "You're hurting me." A childish voice came from Aiden's shoulder. "Aiden. I always feel that there are more and more strange things that can talk at home. You were the one who tried to arrest me first." Aiden said loudly. "I thought you drugged me." Ophia said unconvinced. "I'm your master, how can I harm you?" Aiden rolled his eyes. "Who knows if you're a weird woman who likes to eat owls?" Ophia then retorted. "Woman? You damn owl, I'm going to kill you." Aiden pounced and rolled into a ball with Ophia. Lotta, who was watching from the side, said that the shit shoveler was really childish. Chapter 64, Back to the Burrow. After playing with Ophia, Aiden felt tired. A lot of things happened during this period of time, so Aiden decided to give himself a good vacation and live a normal summer vacation life as a little wizard. Aiden fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep without thinking about anything. The next day, Aiden woke up from the big bed and stayed in bed for a rare time. "Ah!" Aiden yawned lazily. Why does my head feel a little itchy?" Aiden shook his head and didn't care. After washing up and sitting at the dining table, Sen had already prepared breakfast for Aiden. "Well, Sen, you don't have to prepare my meals today. I'll be living in the hut for a while." Aiden said. "Oh, okay young master, and your headdress is very beautiful young master." Sen praised shyly. "Tiara, what tiara?" Aiden, realizing something was wrong, quickly reached out and touched his head, and finally felt a hard object in the place where he felt strange in the morning. "Aiden, 00. The sleepiness instantly disappeared and Aiden hurried to the mirror. In the mirror, a young man stood there quietly. His existence was like a carefully painted painting, and every detail revealed extraordinary beauty. And in his white hair, as pure as the first snow in winter, there were two sharp little horns standing upright. "Well, I'm really good looking." "No, why do I have horns?" Aiden discovered the blind spot. Ding, high-intensity combat, coupled with deep world stealth, dragon blood activated. "I feel like I'm going to turn into a dragon if I continue like this. Does the system have a way to change back?" Aiden quickly asked the system. Ding, no. Here are the following options: 1. Use a spell to cover it up, 2. Put on a wizard hat, 3. Hide in a blind spot, 4. Ask Hagrid if he is willing to raise a dragon man. You shut up. After some trouble, Aiden went out wearing a black wizard hat. First, he went to Gringotts and exchanged galleons for some pounds. The goblin at Gringotts said that galleons could be exchanged for British pounds. What a good deal! Hurry up and exchange them for him. There is no limit on the amount. After leaving Gringotts and seeing a flash of space, Aidan came to Knightsbridge in London with the money and started a big shopping spree at Harrods department store between Westminster and Kensington. After sorting out the purchased gifts, Aidan returned to the Borough with a lot of bags. "Oh, Aidan, welcome back, kid, you come home with so much stuff. By the way, did you enjoy visiting your classmates' home?" Aunt Molly accepted the gift brought by Aidan and looked very happy. "Of course, Aunt, I was warmly welcomed by my classmates' family." Aidan forced a smile. Ron, who was munching on the snacks Aidan brought, spoke up. "Mom was worried during the time you were away from home." "Oh, Aunt, I'm so sorry to have worried you," said Aidan. "Well, now that you're back I don't have anything to worry about. By the way, the room is so hot, why are you still wearing a hat? Take it off now." Aidan froze upon hearing this, as if he was frozen in place by the pressure of a high-sequence powerhouse. Aidan was helpless knowing that he was going to be exposed, but he didn't really want to lie to Mrs. Molly. "Aunt, something ordinary happened to me." Aidan said stutteringly that Aunt Molly was also a veteran who had been immersed in the magical world for many years. "Ron, go back to the house first." Mrs. Molly's tone became calmer, like the calm before a storm. When Ron saw his mother like this, he was shocked and quickly packed up the snacks. Ignoring Aidan's look of pleading for help, he gave him a look that told him to fend for himself before hurriedly running away. "Okay, take off your hat and show it to me," Mrs. Molly ordered. Aidan took off his hat, revealing two small and cute horns. "Mrs. Morley! Aidan Pruitt, how dare you, where on earth have you been to experience this level of battle?" Mrs. Morley was furious, and her roar could be heard throughout the borough. Upstairs, George, Fred, Ginny, and Ron lay in a row, listening with great interest. "To be honest, it's really cool to have a pair of horns on your head," Ron said to Ginny while lying on the stairs. "Did Aidan go to protect Harry, the boy who lived, which is why he went through so many battles?" Little stars twinkled in Ginny's eyes, and her brothers were speechless for a while. "Aunt, please listen to my explanation. I really went to my classmate's house, but something unexpected happened, and Kingsport." Aidan was explaining, and Aunt Molly had already caught the key words. "Kingsport. You stepped into the Dark Wizard's ritual site. You are so powerful. Do you know how dangerous this is?" Aunt Molly continued to output. "Your father handed you over to me. You are now the last bloodline of the Pruitt family. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain to your father?" After saying this, Aunt Molly began to sob. "Oh, I'm sorry, Auntie. It's my fault. Please don't be sad anymore." Aidan used soothing. "But this time, my classmate lives in Kingsport and his father also died in the disaster. I am restricted from saying much." Aidan looked at his aunt like this and said what he could say with a soft heart. The aunt immediately put away her sad look, changed her expression, and looked at Aidan seriously. "Restrictions? Don't say anything. Let me guess. Unbreakable oath, blood alliance, contract." Aidan used his abilities to ensure that he did not reveal any clues. "Well, the contract involves a leak of this scale, with such a huge impact, the Silent Man, right?" "How did you guess that?" Aidan asked in confusion. The aunt stared at Aidan with sharp eyes, completely different from the look of a heartbroken elder she had just had. "It's a wizard's intuition. The contract is not absolute. You don't need to use your ability to keep a straight face. We know something about the unspoken man," Aunt Molly explained. "In the past, when wizards' research was divided into different factions, everyone still had some exchanges with each other. Many families have recorded that the faction that studied the mind eventually became the Silent People. We also contributed to the construction of the Silent Slate." Then, Aunt Molly changed the subject. "I won't ask for the details. If you dare to do this again next time, I'll spank your butt into 8 pieces." I don't dare, Aunt. I was really dragged into this. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Dumbledore." Aidan begged for mercy. "Let's not talk about this anymore. What are you going to do with your horns?" Aunt Molly glanced at Aidan's horns casually, and felt a little eager to touch them. "Just cover it with a hat for now. The rest of the time I'll hide in the blind spot of other people's consciousness and won't have much impact on my aunt," Aidan said. Chapter 65. Display and Induction. Okay, just make your own arrangements. By the way, let me see that. Aunt Molly continued. Hi. Aiden was confused. Ah, what? Dragon Man, your horns have grown out. Do you think your aunt doesn't know? Aunt Molly sat down and looked as if to start her performance. Several people who were eavesdropping upstairs also ran down. I want to see it too, said Ron. Dragon Man. George raised an eyebrow. You can make a fortune by plucking a few scales and selling them. Fred went on, and Aunt Molly hit him. Ginny also looked at Aiden with an I'm very curious look. Aiden smiled helplessly, took off his shirt, and as the air in the room whistled, a pair of silver white wings spread out. I saw the Dragon Man in front of me standing proudly with his unique and charming appearance, showing an extraordinary beauty. The different colored vertical pupils are like the brightest two stars in the night sky, one sparkling with deep sapphire light, and the other reflecting warm amber glow. Aiden's skin is covered with a layer of fine scales, the color of which is like pearls in the deep sea. These scales are closely arranged, strong and elastic, which can protect against external invasion while remaining soft and comfortable. The slender tail sways slightly, like a nimble long snake. Wicked, said Ron. George and Fred got straight to the point. Oh, don't touch the base of the tail, it's a little sensitive there, Aiden stopped him. Ginny also touched Aiden's wings. The fine scales were very smooth, and the cool touch seemed to dispel the summer heat. After the display, Aiden put away the dragon scales. Ah, that's it. Let me look at it for a while longer. Ron said. No, boy, that's how you betrayed me just now. Aiden jumped up and started playing with Ron, while George and Fred cheered on the side. Mrs. Molly also went to the kitchen to busy herself. Ginny didn't want to pay attention to these childish brothers and returned to her room. After a while, Aiden and his friends sat down while Ron and the twins continued to share snacks. Don't eat too many snacks, it's time to eat later. Mrs. Molly's voice came from the kitchen. The three of them were so scared that their hands started shaking and the snacks they were fighting over fell to the ground. Fortunately, they were protected by the packaging. Oh, poor Ginny, she's always obsessed with Harry and won't even ask for snacks, what a shame. Ron spoke in an aria, without slowing down the pace of picking up the gifts in his hands. What? Why are you obsessed with Harry? Didn't I tell you not to mention Harry in front of Ginny before I left? Aiden asked in confusion. But you can't stop all the newspapers and magazines in the wizarding world, said George. Fred added, it can't stop our history of magic textbooks. The two looked at each other and smiled, then spread their hands together in a helpless manner. Well, dear Pot, you have seduced my sister away from me. You will have to suffer the consequences next semester. Aiden swore fiercely in his heart. At noon, Arthur hurried back home. Hi. Kids, oh Aiden, you're back. The family sat down at the dining table. It has been a very busy few days. All available personnel in the ministry have been dispatched. Some memory cancellation specialists have even gone straight to St. Mungo's. Arthur picked up a sandwich and took a big bite. But he found that the table was strangely quiet and everyone was looking at Aiden. What's wrong? Arthur asked curiously. Nothing, it's just that we haven't seen Aiden for a while and we miss him a little. Mrs. Molly changed the subject abruptly, but Arthur, who was carefree, didn't even notice. After dinner, Aiden and Mr. Arthur sat together chatting leisurely, while Ron and Ginny played wizard chess. By the way, Aiden, how were your visits to your classmates' house these days? Arthur asked eagerly. Isn't the life of a muggle different from ours? Ahem, it's pretty good. My classmate and his father are very enthusiastic and treat me very well. Aiden, degree. That's good. By the way, can you help me ask what that yellow alchemical item that looks like a duck and makes strange noises is for? Arthur then asked Aiden. Oh, they said it was a toy to pass the time in the bath. Aiden was talking nonsense. Haha, this is so interesting. By the way, I recently got a good thing from a muggle merchant and I plan to make some modifications to it. Are you interested in helping me? Arthur raised an eyebrow at Aiden and spoke mysteriously. Of course, uncle, as long as you have time. Aiden replied. Then we have a deal. After the ministry is done with work during this period, I should be able to get a very long vacation. Arthur said excitedly. Aiden looked at Ron, who was doing nothing, and suddenly remembered that his training plan for Ron had not yet started. So he got up and went to find Aunt Molly. Aiden went to the kitchen and started chatting with Aunt Molly. "Aunt, I heard from Dumbledore that you already have a certain understanding of Ron's situation." Aiden blinked at Aunt Molly and said mysteriously. "Ah, isn't it that damn prophecy? I really don't know what he was thinking. If he had formed an army to kill the mysterious man, there wouldn't be such a mess today." Madame Molly rolled her eyes and interrupted Aiden's spell. "Then Aunt, have we considered strengthening Ron's strength during the summer vacation?" Molly became interested when she heard this, and it was obvious that she was attracted by the suggestion of strengthening Ronnie's strength. "How?" she asked. Aiden gave a wicked smile. "It's very simple. You see, improving strength is divided into two parts. One is theoretical accumulation, and the other is spell casting. You may not have the time to teach theoretical accumulation, but you can personally train in dueling. I have also planned the theoretical issues for you, please see here." Aiden pulled out a large stack of books, the top few of which were titled 3 Years of Spells and 5 Years of Spell Casting, The Little Champion of Spell Concepts, and Magic Workbook. Mrs. Molly looked at the piles of books and questioned. "Is this book okay? Don't let it corrupt Ronnie." "Don't worry, Aunt, I concluded this based on the collections of the Pruitt family and the Weasley family. And the Weasley family's bloodline is based on unicorns, and they actually have a strong adaptability to guardian magic." Mrs. Molly's eyes lit up after listening to Aiden's introduction. "Okay, it's settled. You take care of the theory, and I'll be in charge of the dual instruction. This summer, I'll help Ronnie overtake the competition." Mrs. Molly made the decision. Thus, Ron's happy holiday life began. Chapter 66. Disassembly and Roman Holiday. Peaceful and stable days began. That day, Aiden followed Arthur to his exclusive basement, where the complete equipment opened Aiden's eyes. "Welcome to my laboratory. By the way, all the instruments here are homemade by me." Arthur showed off to Aiden with pride. "Aiden, I finally understand how crazy a middle-aged man can be for his hobbies. Arthur's laboratory has reached the professional standards of alchemists and is fully equipped with instruments, equipment, and secret rituals." "That's great, Uncle Arthur," Aiden complimented. "Hey, let me show you the treasure I got." Arthur pulled Aiden and walked deeper into the laboratory. A cyan Ford Anglia was parked here. "There is. Look at this charming little treasure. There are strange numbers written on this black plate. Are the 2 crystals on the head used to provide energy? Oh, and there's more." Arthur began to twitch, ready to rush forward and dissect the car. Aiden grabbed Arthur and said, "Uncle Arthur, don't be anxious. Do you have a structural diagram of this car?" "No, but it doesn't matter. If it's broken, we can just repair it," Arthur said. Aiden. But this is indeed a good idea, so the two of them started their car repair business. It took half a day for the 2 men to gain a preliminary understanding of the car's structure and dismember it. "Muggle things are so complicated, but I didn't expect that Muggle technology has advanced to this level." Arthur wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat casually on the ground. There was a black spot on his face, probably from engine oil. "Yes, they have their own magic now. Maybe one day, Muggles will be able to expose us." Aiden said half-jokingly. He was also covered in dirt, but still looked good. "How is it possible, just by Muggles?" Arthur didn't believe it at all and thought Aiden was joking. Aiden smiled and said nothing. He picked up the entire engine that Arthur had removed and placed it on the experimental table, which made Arthur's eyes widen. "This thing must weigh nearly 800 pounds. Aiden smiled and joked, "I'm very strong." "Oh, that's great. I'll leave the assembly to you alone," Arthur said wittily. "No way, Uncle, you can't hurt me like this." "Okay, no more jokes, let's put it together first." Arthur got up from the ground, picked up the wrench and put the master brake cylinder he had just removed back in. "No magic?" Aiden asked. "No, installing it myself will allow me to better understand the Muggles' technology." "You know what, Aiden, I'm beginning to believe what you say." After some trouble, the two assembled the car, but it would be nice if they could ignore the pile of parts on the ground. The two looked at each other. Well, maybe these parts are redundant. Arthur spread his hands, got into the car and started it. With a bang, the car made a hissing sound and a lot of white smoke came out. Uncle, sometimes you have to admit that we are wizards. We don't need to use their technology to restore it to its original state. Aiden took out his wand and cast a spell on the car. All the parts returned to their original positions under the influence of magic, and the cylinder that had been blown up was restored to its original state. When Aiden and Arthur came out of the basement, in the yard, Mrs. Molly was teaching Ron wizard dueling. "Get up, Ronnie, the enemy won't give you a break on the battlefield." Mrs. Molly cast a spell and sent Ron flying. She looked so heroic, worthy of being a dueling wizard from Pruitt. "Oh my god, Mom, I really can't take it anymore," Ron begged. "Okay, let's stop here for today. Aiden is here. You will be in charge of watching Ronnie study. You have to memorize those books." Mrs. Molly glared at Ron fiercely. Ron, who had just come down from the dueling arena, had been given every possible opportunity by her. Mrs. Molly put away her wand and went to the kitchen to get busy. Aiden took Ron to his room to study. After entering the room, Aiden rolled over on Ron's bed and stretched out like a big cat. Ron sat at the desk and reluctantly opened the book. "This is unfair. Why should I be the only one in my family who has to study during the summer vacation? Besides, the words summer vacation and study should not appear together. George, Fred, Percy, and Aiden, you don't have to do this," Ron complained. "Ronnie, let me ask you, do you hope that your friendship with Harry will last forever?" Aiden said as he fell onto the bed and looked at the ceiling. "Of course, but what does this have to do with me studying during the summer vacation?" Ron was puzzled. "You should know who Harry's enemies are, and you've been through so much with him this year, so you know how bumpy his future will be. Let me ask you a question, will you help him, will you join him in fighting against that man?" Aiden turned his head and looked at Ron, his heterochromatic vertical pupils seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "Of course, he's my friend." Ron's courage surged in his heart. "Very good. Then improve your strength. At least before the disaster comes, you will have enough strength to face everything." Aiden snapped his fingers happily. "The Weasley family is always trustworthy." "I know, it's just that this damn book is boring," Ron said dejectedly. "Humph, this is the collection of books I have integrated from the Weasley, Pruitt, and Greengrass families. The spell theories and spellcasting techniques summarized from it are not available to others who want to learn them yet," Aiden said. "What, it's you, you are the culprit, I'm going to kill you." After that, Ron rode on Aiden like a crow flying on a plane. He began to attack Aiden's armpits and waist, trying to find Aiden's weaknesses. "Don't, this is all for you, stop it, I'm fighting back, ha 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 ha. It's all your fault, otherwise why would I have such a miserable summer vacation, damn you." Just as Ron and Aiden were playing, Ginny pushed the door open. "Ron, Aiden, Mom asked you to go eat." Ginny fell silent as she saw Ron riding on Aiden, Aiden holding onto Ron's hand tightly, both of them in dish evil. Ron and Aiden also noticed the newcomers. Then, a deafening silence fell in the room. After dinner, Ron resumed his enjoyable vacation as Aiden doubled up on his must-read books. At the same time, many of the Pruitt family's books were opened to Ron, and a minimum deadline was set. In order to ensure that Ron could complete his task on time, Mrs. Molly specifically asked Percy to be in charge of supervision. Percy, who had obtained the chicken feathers, naturally had to exercise his power well. So Ron's happy holiday began with the concerted efforts of the whole family. Chapter 67. Research on Treatment Options. As time goes by, hot August has quietly arrived. During these 2 weeks, Ron, who had been trained madly, even awakened his intuition and was able to predict Mrs. Molly's attacks. "I just don't know if this intuition is directed at the mother's special attack." The Greengrass family's doctors had already been assembled and hurriedly delivered the letter to Aiden. With the letter, Aiden went to see Aunt Molly. "Aunt, look, this is the invitation from the Greengrass family, inviting them to treat their 2 daughters." Aiden held up the letter and handed it to Mrs. Morley to read. Ever since the last Kingsport incident was exposed, Aunt Molly has become several times stricter about allowing Aiden to go out. "Well, the Greengrass family crest." "Okay, go ahead, but remember." Aiden continued Mrs. Molly's words. "No fighting allowed. Leave quickly if you encounter any danger. Got it, Aunt? Also, remember not to get too close to green grass. They place a strong emphasis on bloodline. At 8 o'clock, Greengrass's carriage stopped at the door of the burrow, and a well-dressed old man got out. Hello, Mr. Pruitt, I am the Greengrass family's butler, please get in the carriage. After saying this he extended his hand in a salute, and Aiden followed him into the carriage. In the Greengrass family's castle, Arsenault had been waiting for a long time. Aiden, it's great that you can come. I've gathered everyone. I'll leave the rest to you. Okay, Uncle Arsenault, I'll do my best. 2 doctors from St. Mungo's, a man and a woman, came forward to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm Severin Wendell and Elena Sophia. Aiden held out his hand and shook it. Hi, I'm Aiden Pruitt. Okay, no more small talk, let's get down to business. Elena said. Mr. Pruitt, we heard your idea. You said you wanted to introduce the magic of nature. Can you tell us in detail? Severin asked. It's like this. The spell I used before was designed to dispel the will of the wizard in the spell. The spell can then be restored to attributeless magic, thus removing the effect of the spell. However, what I didn't expect was that the curse was so special that apart from the wizard's will, the magic of the curse was corrupted. So even if I remove the will behind the curse, the corrupted magic power still remains in the recipient's body. Because of this corrupted magic, I had an idea. Since the curse corrupts the magic through the medium, can we also drive away the corrupted magic by introducing natural magic? Aiden explained his idea and the 2 doctors fell into deep thought. After a while, Severin said. Honestly, Mr. Pruitt's treatment method is so novel that it puts us to shame. Ding, the subtext is that your silly and unrealistic ideas cannot guarantee the safety of the patient. System? Why are you here? Aiden was a little curious. Ding, to prevent someone from killing someone and making an enemy of them. Hi. Aiden. Ding, please review your treatment ideas carefully. Isn't it just using Saulo as the core and using the alchemical matrix to draw in the magic of the sun? What's wrong with that? Ding, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Can a 10-year-old witch withstand the magic of the sun? The system seemed a little disappointed. Ah! I forgot that the reference object of this treatment is myself. Ding, ah! Aiden, who was immersed in the conversation with the system, fell into deep thought, and the 2 doctors were quietly waiting for his reply. Well, 2 doctors, this is what I thought at first. I thought of using the magic of the sun to dispel the alien magic directly. But after some thought, I feel that this is not appropriate. Do you have any suggestions? Magic of the sun, do you want to kill these 2 little girls? Elena accused. Aiden was a little embarrassed and said. Ahem, there are some issues with the reference object. It's really not suitable for Arthursi and Astoria's bodies. Is it possible that wizards are not so suitable? Said Severin. Not really. After saying that, Aiden carved A on his hand. Under the sunlight, golden light slowly emanated from the rune. The magic power flowed down Aiden's arm and into his heart, and the light passed through Aiden's clothes, forming a glowing line. Are you crazy? Elena grabbed Aiden's hand and used magic to destroy the runes on Aiden's hand. Severin, prepare first aid. Severin took out his wand and walked over. Wait, do you 2 think I look like I'm in trouble? Aiden hurriedly stopped them. The 2 doctors were stunned for a moment, then each took out their wands and examined Aiden. He doesn't look healthy like a human being. Elena judged. Able to directly absorb the magic power of the sun, are you really a living being? Severin was a little curious. Well, you're the second person to ask me this, but that's not the point. Aiden quickly changed the subject. We need a way to weaken the magic power of the sun to a point where it can be absorbed. Since we can't use the magic power of the sun, let's use the magic power of the moon. Elena suggested. It's not that simple, ma'am, maybe you haven't practiced alchemy, but the magic of the moon phases represents change in alchemy. Applying the magic of change to healing will only turn the curse into something unknown. In fact, most cursed magic is related to darkness, so choosing the magic of the sun is the best way. Aiden explained. Then can we use light to replace the sun? Severin made further suggestions, and it was obvious that he also had some knowledge of alchemy. Yes, but I've already tried it. I was worried that the dispel effect might not be enough, so I added Kanaz to the alchemical matrix used for healing. But it can only cleanse the curse in the body, but cannot eradicate it. This corresponds to the fact that light drives away darkness and darkness drives away light in nature. It will form a cycle and turn the curse from a long-term attack into a regular attack. Although the power of the curse and the duration of the curse have been reduced, it will still happen after all. Then wouldn't it be impossible to eradicate the curse if we reduce the power of the sun's magic? Elena asked a new question. No, I have thought about it. If I can reduce the magic power of the sun to a level that the little wizard can accept, then it can be dispelled in batches until the curse is completely burned out by the sun. Aiden replied. Well, I have a suggestion here. I wonder what Mr. Pruitt thinks of it, said Elena. Please say. If the recipient cannot bear the magic power directly injected into the sun, why not find someone who can bear it to filter the magic power? Elena gave the answer. I see. Is it similar to the Muggle vaccine? Severin said that it was obvious that the doctor had sufficient knowledge. It seems like a good idea. Then let's design a ceremony. The two doctors will help me with some advice. After that, Aiden took out the drawings he had prepared earlier and distributed them to them. Chapter 68. The 1ND Treatment. While Dr. Severin was studying the blueprint, he made corresponding modifications to the alchemical matrix. Aiden and Elena, who were free, started chatting. Dr. Elena, do you have any other treatment options? To be honest, yes, we plan to add alchemy to it. But maybe not as radical as Mr. Pruitt. The method we are preparing is Ura's. Elena said shyly. Strength, health, so you're just going to restore my vitality and let me resist the curse? Aiden complained in his mind. Ding, it's much better than someone trying to burn someone to death. Shut up. Aiden. After a while, Severin came over with the revised plan and said, Mr. Pruitt, how about this? The alchemical matrix diagram on the blueprint has been corrected from a single matrix to two nested matrices. The complex matrix retains Aiden's original design, but then adds a diversion matrix to draw on the magic flowing through Aiden's body. After Aiden finished reading the blueprint, he said, let's modify this diversion matrix again. Oh? Is there any problem somewhere? Severin asked puzzledly. I have completed the linkage of my magic organs. The natural magic flowing through my body may be contaminated by my magic. Aiden said calmly. The two doctors widened their eyes after hearing this. Magic organ linkage, is that the one I know? You're still so young and you already. Severin's voice trembled a little. Yes, he can even create his own spells. It turns out that anything can happen in the world of magic. Elena murmured to herself. Then Mr. Pruitt, you should take another look at this revised draft. I used the body of an ordinary adult wizard as the parameter, and now it seems that there may be other variables. Severin demonstrated his rigorous professionalism and worked with Aiden to revise the plan. In this way, there is no problem with the diversion matrix you originally designed. The main problem lies in my magic power. So what if we add Uthala, Lagaz, and Manaz, at nodes 24, 28, and 37 respectively? Aiden proposed a modification plan. Continuation, water, and self? This way, the magical properties of the sun remain unchanged, and then water and flow are used to purify. No, it is interception, and finally the mixed magic is fixed with self. Nice design, Mr. Pruitt, it seems you have great skills in alchemy as well. Severin looked at the drawings excitedly, and Aiden smiled and said. Well, let's get started now that everything is confirmed. So the three of them went together to look for Arsenault. In the garden, Arsenault and his three daughters were waiting for the outcome of Aiden and his group. Seeing the three people coming out, Arsenault hurried over and asked. How did it go, you three? Haha, the specific plan has been designed. Severin laughed. Elena then added, but, sir, you know, we can't promise a definite cure. And this treatment cycle will last for a long time. I hope Mr. Arsenault is mentally prepared, Aiden concluded. No problem. As long as the family curse can be solved, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Arsenault said, patting his chest. Under the gazebo, the three daughters of the Greengrass family were whispering. Oh, is that the Aiden Pruitt who has become famous recently? Asked Daphne Greengrass. Yes, Sister, let me tell you, his alchemy is very powerful, and it seems that there is nothing he doesn't understand. Arthur said excitedly. A blond man in a black suit and bright red tie in a country on the west coast of the Pacific Ocean said it was all God's will. Yeah, Mr. Pruitt is really knowledgeable, Astoria said shyly. Daphne suddenly stretched out her slender arms and tried to grab Arthur she as if catching a stream of light. Arthur she swiftly turned sideways, like a dancer gracefully avoiding the touch of her opponent on stage. You seem to care about him a lot, Arthur she. Daphne teased her sister. Humph, no. Arthur said stubbornly. Well, if you care, then care. Let the future decide. My father wanted to get close to Malfoy and ordered me to get closer to him many times. I hope you won't be like me. Daphne's eyes showed sadness. Astoria was also infected by the sadness and gently held Daphne's hand. The people outside the pavilion finished their discussion and Arsenault walked in. Arthur she, Astoria, follow me. Arsenault led the two girls outside and said, please, three of you. Arthur she and Astoria followed Aiden into the courtyard. This is the first treatment. Follow-up will be done about once a week. The curse will be completely dispelled in about a month. Aiden comforted. He stretched out his hand, produced a long staff, and used a fire spell to carve runes directly on the ground. Oh, it turns out that the matrix can be portrayed in this way. Severin took out a notebook and started drawing according to the pattern on the ground. This long staff is quite nice. I wonder where I can buy it. Elena commented. Two doctors, please help us. Don't just stand there and watch. Aiden looked at the two slackers and said dissatisfiedly. He took out 2 bottles of prepared alchemical solution and threw them to the two of them. The rune engraving on the key parts still required additional materials. Finally, a complex matrix was completed with the joint efforts of the three. Who goes first? Don't be nervous, it's not dangerous. Aiden looked at the two women. I'm not nervous, so I'll go first. Arthur she volunteered. Then she mustered up the courage to walk into the matrix and take Aiden's place. Aiden, no, I'll sit under the car. Ha ha ha, over there, this is where Aiden is. Elena laughed out loud. Arthur she blushed. Who knew this was Aiden's? This matrix is so complicated. I thought this was my position. I'm not nervous. After switching positions, Aiden entered the matrix center, and the two doctors also took out their wands just in case. As the matrix was activated, the magic power projected from the sun was slowly absorbed by Aiden, and then flowed to Arthur through the diversion matrix. Why do I have a strange sense of déjà vu? Aiden thought wildly while maintaining the matrix. Ding! In some channels, the boy and the girl will lie on a hospital bed, with a blood transfusion tube connecting their arms. From then on, there is a blood connection between the two. Goddamn blood connection! Aiden choked when he heard the system's complaints. At node 37 on one side of the diversion matrix, the magic power slowly solidified under the action of the runes, and finally formed a silver-white magic crystal. Purple smoke finally began to emanate from Arthur's body, which was a sign of the evaporation of the curse magic. After a while, the matrix stopped working. The treatment was very successful. If we follow the steps below, it will be completely eliminated. Elena finished examining Arthur and gave her a diagnosis. Astoria then did the same and gave her the first treatment. After the treatment, several people sat together and drank tea. Severin came up stealthily and said, Mr. Pruitt, can you use the magic crystals generated in the matrix just now? Ah, we can take it back and use it as energy. Aiden answered as a matter of course. Can you sell me some? I want to study it. Severin rubbed his hands. No, there's no room for negotiation. Aiden refused decisively. Ah, why is this happening? Severin said disappointedly. Chapter 69, Automobile and Magic Intelligent Prototype. After dealing with the Greengrass family's affairs, Aiden returned to the burrow. I pushed open the fence and walked to the door of my house. I could faintly hear Ron's screams from the backyard. Well, poor kid. Aiden made the sign of the cross for Ron. Ding, do you still remember that you are a wizard? Aiden sat down in a chair to rest and poured himself a cup of tea. Everyone in the family seemed to be busy with something, and the humble home seemed a little empty at the moment. Not long after, Mrs. Molly led Ron in and saw Aiden sitting in a chair. "Oh, Aiden, you're back." Mrs. Molly looked at Aiden and confirmed that he was not out causing any trouble, so she smiled. "How is it, have you finished the work for them?" Aiden took a sip of his tea, choked, and then coughed up a stream of fire. "Aiden." "Mrs. Molly. I hope you can explain it well." Mrs. Molly said. Ron, who was standing by, gave a look that said you deserved it and ran upstairs. "This is really nothing, I just went there for treatment. This is the magic of the sun, it has the effect of dispelling curses, it won't do any harm to me." Aiden gave a brief account of what had happened. After hearing this, Mrs. Molly took out her wand and tested Aiden. When she found that he was indeed fine, she no longer looked stern. "Ah, how come you always get involved in some weird things? Forget it, I can't control you anymore." Then he found a chair and sat down to rest, with Aiden smiling apologetically beside him. "No, Aunt, this is a treatment plan that I worked out with the doctors at St. Mungo's. How can it be strange?" Aiden took off his hat, revealing a chicken, no, 2 horns. Mrs. Molly looked at Aiden's horns and sighed. "Alas, is this Pruitt's fate? Damn it!" Mrs. Molly cursed someone loudly, but she didn't say the name. In the evening, the family had dinner together. Arthur hurriedly pulled Aiden out. "Aiden, I just had a brilliant idea." "Okay, Uncle, tell me." Aiden raised his eyebrows. "After my research over this period of time, I found that there are some accessories inside Muggle cars that can be damaged by magic. So why don't we give the car a whirl, let it reconcile the damaged parts by itself, and we can solidify a repair spell on it. In this way, the car's will automatically repair the damaged parts, and we only need to replenish the repair spell regularly." Aiden frowned after hearing this. "Uncle, do you know that giving wool to inanimate objects reminds me of something bad? You mean the Horcruxes? I wouldn't be that stupid." Arthur threw out a bomb calmly. "No, you know this too? Why do I feel like everyone knows this?" Aiden was surprised. "Don't underestimate our heritage. I was afraid you were too young, so I put all the books related to black magic away from you. Later you got Pruitt's legacy yourself, which now that you think about it you should have previewed. I want to remind you, Aiden, never split your soul." Arthur said this solemnly, and then his tone changed the next second. "Okay, let's talk about the car. I decided to add goblin metal to the main structure." Arthur said with a smug look on his face. "Fairy metal, is that what I think it is?" "Yes, gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze newts, and the strange metal once used to forge the Gryffindor sword mithril," said Arthur. "But how are you going to get these metals?" Aiden was puzzled. "Oh, of course I refine it myself." Arthur dropped a bombshell in a tone that said, "How can you be so ignorant?" "Huh? You mean the Weasley family knows how to forge goblin metal?" Aiden's eyes widened. Of course, Weasley was a major player during the Goblin Rebellion, so it's not surprising that he would keep something for himself. "Also, you, Pruitt, are involved, who do you think is running those alchemy workshops in your family?" Arthur winked at Aiden. "Oh, this is a secret, don't tell anyone." Aiden looked at the man in front of him, who was dressed in shabby traditional English clothing. The wide-brimmed top hat and slim tie were also slightly faded from years of washing. However, it was the Weasley family who controlled the right to mint coins in the wizarding world. As the true embodiment of wealth, they could have done whatever they wanted. But this family just lives like this, laughing and joking in their humble home every day. Aiden couldn't help but admire Arthur. "Haha, look at me with a little more respect." Arthur, who was so glorious and majestic the last moment, revealed his true colors the next second. "Okay, Uncle, let's start our work." Aiden rolled his eyes. Arthur took out the prepared mithril, and Aiden used magic to melt the vehicle shell and poured it into the furnace. Arthur injected mithril into it, and the two began to forge iron, waiting for the mithril and molten iron to merge, and then the two worked together to use magic to restore the frame of the car. "Wouldn't it be a waste if we added it directly into the car body?" Aiden asked. "No, this is what I want. Complete mithril is too conspicuous, and small amounts of mithril are scattered throughout the frame of the car. It can not only allow the car body to withstand magical transformation, but also will not reveal the truth about the mithril. When we finish carving the runes, others will only think that it is our alchemy that makes the car body have magic power. Arthur used a freezing spell to start cooling the car body. Aiden took out the carving knife and began to construct the rune. Let's use manas, nathas, rado, and ewaz. Aiden suggested. Well, self, inner self, travel, and companions. Good choices, said Arthur. The rune was completed in a short while. Okay, the last step is how to give it will. Aiden was very curious about how Uncle Arthur could control his mind and make his will manifest without any abilities. Hehe, this is what Lovegood taught me. I heard that it was the result of an experiment conducted by his late wife. Arthur said. Arthur then cast the Imperious Curse on himself. Aiden, oh! Under the control of the Imperious Curse, Arthur let the power of his mind flow out, and finally the car body was given a certain consciousness. Aiden leaned over to look at the car body, but Arthur seemed to have endowed the car body with his own unconventional thinking. With a bang, the hood of the car bounced up and hit Aiden in the face. Fortunately, Aiden used scales to protect his face in time, otherwise that delicate and smooth handsome face would have been left with a large bruise. Aiden retreated with a black line on his forehead. Arthur laughed at him heartlessly. Immediately afterwards, the two of them modified the car's engine, drive shaft, and a series of other parts. A flying magic car was made. By the way, Uncle, have you solved the problem of magic interfering with electricity? Aiden asked. No, why should we solve it? Arthur was puzzled. But the problem of power interference has not been solved. How are you going to start the engine and use the lights? Use magic, child, we are wizards. And after all, the electricity that muggles are so proud of is just a way of transmitting energy. We have omnipotent magic, why should we pursue those inefficient energies? Arthur said earnestly. Only then did Aiden slap his forehead and react. After parking the car, the two left the basement. At night, Aiden lay in bed, thinking about what Uncle Arthur had said, and couldn't sleep. Ding, don't worry about it. Just use whichever one is more practical. Technical issues are all about pragmatism. Yes, but system, I always feel that my uncle's method of giving objects thinking is not limited to this application. Aiden said. Ding, yes, this is the prototype of artificial intelligence. Aiden, I got so many surprises today. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, I turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 70. The Winds of Change. When he woke up the next day, Aiden took a little mithril from his Uncle Arthur. Why do you need so much mithril? Are you going to sell it? You shouldn't be short of money, right? Arthur asked curiously. Hey, I want to use mithril to reforge my wand. Aiden stretched out his hand, a silver light flashed, and an exquisite silver staff appeared in his hand. Cool, a long staff, won't it affect the battle? It needs to be combined with another system. I'll teach you when I find a popular method, Aiden said mysteriously. It is good. Uncle Arthur directly took out a large piece of mithril and handed it to Aiden. Aiden took the things and ran away. Uncle, can I borrow your laboratory? Young people are really impatient. This is the comment made by Mr. Arthur, the impatient man. Arriving at Arthur's laboratory, Aiden came to the smelting table. He activated the alchemical matrix above, removed the magic gem on the top of the staff, and threw the mithril and the staff into the furnace. The mithril and the staff melted and mixed. Aiden took out the molten metal, and the sound of iron hammering was heard in the laboratory. Finally, the reforging was completed. Aiden took out the carving knife and carved 4 runes on it, Dagaz, Algais, Iwaz, and Perthro. Ding, hope, protection, death and rebirth, inner strength, are you trying to balance healing and harm? Of course, a nurse who can't deal damage is not a good nurse. Aiden said to the system proudly. As the last stroke was completed, Aiden felt that the staff had reached its limit in bearing the runes. The reforged staff looks the same as before, but thanks to the Perthro rune, it has the ability to connect to the sea of collective subconsciousness. At the same time, the magic-breaking metal mithril has been added, so that when you use the long sword transformed from the long staff to chop people, it will have the power to break magic. He, ha 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 ha, I finally created a piece of equipment that can connect to the bizarre fantasy realm. Aiden laughed wildly in the basement. Ding, the host has been detected to have a tendency to turn evil. This system has now been renamed the Dark Lord Cultivation System. You're talking nonsense. You don't have the ability to do that. Aiden. Ding, tisk. System, tisk. Ding, so, what does the host want to do? System, after the establishment of the dual association, we often enter and exit the misty illusion, right? Ding, yes. The system replied. Aiden continued. There is a blind spot here. Time has accelerated since we entered the hazy fantasy world. In other words, after entering the trance, all our actions are carried out at the speed of thought. Aiden sat in the chair and stretched, his robe outlining his beautiful figure. Then, we put the complex formula into the hazy illusion to calculate, and then construct the formula in the high-speed thinking, and then activate it. What kind of result will we get? Ding, you'll burn your own pig brain. The system rolled its eyes. Yes, so we need something to help us stabilize the passage between reality and the sea of consciousness, which is our brain. Aiden was stunned for a moment, and said, you are the one with the brains of a pig. Ding, so, you plan to let the long staff handle this process? Aiden didn't reply, but raised the staff in his hand, and the Perthro rune lit up. See, the system, Perthro, the runes that represent destiny, mystery, the unknown, and inner power. It can handle the stress of accelerated thinking very well, Aiden explained. Ding, but not everyone can afford mithril. Tisk tisk tisk, system, you are still too young. Our popular long staff sacrifices other functions and only creates a single channel. Besides wanting to increase the carrying capacity of the runes, I added mithril because of its magic-breaking function. After all, I am a wizard, and a wizard without the flash spell and a great sword is not a good wizard. Aiden extended his index finger and shook it at the gem in front of his neck. Ding, heresy. You're jealous. Ding, no. Oh, Tsundere, so cute. Putting away his staff, Aiden walked all the way to the reed field. The Goblin Kingdom was destroyed by civil strife. Countless, 40, goblins fought each other endlessly. The final winner was expelled by Mrs. Molly when he sat on the throne. Goblin King, I, once a king, have now become an exile. There is a raging fire burning in my heart, the fire of revenge and the unyielding will. I once ruled this land, bathing every inch of its soil in my glory. But now, I am forced to wander under the sky that I once ruled. But remember, my voice will resound like thunder, and my oath will be as indestructible as iron chains. The throne I lost, I will take back with my own hands, the glory I was deprived of, I will rebuild with the blood of my enemies. My flag will once again fly across this land, and my name will once again be feared and revered. Mrs. Molly, hey, this goblin can also use mud to build furniture, how fun, drive away the goblin. Ding, stop it, or your readers will say you're wasting words. Ahem, in the reed field, Aiden took out his staff and pointed to the open space in front. Hehe, the system is looking good. Aiden injected magic power into the staff, and his consciousness came to a hazy fantasy. After the experience of fighting against the King of the Deep last time, Aiden tried to construct the spell in the hazy illusion for the second time. As expected, it is possible to construct a ritual here. Magic power begins to correct the world under Aiden's will. What I need is penetration and destruction, so I will mix the power of the mind with magic. A complex geometric magic circle appeared in the hazy illusion. This magic circle is composed of multiple lines interwoven into a symmetrical or nearly symmetrical pattern. There are tiny runes floating on the outermost circle of the magic circle. The ritual is complete. Although a long time passed in the hazy fantasy, in reality it was just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the magic circle constructed in the hazy fantasy appeared in the world through the long staff. Of all the martial arts, this is general offensive magic, Zoltraok. The light accumulated to the extreme in front of Aiden's staff, and a beam of light with a white background and black edges was emitted. The beam of light collided with the ground for a moment, causing a violent explosion. Ha 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 ha, cough cough cough. Aiden laughed wildly in the smoke and then choked. The huge noise attracted the attention of Mrs. Molly and Arthur. The two of them appeared behind Aiden in an instant. Aiden Pruitt. Mrs. Molly's iron claws stretched out, but Aiden didn't dare to dodge and was grabbed by the ear by Mrs. Molly. Looking at the big pit in front of him, Arthur felt a little dry in the mouth. That's what you said that day? Arthur asked. Hehe, yes uncle, this is magic. Aiden rubbed his ears with a smile. In the thick smoke and dust, a young man stood quietly, his figure seemed like an elf walking out of an ancient legend. The breeze blew across his handsome face, his eyes were clear and firm, and even in the smoky environment, they were still sharp. And the huge storm that will be stirred up in the wizarding world in the future will start from the long staff in his hand. Chapter 71. Spread and Visit. After sending the Weasleys away, Aiden used the restoration spell to restore the reed field to its original state. Then, based on the general attack magic, he developed defensive magic by synchronously entangled the magic power and dispersed the power in a modular form. Finally, we imitated the way dragons fly and developed flying magic. Ding, you're eating books again. Hehe, these three magics are called the three basic spells of magic. From now on, this reed field will be the place where I, Aiden Pruitt, will gain enlightenment. Ding, most of those who have attained enlightenment live in prison. You shut up. Back at the burrow, Aiden rushed into his room and backed up the records of the developed technique. Several sets of techniques and methods for making popular long staffs were made, and a copy of the development records was made. Aiden snapped his fingers. Sen Sr. Sen appeared in Aiden's room. Help me take this original record back to the family library for safekeeping. Aiden handed Mori a stack of parchment. Okay, Master Aiden. Sen took the parchment and disappeared on the spot. After doing this, Aiden took Ophia out of the cage. Mail several records of spells and long staffs to masters including Dumbledore, Flitwick, and Ms. Goshawk. At dinner, at the dining table, Aiden took out the prepared scroll and handed it to Mrs. Molly. And, this is my magic formula, and some development records. Please accept it. Molly stretched out her hand to take it, but Arthur's eyes swept over her, and her hand suddenly froze in mid-air. Master Pruitt, are you sure you want to hand over the development records to the Weasleys? If wizards knew that research and development records were our most valuable assets, they would be able to create more magic along these lines. Arthur thought Aiden didn't understand the importance of research and development records, so he reminded him seriously. Aiden smiled when he heard the implication of Arthur's words. Yes, Master Weasley, I need more people to participate in the research and development of this magic system. However, I need people I trust to participate, and while I authorize you to use this knowledge, you are also obliged to keep it confidential. I accept on behalf of the Weasley family. As Arthur finished speaking, a mysterious force surrounded several people, and Charlie in Romania and Bill in Egypt also had a flash of magic. Then Mrs. Molly took the scroll solemnly. Brilliant, Aiden, what did you give to Mom? Ron looked excited. Percy, the twins, and Ginny were also very interested, but they did not dare to ask because of their father's seriousness. It's your future nightmare. Aiden gave a wicked smile, and with the dragon horns on his head, a devil's shadow enveloped Ron. Ron swallowed and quickly grabbed his food and started eating, trying to avoid the topic. The family enjoyed their dinner happily. The next day, Aiden returned to the Pruitt mansion, and a black owl found him with a letter. I unfolded the letter and found it was from Arthur. I want to go to your place to play. Can you come pick me up? I have already asked my father for permission. You can just come directly. Aiden held his forehead and shouted, Sen. Sen appeared in the living room in an instant. Yes, Master Aiden. Sen, please go to the Greengrass family to pick up Arthur. Aiden said. Okay. After a flash, Sen disappeared into the room. Aiden, who had nothing to do, teased Radha in the living room. Alas, Lada is still the best for you. You make me worry less. Aiden held Radha on his lap and stroked her fur. That's not so great. The cats we have there are really worry-free. Radha purred comfortably. Just as Aiden and Radha were chatting casually, there was suddenly a flash in the living room, and Sen appeared in the living room with Arthur. Aiden shut up instantly, but forgot to tell Lada. Seeing the owner's silence, Lada was a little puzzled and said. Shit shoveler, I'm asking you a question, why don't you say anything? Arthur, who was standing by, heard Radha speak and her eyes widened. Aiden, your cat can actually talk. I thought you were lying to me last time. Arthur ran over and took Radha away. Little kitty, speak up and introduce yourself. What's your name? Radha gave Aiden a look for help, and Aiden could only roll his eyes. A dignified mind-reading cat, but it let someone get close to it without noticing. How lazy, really lazy. Aiden said that this was to teach Radha a lesson and it was not an excuse to change the subject. Seeing that the shit shoveler did not help, Lada said. Hello, my name is Lada, I am a sequence. Radha is flying here. Aiden interrupted Radha's spell with a wandless spell. Ah, little kitty. Arthuri held out her hand to keep her. But Radha had already flown towards Aiden under the influence of the spell. Aiden, what are you doing? Arthuri pouted. Well, that Lada doesn't like outsiders hugging her, and I'm worried that she'll scratch you. Aiden explained considerately. Oh, so that's it. I seemed to hear a sequence just now. What is that? There was a sly flash in Arthuri's eyes. Well, Lada is my second pet. I usually call it sequence too. Aiden was talking nonsense in all seriousness. At this time, Sen came over to help Aiden out. Master, it seems that Mr. Oliver is about to wake up. After listening to this, Aiden glared at Radha and started the encrypted communication of the dragon path. Keep the sequence a secret for now. Play with her for a while and help me hold her back. I'll give you 2 dried fish after the task is completed. 4. Radha didn't even look at Arthuri. 3. No more, seeing how fat you've gained lately. Aiden bargained. 4. No bargaining. Radha pretended to leave. Okay, 4 is fine. The deal was done, and Radha perked up immediately pretending to be attracted to Arthur's. He trotted over to Arthur's feet and rubbed against her, then rolled over beside her, exposing his belly. Tisk, it's a shame for someone of this caliber not to join the entertainment industry. Aiden clicked his tongue. Okay, Arthuri, I have something to do, can you help me keep an eye on Radha? Aiden said. Oh, by the way, you can take her outside for a walk. She ate a lot today, and taking her for a walk will help digestion. He then pointed outside the door. Radha, who was having fun at Arthur's feet, was stunned when she heard Aiden's words. Sent one last message to Aiden. Okay, that's how we play it, you're dead, the shit shoveler. Under Radha's loving gaze, she was taken out of the house by Arthur's. Chapter 72. Awakening, 1-0. After Aiden's treatment for a period of time, Oliver, who had been in a coma for half a month, woke up from his deep sleep. What a strange ceiling. Where am I? Oliver opened his hazy eyes. Ah, father. He sat up suddenly in bed. You finally woke up. Oliver looked in the direction the sound came from and saw Aiden leaning against the door frame. Aiden, my father, how is he? Although Oliver asked the question, he already had the answer in his heart. Oliver, all resurrections in the world are false. Life and death are irreversible. Anyone who tries to challenge this will inevitably pay the price. Aiden lowered his brows and did not directly answer Oliver's question. Aiden, there must be a way, magic, yes, there is still magic, or my father's way. Oliver seemed a little crazy and he pounded his head hard. Aiden walked up and hugged Oliver to stop his behavior. Oliver was in Aiden's arms, his whole body was in a daze, his sad emotions were tainted with magic, and black particles appeared in the air. This time Aiden did not use soothing because the system's reminder was still in front of him. Unexpressed emotions never disappear, they are just buried alive, hi. Aiden used hints to induce Oliver to carefully stir up the sadness in his heart, allowing his emotions to subtly radiate outwards. Oliver finally reacted, tears kept flowing out of his eyes, and finally he burst into tears. Outside the house, the sound of Arthur and Radha having fun could be heard from time to time. Inside the house, Oliver's crying echoed all around. The world was divided into 2 parts by a thin glass window. When Oliver had cried enough, Aiden hypnotized him and calmed him down. Sensen, please prepare some easily digestible food. Aiden said to Sensen. Okay, Master Aiden. Sensen disappeared into the room. Aiden took Oliver to sit in the living room. After Oliver calmed down, he looked dejected. Outside the house, after having enough fun, Arthur brought Radha back into the house. Oh, this gentleman doesn't look well, said Arthur. He had a little accident, which is related to that. Aiden replied. Arthur looked confused, which one is that? Didn't your father tell you? Aiden felt a little strange. He only thinks about how to acquire wealth and power every day. He treated Astoria and me just to sell us for a good price. The only thing we were taught was how to dress up and make friends with men. Girls from big families are all like this, aren't they? Arthur. She looked like she had discovered a new world. It turned out that there were things Aiden didn't know too. Aiden. This made Aiden, who had never been a girl, a little confused. Do all your families teach this? What about Pruitt? What did Aunt Molly learn? Okay, tell me what that is. I'm quite curious. Arthur asked. If you don't know, then I can't tell you. You can try to go back and check Greengrass's collection of books, but remember that you will be under a contract if you read them. Aiden said seriously. At this time, Sen Sen came out of the kitchen with a tray of food. Aiden warmly invited Arthur to sit down and eat, but Oliver did not respond. Arthur looked at Oliver's distraught look, thoughtful. After dinner, Arthur made an excuse to leave and sneaked into the study. She searched for information about that on the bookshelf, her heart filled with curiosity. Cough cough. Aiden coughed. Arthur looked up and saw Aiden standing in the doorway. Hee, what's wrong, Aiden? Arthur acted cute, trying to get away with it. You are so curious about the truth. Aiden said helplessly. You're just curious. Just tell me. My father never tells me these secrets. He always asks me to remember who are the pure blood families every day. Arthur, she pleaded. Okay, follow me and take the oath. You will know after the oath. Aiden said. Hee, big brother, are you trying to trick me into signing a weird contract? Arthur rolled her eyes. Sign it or not? Aiden rolled his eyes. Okay, why don't I go with you? Seeing Aiden was about to leave, Arthur hurried. I swear to the slate of silence that I will perform my duties conscientiously, maintain the peace of the two worlds, and fight to the end. After the oath was completed, an invisible wave surrounded Arthur, and it seemed that the contract was established. Then, Aiden gave Arthur the record of his experiences in the deep world to read. Ah, this is... As Arthur was about to speak, Aiden covered her mouth. I've given you the truth. Now that you know it, you're probably scared. Aiden put on a sly smile, which combined with his delicate features revealed an otherworldly beauty. Humph, I'm not afraid. Arthur said stubbornly, but was also dazzled by Aiden's smirk. It's getting late, I should go back. Arthur said goodbye to Aiden. Although she knew a great secret, she was still happy because she appreciated the beautiful things. When they got to the living room, only Aiden and Oliver were left. Oliver, what are your plans next? Aiden asked. I don't know. If I go back to London, I'll probably be sent to an orphanage. I have nothing now, no family, no home, and even no past. Oliver's eyes were empty and tears began to flow as he spoke. Well, Oliver, I have a suggestion, you stay with me for a while until you find a new place to go. Aiden said. As for the records of the Muggle world, I will help you erase them. Aiden, I actually feel guilty. My father probably wanted to kill you. Oliver stumbled. Okay, Oliver, it's over. Aiden interrupted Oliver forcefully. Oliver's heart was very complicated. He felt extremely sad and empty because he not only lost his loved ones, but also lost the meaning and purpose of his life. At the same time, he felt confused and fearful about his future, and angry and confused about his father's departure. By the way, the Kingsport incident was characterized as a tragedy caused by improper management of public facilities. Aiden took a sip of tea and continued. The gas supply company paid a large sum of money for this. The compensation is with me. You and Sen Sen can go and get it later. Thank you, Aiden. After saying that, Oliver fell into silence. Since Oliver woke up, he was no longer as lively as before and became silent and taciturn. Aiden didn't know how to comfort him for a moment and could only let time heal his wounds. Finally, it was late at night and the two went to rest. Chapter 73. Harry lost contact. The summer vacation was coming to an end, and Aiden had written letters to many people, including Harry. During this period, Aiden received replies from almost everyone except Harry. Thanks to the development of the long staff and new techniques, Aiden spent the second half of his vacation dealing with inquiries from various bigwigs. Among them, the one who sent Aiden the most crazy letters was Ollivander. But the busyness also made Aiden forget about poor Ronnie at home, and Harry, whose communication rights were violated. By the time he remembered, it was too late. let's go back to the first day of summer vacation. When Harry returned home, he wanted to spend a happy summer vacation, but Petunia and Vernon locked up his owl, textbooks, wand and broomstick. Harry, who was trapped in the room, could only look helplessly at Hedwig in the cage and said, "Looks like it's just you and me now." Harry was obviously heartbroken that his friends had forgotten about him, so he stepped up his efforts to scare Dudley. In August, a wealthy builder named Mason had a very pleasant conversation with Vernon and made an appointment to visit his home. As the director of the drilling company, Fennan was ecstatic. He thought that his future villa in Mallorca depended on this deal. In the afternoon, Vernon and Dudley dressed up carefully to welcome the guests. "Penny is cooking a delicious posh roast and violet pudding," Vernon called out. "Harry Potter." Harry was called out of the cubicle, where he watched the Dursleys rehearse a farce. Under threat from Vernon, he was also unable to gain even an hour of freedom for Hedwig. "Hey, cousin, pass me the frying pan," Dudley called to Harry. "You forgot to recite the spell." Harry, who was used to magic, said subconsciously, "Don't use your strange tricks in this house. Now get back to your room." Vernon drove Harry away viciously. Back in the room, Harry looked at Hedwig, his eyes full of disappointment. That night, Penny gave him 2 slices of bread and a piece of cheese. After receiving his food, Harry returned to his room. A bald little man with large bat-like ears and large protruding eyes was found jumping on his bed in tattered clothes. The two looked at each other awkwardly. The dwarf spoke first. "Harry Potter, it's an honor to meet you. Who are you?" "Dobby is a house elf." Harry and Dobby started chatting, and when they came to the topic of wizards, Dobby banged his head against the cabinet door. At this moment, there was a knocking sound outside the window. Harry turned his head and saw a leopard cat with beautiful patterns. "It's Aiden's pet," Harry thought. So he walked over and opened the window. Rotha hopped gracefully into Harry's room. The Vernon family and the Masons downstairs were attracted by the noise upstairs and looked up in surprise. Lotta let out a long howl, "Meow." Vernon also hurriedly added, "Oh, don't worry, it's just a wild cat." Upstairs, Dobby stopped and said, "Dobby knows Harry Potter is here, but Dobby has to come. Bad things are going to happen in Hogwarts this year, and Dobby has to protect Harry Potter." Dobby started hitting himself on the head with the lamp again because he had violated the elf's contract. Downstairs, Vernon, who could no longer bear it, rushed upstairs and came to Harry's room. Harry hastily hid Dobby in the wardrobe. Vernon glanced at Harry's room, saw Rotha, and said, "You just ruined the funniest part of my Japanese joke. Listen, chase that wild cat away. If you make any more noise, I promise to make sure you die a miserable death." After saying that, he glared at Rotha fiercely, and Rotha rolled her eyes at him. Seeing such a humane cat, Fennan's courage suddenly disappeared. He shuddered and left. Harry got Dobby out of the wardrobe. "See? This is why I don't want to stay here. I don't belong here. I belong to Hogwarts. My friends are there," Harry explained patiently to Dobby. "Aren't those letters addressed to Harry Potter's friends?" Dobby let slip. "I guess they, wait, how do you know they didn't write to me?" Harry spotted the blind spot. Harry Potter can't be angry with Dobby, Dobby thought. If Harry Potter thinks his friends have forgotten him, he won't want to go back to school. Dobby said as he pulled out a stack of letters. Harry recognized his friend's handwriting immediately. There are Hermione's regular script, Ron's cursive script, Aiden's running script, Hagrid's scribbles, and so on. "It's an interesting show, but the shit shoveler asked me to bring you a message." A pleasant voice came from the desk to the left of the two. Harry turned around and saw Rotha lying on the desk watching the show. "You?" Harry couldn't believe it. "Yes, it's me." Rotha scratched his ear with his hind paw. "Can you talk?" Harry was a little confused as to why Dobby also exclaimed. Ophia came back and told the shoveler that a house elf had taken her mail. The shit shoveler was worried that if he sent another owl, it would be intercepted, so he asked me to make the trip. "Do you know how far I ran?" "I ran through 2 counties and was exhausted. And the shit shoveler asked me to tell you something, don't worry, you won't be fired." Rotha yawned, looking very cute. "Won't be expelled? What does that mean?" Harry was a little confused. "No, Harry Potter cannot go back to Hogwarts." Dobby jumped up like crazy, opened the door and rushed out. Radha, who was observing Dobby from the side, had already observed Dobby's thoughts from his emotional color. So Radha rushed out and pounced on Dobby at the entrance, knocking him down. Dobby struggled and used magic in panic, smashing the cake prepared by Penny onto Radha's head, covering her up. Dobby struggled to get up, looked at Harry who was chasing him, and said, "I'm sorry, Harry Potter, this is all for your own good." Then he snapped his fingers and disappeared from the spot, but he did not leave. The loud collision attracted everyone in the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Mason and the Dursleys squeezed over hastily and saw the entrance which was covered in cake. "I'm sorry, this is my nephew. He gets sick when he sees strangers, so I usually lock him in the attic," Fennan explained anxiously. Penny suddenly saw Dobby standing on the stairs, and her green eyes couldn't help glancing up. Harry stared at him as well. Dobby spoke. "Harry Potter must promise that he does not return to school." Harry looked determined and replied, "No." Chapter 74. Warning Letter in the Little Black Room. Dobby snapped his fingers and the cake exploded a second time, then Dobby quietly left. The splashing cream stained everyone's clothes. Radha climbed up and shook herself vigorously. Fennan was furious and wanted to kick Radha. But Radha dodged nimbly, and Fennan's kick missed, with his only supporting foot still on the cream. As expected, he fell, his fat body hitting the ground, causing the cream to splash for the third time. "Oh, poor cake, may there be no Dobby in heaven." "Radha, it was you who arranged it for them." "Hey, I noticed that you guys in the Dragon Path all like to confront me." "Radha, tisk. Our attention moves to the Ministry of Magic, the improper use of magic department." It was another peaceful night, with no little wizards causing trouble and no dark wizards causing trouble. In the office, Mafalda Hopkirk elegantly picked up a cup of coffee. But soon, the peaceful night was disrupted by the sound of alarms. Number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. A young wizard is performing magic. The spells used are levitation, disillusionment and apparition. In the Ministry of Magic, a huge surveillance crystal displays information about people who abuse magic, and in the center of the crystal is Harry, covered in cream. "Well, Harry Potter, the famous savior, give me a warning first." Mafalda Hopkirk finished writing the letter and a brown owl flew out of the Ministry of Magic. Privet Drive, Dursley House. Vernon was lying on the ground gasping for breath, and the Masons were staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Knowing that she might be in trouble, Radha immediately simulated Mrs. Mason's thinking and came up with a plan. She trotted to Mrs. Mason's feet and started to act coquettishly and cutely. Mrs. Mason saw the kitten and picked her up regardless of the cream all over her body. "Oh, what a lovely little creature," said Mrs. Mason. Yet, Mr. Mason, who loves cats, was also attracted by his attention. "Well done!" Including Fennan who fell to the ground. Vernon struggled to get up from the ground and said, "Oh, Mr. Mason, you know, kittens are like this, their thoughts are hard to understand, and they always make a mess at home." "Yeah, my wife's cat is the same way," Mr. Mason also sighed. Just as Vernon was about to use all his tricks to bring the topic back to his drilling rig, misfortune struck when an owl carrying a warning from the Ministry of Magic flew in through the French window of their home. Mrs. Mason, who is afraid of birds, made a sharp crackling noise. "What?" She threw Lotta to the side and quickly ran out of the Fennan's house. Mr. Mason, who saw this scene, also turned pale with anger. He glared at Vernon, snorted, and walked out. "Oh no, it's over. The kitten said that she has tried her best and it is you humans who are so disappointing." Seeing his business fail, Fennan was furious. Then he picked up the letter brought by the owl from the ground, opened it and read its contents. He learned from the letter that the young wizards at Hogwarts were not allowed to cast spells outside of school during the summer vacation. He looked at Harry and gave him a "you are dead to me" smile. Striding forward, he seized Harry by the hair and led him across the room. "And close the door hard. You're in confinement. You're not allowed to eat for the next week." Fennan's shouting came from outside the door. Radha jumped onto Harry's desk and waved her paw at him, saying, "Son, I've tried my best. It's really not my fault. I'm sorry. But don't worry, I'll find a shit shoveler to save you when I get back." Lotta lowered his head. "It's okay, it's not your fault. Thank you for delivering Aiden's message." As Harry spoke, he opened the window. Lotta crawled through the window, rubbed cream on the window bars, and quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, Vernon got alloy fences and door locks from the company and sealed Harry's room. Only one trapdoor was left open for delivering food. This kid must have some grudge against the trapdoor. In this way, Harry was locked in the room for several days, and Vernon only gave him a little soup as food every day. Harry could only drink the soup and scoop out the leftovers from the bowl to feed Hideaway. On the other side, after leaving Privet Drive, Rhoda ran all the way to the Pruitt house, ready to look for Aiden for help. By the time he got back to the old Pruitt house, several days had passed. In the old house of Pruitt, Lotta rushed in and shouted, "Shit shoveler, where are you? Come and save people!" But the house was empty and Sen appeared in front of Rhoda. "Tell her that Aiden was in seclusion, taking the medal he got from Mr. Weasley and preparing to make wands for the Weasley family." "Rhoda, fuck. Girls shouldn't learn this casually." "I'll take you to see Master Ron," Sen suggested. "But the shit scooper won't let me speak in front of other people. I don't know what the consequences will be if I reveal the secret to the house elf this time. Will the shit scooper not give me food for a week?" Rhoda said dejectedly. In the alchemy laboratory, Aiden was analyzing the new medal he got from Mr. Weasley on the alchemy table. "Tisk, Olahagong, Uncle's technology is really good. After they got the goblin technology, they actually innovated it." Aiden was amazed. Looking at the red medal in front of him, Aiden suddenly thought of the red hair of the Weasley family. Weasley, smelting, what a peculiar family. Aiden pondered. After scanning the orichalcum on the table with a spell, Aiden threw it into the furnace. It took 3 full days of calcination in a high-temperature furnace before it began to melt. This property is really hard, and you can see the magical aura coming from the furnace. Aiden touched his chin. With his hands covered with dragon scales, he took out the mountain copper directly from the furnace. The mountain copper was stretched and hammered, and finally 6 rings were made. This was an idea proposed by Ollivander during Aiden's correspondence with him. One of the reasons why wooden wands are so popular is that the material is good quality and inexpensive. One disadvantage is that the wooden sticks are easy to lose. Although wizards value their wands more than their lives and keep them carefully, there are still a large number of cases of loss every year. This is one of the reasons why Ollivander's wand shop has been doing so well for so long. The disarming spell was developed with this in mind. From another perspective, if it is a ring, at least it can provide an extra layer of protection when dealing with less sophisticated disarming spells. At the same time, if you don't care about the cost, a metal wand is naturally a good choice. Combining the above advantages, Aiden decided to develop a magic wand in the shape of a metal ring. Today is the casting attempt. After the ring was formed, Aiden took out the prepared rune engraving solution. The ring depicts Canaz, Rado, Perthro. Represents light, which fits the nature of Weasley being favored by unicorns. Stands for execution and movement, and can help the Weasley family members to escape from the battle more calmly during a struggle. Is the inner strength and delayed gratification, which also allows this ring to connect to Aiden's new magic system. After the ring was cast, Aiden finally opened the door of the laboratory. Anxious Radha stood guard at the door. "Hey, Harry Potter is probably dead. Go save him," Radha said anxiously. Chapter 75. Saving Private Harry. "Also, shit shoveler, I forgot your instructions and accidentally spoke in front of an elf," Radha blamed herself. "Was it really an accident?" "Radha, oh, you are so annoying, shut up." The false news sent by Radha made Aiden's heart tighten, and he didn't have time to care about what she had exposed. Finally, is the butterfly effect I brought about beginning to affect the world? Aiden spread his wings, cast an disillusionment spell, and disappeared into the night sky. Flying in the night sky, it feels like being in a dream world. Countless twinkling stars are like gems dotted on black velvet, emitting a soft and charming light. Unfortunately, Aiden didn't have time to appreciate the night view carefully, and flapped his wings and flew towards Little Winjing. Finally, we stopped outside number 4, Privet Drive. At this moment, a cyan Ford Anglia stopped at the window outside the Dursley residence. Aiden moved closer, being around Harry, worried that using the spell might set off the trace. So, Aiden stopped the operation of his magic and hid in the blind spot of everyone's consciousness. Ron tied a rope to the alloy fence outside Harry's window and tied the other end of the rope to the car. As George stepped on the accelerator, the fence was pulled down. Fred and Ron carried the fence into the car. Then George, who was in the driving seat, let go of the steering wheel and climbed into Harry's room with Fred. The twins took Harry with them, pried open Harry's door, quietly went to the cupboard, and prepared to take the luggage out of the cupboard. Aiden watched all this with great interest and sat in the driving seat of the car to prevent it from losing control. At the same time, he activated the confusion spell that he had previously engraved on the car, making ordinary people around ignore the existence of the car. In the Dursleys' kitchen, the twins had already pried open the lock of the cupboard, and the three of them hurried to Harry's room with his luggage. Seeing the three people coming up with their luggage, Aiden opened the trunk of the car and waited for them to load their luggage. Ron reacted and found that the car seemed to be out of control, so he struggled to climb to the driver's seat and prepared to drive. Then he crawled into Aiden's arms. Aiden! Ron was terrified when he suddenly touched something invisible in the empty seat. Ah! Ron screamed. Quiet, Ron, it's me. Aiden spoke up. What? Aiden, why are you here? Ron asked in surprise. Well, it's hard to explain. To put it simply, someone told me that Harry was dying, so I rushed here in a hurry. Aiden sighed. Inside the house, Ron's scream woke up the Dursleys, and they sat up in bed, ready to check what was going on. In Harry's room, the three people who heard the noise speeded up the process of moving the luggage, and finally, the luggage was loaded. The twins got into the car, and the Dursleys opened the door to Harry's room. Unfortunately, the Dursleys couldn't see the car, only the wind blowing in through the broken windows. Ron shouted anxiously in the car, "Hurry up, Harry, hurry up!" Well, I know it's not a good idea to say this at this juncture, but can you please get out of my arms first? It's really hard to drive while holding someone. Aiden complained. Harry ran to the window, ready to get into the carriage. This kid is going to run away again. Vernon shouted and ran after him, and Harry half-stepped out of the window. Just before Harry got on the bus, Vernon managed to grab his foot. "Let me go," Harry yelled. "No way, you and your dead bird can't go there," said Vernon. Aiden, who was sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He looked at Vernon and hypnotized him. Vernon fell asleep and let go of Harry's hand. His fat body fell backwards, crushing Dudley and Paige, who came to support him. Harry also used the mechanism to close the car door. Harry looked at the interior curiously and said, "Bigger on the inside." "Yes, this is my masterpiece," Aiden replied. "Aiden! Why are you here? Are you here to see Harry? Thank you for the news." And that. The three people spoke their own words, and Aiden didn't know who to answer for a moment. "My owl brought me word a while ago that someone had intercepted Harry's mail. So I sent other messengers to check on the situation." Aiden was a little vague and didn't mention Lotta directly. Harry noticed it and didn't ask too many questions. "Okay, tell me about your summer vacation." While driving, Aiden used hypnosis to divert everyone's attention. "My summer is going to be terrible, I can't use magic and Aunt Petunia has locked up all my stuff. I haven't done a single word of my summer homework, and I haven't practiced Quidditch for almost a whole summer. I hope I won't be expelled if I go back." Harry immediately became worried when he heard about summer vacation. Ron on the side gritted his teeth. "You know my summer vacation, didn't you? Who made it so miserable this year? It's all because of me, huh? The beautiful Mr. Aiden Pruitt." Aiden laughed and said, "This is all for your own good." "What's wrong, Ron?" Harry was a little confused. "Ronnie was in training all summer, being forced by his mother to practice dueling," George said. "And in his free time he has to learn theoretical knowledge from Aiden. Poor Ronnie, he hasn't even played his favorite game, wizard chess." Fred took over what George was saying. "That's enough. I've become stronger now. When I get back, I'll let you know the results of my training this summer." Ron snorted. "That's great," Harry said enviously. "Well, not at all." Ron glared at Aiden again. "Aiden, I've become stronger. Let's duel again." Ron puffed up. Aiden held the steering wheel with his right hand and stretched out his left hand in front of Ron and snapped his fingers. Ron's body instantly went limp and he fell asleep. "Boy, who gave you the courage to roll around in the audience's arms and continue to provoke this audience? Was it Miss Liang?" Aiden sighed helplessly and glanced at the remaining 3 people in the rearview mirror. The 3 of them shuddered at the same time, not daring to look Aiden in the eye. The Cyan Ford Anglia flew out of Surrey and all the way to the village of Ottery St. Catchpole. It was already dawn, and a tall house appeared in front of Harry. Aiden found a place to park the car, took out a small suitcase and sucked all of Harry's luggage into it. Ron and the twins had disappeared as soon as the car landed. Aiden handed the suitcase to Harry and said, "Here, this is an alchemical box with a traceless extension spell. Consider it your early birthday present. Don't ask me for gifts on your birthday again." After saying that, he gave Harry a wink, turned around and walked into the burrow. Harry hugged the box tightly and said, "Thank you, Aiden." Then, Harry trotted to catch up with Aiden. Chapter 76. Arrival, Life in the Burrow. Inside the shabby house, the kitchen dishes were lined up to jump into the sink to take a bath. The twins and Ron on the wall clock also pointed to home from their disappearance. The knitting needles on the sofa are knitting a sweater. "It's not very big, but at least it's a home," Ron introduced to Harry. "That's great," Harry replied. Aiden took the suitcase from Harry and suddenly he felt an angry presence approaching quickly. Then he glanced at the twins and Ron and said, "Good luck to you." Several people were puzzled, but they were soon interrupted by an anxious sound of footsteps. Mrs. Molly rushed out from the stairs. "Where did you guys go?" Then Mrs. Molly smiled, "Welcome to you, Harry." Then her expression changed again. "There's no one in the bed, no news, and the car is gone. You might die or be seen by others. It's okay, Aunt. You have to believe in my skills." Aiden was ready to come out and smooth things over. "And you little brat, you're actually doing alchemy with your uncle. You're abusing Muggle items, don't you know that?" Mrs. Molly put her hands on her hips. "Do you two want to go to Azkaban? I don't want to take Ginny to visit her father and brother in prison in the future. Don't worry about that. My uncle has already left a back door in the law. If all else fails, we can just pay the Ministry of Magic to lobby. With the 2 of us being MPs and tycoons, who can touch us?" Aiden muttered quietly, but the perceptive Mrs. Morley heard it. Then a pair of big hands grabbed Aiden's ears, and Aiden quickly begged for mercy. "Aunt, I was wrong. I was really wrong." Seeing him like this, Mrs. Molly was too lazy to pay attention to him. "Oh, Harry, you've been on the bus all night, you must be tired, you can go and have a rest later. George, Fred, Ron, go and harvest the vegetables in the garden after dinner." Mrs. Molly gave the order in an orderly manner, then she turned to Aiden and said, "Also, Aiden, help drive the goblins away. The goblins that have recently run into the courtyard are all carrying weapons. Do you have any clues? It may be because of the recent experiments my uncle and I conducted that caused the goblins to mutate. Fortunately, as a hypnotist, Aiden can perfectly control his every expression and speak nonsense seriously." Mrs. Molly, who had arranged everything for everyone, took everyone to have breakfast, and the family sat down at the dining table. Ginny ran downstairs in her pajamas and asked, "Mom, have you seen my slippers?" "Oh dear, of course, on top of the cat." Mrs. Molly replied to Ginny as she cooked. Then Ginny saw Harry and her eyes widened. Harry also greeted her, "Hello." Ginny turned around and ran upstairs without saying a word, and the twins smiled at each other. Aiden glanced at Harry calmly, thinking, "You're done, kid." Harry asked in confusion, "Did I provoke him?" Ron replied, "It's Ginny. She's been talking about you all summer." At this time, Arthur walked in from outside. "Good morning, children." Everyone at the table responded. "Oh, last night was really exhausting, 9 surprise inspections, and a guy named Mundungus actually tried to sneak up on me." Arthur complained bitterly, and Ron introduced his father to Harry. "So, Uncle, what did you gain?" Aiden asked curiously. "Yes, those families, and a small number of dark magic items, were confiscated and they had to pay a fine. It's a pity that they couldn't send those guys to Azkaban." Arthur looked at Harry sitting at the dining table with a look of regret and asked, "Oh, hello, who are you?" "Harry Potter, sir." Harry took the initiative and stretched out his hand to shake Arthur's. If Drag sees this, he'll probably get super jealous, Aiden thought. "My magic, you really are. Well, Ron told me about you, when did you come?" Arthur picked up his knife and fork and ate a piece of bacon. Last night, driving that amazing treasure you and Aiden built. Mrs. Morley put her hands on her hips. Really? Have you activated the runes carved by Aiden? Aiden said that thing can hide the car in the corner of consciousness. How effective is it? Arthur looked curious. I have personally tested it and it works great. Ordinary people can't hear it when you put it on their faces. Aiden raised his eyebrows. Mrs. Molly gave Arthur a slap, and then he said seriously. I mean, this was terrible, terrible behavior, kids. The family finished their breakfast in a cheerful atmosphere. Harry, go and rest. You've been tired all night. Mrs. Molly looked at Harry gently. It's all right, Mrs. Weasley, I want to join them in doing the chores, Harry replied. Well, go ahead and have fun. Mrs. Morley smiled and let Harry go. In the garden, the twins are using a spell to pull out the vegetables in the garden. Ron skillfully used the levitation spell to catch the vegetables that the twins pulled out and put them into the basket. Ron, when did your spells get so good? Harry asked in surprise. Hey Guy, your brothers were having a slump during the summer vacation, and you were secretly studying during the summer vacation. If you weren't caught by me today, are you planning to surprise everyone when school starts? Ron's eyes almost rolled up to the sky. To put it simply, I was tricked by Aiden. He spent this summer cramming theory for me, and my mother was in charge of practical training. I heard from them that this was some kind of Pruitt trial teaching. Ron sighed and continued. I'm a Weasley, but I have to study under the control of 2 Pruitts, while Aiden can go out and have fun all summer. It's just me, damn Aiden, by the way, he still owes me a duel. I tell you I'm terribly strong now, I'm going to let Aiden experience what a brother's love is. Ron crossed his arms, his passion almost overflowing the screen. Elsewhere, in the courtyard, Aiden saw the goblin that Mrs. Molly had mentioned. The goblins had begun tying stones to the tops of branches as weapons, covering their bodies with bark, and holding flat pieces of wood as shields. Have we entered the Stone Age? Aiden stroked his chin. Then he stretched out his hand, with a faint light on his fingertips. He waved it in front of the goblin's eyes and tapped the goblin's forehead. Without resistance, the goblin was hypnotized by Aiden, and Aiden read clues from his mind. It turned out that the escaped Goblin King sneaked into the mountains and declared to the goblins in the mountains that he was the savior sent by God. A primitive religion was established in the mountains, and a fictional god named Hobgobaronia, the previous name of the Goblin Kingdom, was created. Now it has become a religious country with a combination of politics and religion. Chapter 77. Faith and Life. Aiden followed the goblin's memory and came to the mountains, where more than 60 goblins had already gathered. The goblins built an altar in the mountains and placed a huge stone in the middle to worship the god. It seems that this is what they call the god Hobgobaronia. The events of Kingsport were still fresh in Aiden's mind, and he was a little worried that these guys might become a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, Aiden came up with an idea. Wandering among the goblins, hypnotizing each one of them. Since we're doing religion, let's make it bigger, Aiden thought. He used hypnosis to blur the image and name of the god in the goblins' minds. Carve new gods and sacrificial words into the heads of the goblins. Then the goblins knelt down together, chanting strange words. An outsider who does not belong to this world, the great master of the sea of consciousness, the grey dragon that controls the mind. The atmosphere of the whole scene was eerie and strange. Ding, damn, you stinky bastard, what did you do? Why are so many people's prayers suddenly flowing to me? Wow, it really works! Aiden exclaimed in amazement. Also, system, you seem to have become much more humane. This is the first time I've seen you swear at someone. Ding, the system has discovered that the host is really a talent. He has already gone to such lengths to not be picky about meat or vegetables. The host's future does not need faith, and the faith of these goblins is useless to the host now. After listening to the system's speech, Aiden was stunned, and then asked. I don't need it. Why? Didn't they say that they would need anchors to stabilize humanity in the future? Ding, the host is different. May I ask if the host has ever truly faced the problem of losing control and going crazy, or a significant loss of humanity? Indeed, not really, but what happened? Please explain it in detail. Aiden continued to ask. Ding, the system can tell the host that this is not that world, and the rest. Insufficient information, right? Aiden rolled his eyes. Ding, getting smarter. Humph. As Aiden was chatting with the system, a goblin wearing a long bark came over. Kneeling in front of Aiden, babbling something. After scanning with his ability, Aiden learned that this was the Goblin King, and he was begging Aiden to avenge him. No, you're going to ask me to help you kill my own aunt? Aiden shook his head. He casually hypnotized the Goblin Pope's servant, expanding the servant's ambitions. Afterwards, Aiden quietly disappeared from the sight of all the goblins, and no goblin remembered that their god had ever come here. After walking out of the mountain, Aiden quickly returned to the burrow. Ron and Harry were walking back with some fresh fruits and vegetables picked from the garden. Aiden went over and picked up an apple, hooked his hand, and washed the apple clean with a ball of clean water. Aiden took a light bite, and the crisp sound was particularly pleasant in the quiet courtyard. The juice slowly flowed down the corners of his mouth, and the sweet taste danced on his taste buds, awakening the vitality of every cell. Wow, that's pretty fresh. Aiden laughed. Oh, Aiden, you're back. Have the goblins been driven away? George asked. Mom said they were going to use weapons and wouldn't let us through, Fred continued. What a shame. It would have been fun to grab their feet and play with the flying goblins. It's a pity you don't get to play with them, Harry, said Ron. It's all Dad's fault. He won't let us kill the goblins. George reached out and hooked his hand around Ron's left shoulder. Fred hooked Ron's right shoulder and said, now people dare to take up weapons against us. Several people walked into the house talking and laughing. At noon, after lunch. Harry, I'm sorry to ask you to room with Aiden for the time being. Oh, if you want to take a nap you can go upstairs. The room is the second door on the third floor. Mrs. Molly said to Harry. Come on, I'll take you up there and help you pack your luggage. With that, Aiden led Harry to his room. The decoration in the room was simple, with many blank scrolls on the walls and various large books piled on the desk and the floor. There was a simple cat bed on the windowsill, and Lotta was lying leisurely in it. Hey, kid, you're here. Rada raised his paw and greeted Harry. Hello, Rada, thank you for your help last time. Harry thanked Rada. You're welcome. Alas, it was all my negligence last time. If other animals bully you in Hogwarts in the future, just tell me my name. Rada patted his chest proudly and said, do you know how weird it looks when a cat pats its chest? Okay, stop teasing him. Don't wait until he believes it and goes back to the Forbidden Forest. Aiden, who couldn't bear to watch it any longer, reminded him. Then, Aiden stretched out his hand, silver light spread in Aiden's hand, and an exquisite long staff appeared in his hand. The long stick tapped the ground lightly, and a sound of wooden boards being squeezed was heard, and the space in the room slowly expanded. Aiden pulled another bottle out of his pocket and threw it on the ground. A bed with pillows and bedding appeared where the bottle had shattered. Harry, Aiden a dream, I want to learn this. Okay, you can stay here for the time being. School will start in a few days. As Aiden spoke, he waved his staff, and Harry's suitcase opened. The luggage inside slowly flew out and was arranged around in an orderly manner. In the afternoon, Harry, who had nothing to do, accepted Ron's invitation to go to his room to play wizard chess. Ron's room was covered with posters of Charlie's Artillery, there were many comic books piled on the floor, and there was a fish tank on the windowsill with many frog eggs in it. Sorry, that's a bit shabby, said Ron. No, this is the most wonderful room I have ever seen, Harry praised. And Ron also said confidently. My room is probably the most normal one. George and Fred's rooms are filled with all kinds of funny props, and Aiden's room is filled with nothing but books. Percy's room had a large desk and looked like the professor's offices. Oh, and Ginny, she's a girl, so she doesn't count. Then the two of them took out the wizard chess pieces and started fighting. Queen, go to e5, Harry ordered. But this piece obviously has its own ideas, and it moves to c5. What, why wouldn't the chess piece listen to me? Harry was a little puzzled. Of course, the set you're using is Ginny's. Don't you know that wizard chess pieces will have their own ideas when they are not in the hands of their owners? Ron found it a little strange that Harry had so little common sense. Harry, perhaps this isn't the common sense I should have. Life in the burrow was very pleasant and everyone in the burrow liked Harry very much. This was the first time Harry felt at home. Harry's happy time passed quickly, and soon it was time to start school. Chapter 78. Family Competition. As school was about to start, Ron suddenly remembered something. That afternoon, after everyone had enjoyed lunch, they sat in the living room with nothing to do. The hot wind blew in from outside the house. Aiden snapped his fingers and snowflakes began to fall from the ceiling. Soon the heat in the house was dispelled. I remember now, Aiden, you still owe me a duel. Ron suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Ron Weasley, what are you crazy about? Do you want me to seal your windows too? Said Mrs. Molly. Ho ho, duel, let them try, Molly. Didn't you train Ron for a whole summer? Just try to see how far Ron has surpassed his peers. Arthur said excitedly, and then he looked at George, Fred, and Percy. You guys should go and try it too. And Harry, do you want to come and try it too? Mrs. Molly gave Arthur a slap, but surprisingly she did not continue to stop Arthur. So, at Arthur's instigation, the family came to the reed field outside the burrow. Reed field, I have endured too much. Okay, then let me be the referee. You are not allowed to use poison spells, curses, or those that cause disability. There are no other restrictions. Arthur gave a wicked smile and was hit by Mrs. Molly again. Okay, have you heard the rules clearly? I understand. Now for the first match, let Ron and Aiden start first. Ron and Aiden walked to the center of the field and looked at each other. Outside the venue, Harry leaned close to George's ear and asked, does the daily activities of a wizard family also include dueling? How is that possible? It's a rare occasion that Father agreed to let us duel today, said George. Fred heard their conversation and came over and said. We duel like Muggles fight. Do you Muggles fight as a daily routine? Inside the field, Ron took the lead in firing a spell at Aiden, Expelliarmus. Aiden just took a small step to the left and avoided it. You already know how to use the disarming spell. You've made progress, brother Ronnie. Aiden acted cute. Disgusting. Today I will let you experience my brother's majesty. Ron put one hand in his pocket, not knowing what an opponent was. Aiden clenched his palm, and a long silver-white staff appeared in his hand. Arthur and Molly in the audience also took out their wands and cast a perception spell on themselves. Then, Ron swung his wand, and the surrounding stones flew quickly towards Aiden. Aiden looked at the flying stone calmly, his magic power gathered outside his body, and a large translucent barrier began to form in front of him. Its appearance resembles a huge hexagonal crystal with a surface as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the brilliance of the surrounding environment. Arthur in the audience became excited when he saw this magic, and recalled the feeling of unknown when he first explored magic. Then Aiden turned his staff and he flew up. How can you still fly? You're a scoundrel! Ron shouted. Humph, it's pretty good that I rushed over and punched you without opening the dragon scales. Aiden replied in the air. Then, Aiden pointed the tip of the staff at Ron, Zoltraok. A beam of white light fell from the sky, and the nervous Molly had already raised her wand, ready to rescue. But at this moment, Ron has been transformed after experiencing a whole summer of beatings. Armor protection. The beam collided with the armor spell and dissipated, but the impact still caused Ron to take a small step back. Humph, don't think I can do nothing to you just because you're flying in the sky. Ron waved his wand again, Villa Vito, 10,000 bullets. He used transfiguration to transform the surrounding stones into flying birds, and then used magic to speed them up so that they could attack Aiden in the air. Air superiority is really important. Aiden thought, dodging the incoming birds like a nimble elf. With a flick of the long staff, 4 more beams of light flew out. Ron could only dodge, but with his training he was able to dodge the incoming beam of light with ease. Because Aiden wanted to see more of Ron's training results, the two of them were in a stalemate for a while. What follows is a war of attrition. Ron's spells can hardly cause effective attacks on Aiden in the air, but Aiden can act as an air control turret to continuously consume Ron. Ronnie is losing, George said to Harry. Well, why? I saw him fighting back and forth with Aiden. Harry asked puzzled. There was a mistake in his strategy. He shouldn't have let Aiden fly in the first place, Fred explained. And he hasn't learned any spells like apparition or flying, which is a big disadvantage. Percy also joined the conversation. Harry secretly made up his mind that he must learn the flying spell. Finally, Ron's defense failed under Aiden's attack, and a beam of light bypassed the armor spell and was about to hit Ron. Before that, Aiden cut off the supply of magic power and the light beam dissipated. The impact only hit Ron's butt, causing him to fall to the ground with an unstable center of balance. Okay, that's it, Aiden wins. Arthur came out and announced the result. Oh, what a shame, it was so close. Ron said dejectedly. Okay, next up is George vs. Aiden. George, go ahead. Uncle is trying to test me. Aiden immediately understood Arthur's thoughts. He dropped back to the ground, raising his staff toward George. Aiden, let's make a deal. Can we not use flying magic? George rolled his eyes and made a suggestion, but Aiden had already seen through his thoughts. So he replied, sure. Okay, both sides get ready and start. Arthur gave an order and the duel began. Everything is petrified, front teeth are like sticks, force is exhausted and relaxed. As the duel began, George fired 3 spells in succession. The gem on the top of Aiden's staff glowed slightly, and a transparent hexagonal crystal barrier directly enveloped his entire body. The 3 spells hit the barrier and disappeared. Expelliarmus. Aiden raised his staff and fired a spell. A red lightning bolt flew out from the tip of Aiden's staff. Armor protect you. George immediately used the armor spell. However, the red lightning did not disappear immediately after hitting the iron armor spell. Instead, it continued to attack the iron armor spell, blasting red spots of light around it. As Aiden continued to move forward, George could only be pushed back by the impact of the spell. Finally, the shield charm was broken, George was knocked out, and his wand flew high. George rubbed his butt and got up from the ground, muttering, Aiden, you're too cruel. I'm showing mercy. Ask my uncle if this magic flattened this area when it was developed. Aiden looked at Arthur. Well, this is true, said Arthur. Okay, let's stop talking about this. It's your turn, Fred. Fred made a grimace and walked up with his wand in hand. Oh, Aiden, our beautiful and generous little brother, can we use traditional magic in our duel instead of your long staff and those weird magics? Fred also had a lot of bad intentions. Okay. The long staff in his hand turned into light and slipped into Aiden's hand, making Ron, who was standing by, feel jealous. Aiden took out his black walnut wand after a long absence. Aiden was still a little uncomfortable with the sudden switch from a long staff to a small wooden stick, so he shook his wand. Begin. Arthur ordered. Fred immediately rushed to attack and fell unconsciously. The spell shot towards Aiden, who took a step forward, and the dragon scales on his hands exploded, crushing the flying spell directly. What, you broke the rules? Fred made a strange noise. Hee, I didn't use any new magic or the long staff. I promised you, didn't I? Aiden sneered. Then he waved his wand, and the surrounding stones immediately turned into vines, twisting and binding Fred's feet. Fred thought something was wrong and cast a spell to disperse the vines, but was hit by a petrification spell from Aiden, ending the duel. Okay, Aiden wins. Arthur came out and announced the result. Chapter 79. Discussion. Okay, they've all failed, it's your turn, Percy. Arthur winked at Percy. Percy stood up, wand drawn and faced Aiden. What do you want, brother Percy? Aiden put his index finger on his chin and made a sickening boyish voice. Don't be weird, Aiden. You're affecting them before they even get on the field. Is that some kind of spell? Percy was unaffected by Aiden. Amazing, you figured this out. Aiden said calmly after being exposed. You should influence them during the battle, so it can be more effective. But Ronnie, George, and Fred, as brothers, you 3 didn't even notice that you were influenced by your younger brothers, which is really inappropriate. Percy taunted the 3 men, who gave him indignant looks. Teach him a lesson, Aiden, show him a taste of your power, show this big-headed boy a lesson. Then the duel begins. Arthur gave the order again. Thunder explosion. Percy threw a blasting spell directly. A long staff appeared in Aiden's hand, and defensive magic wrapped Aiden up again. The blasting spell did not hurt Aiden, but the dust raised by the explosion obscured Percy's figure. It's Misty. Percy's voice came from the dust. Aiden fired an attack magic, but unfortunately it didn't hit him. A larger cloud of fog covered the venue, but Percy had miscalculated. After Aiden entered Sequence 6, his various senses were greatly enhanced, and the loss of vision had little effect on Aiden. But Aiden did not rush to attack Percy. He was a little curious about what methods this future prefect with excellent overall performance had. Percy continued to cast spells in the fog. Flying sand and rocks, shattered into pieces, petrified, eliminate your weapons, smashed into pieces. Every time he fired a spell, Percy would quickly change his position to avoid Aiden's lock. The hexagonal crystal-like defensive magic surrounding Aiden protected him well. Well, if we keep going like this, Aiden won't be able to hold out for much longer, Percy thought. Relaxation and force release. A spell was thrown and Percy was just about to change position. Suddenly, a beam of light with a white background and black edges shot over. Percy raised his magic and blocked it with a silencing shield charm. Impossible, this is a non-stop attack, how can he fight back? The situation took a turn for the worse, and with a flash of space, Aiden appeared behind Percy. The staff in his hand emitted light, and Percy, who was illuminated by it, was petrified. Then Aiden raised his staff and cast a weather spell, calling forth a strong wind and dispersing the thick fog around him. Ordinary residents nearby, this is such horrible weather, with heavy fog and strong winds. England, now you know why my weather is always so weird and changeable. The fog cleared and Percy stood there stiffly. The twins ran up and did a strange dance around him. Ron also covered his mouth and laughed. Okay, Percy has failed too. It seems like you're pretty good, Aiden. Do you want to try with us? Arthur made a new suggestion, how about it, can Aiden still fight? After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Aiden. Happy to accompany you. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley drew their wands and confronted Aiden. Oh my god, Aiden is going to fight with Mom and Dad. Ron said in horror. What's the big deal? It's just a duel. Harry's eyes lit up, and he felt that Ron was making a fuss out of nothing. Well then, Aiden, get down to business and show me your new magic. Arthur said, and then he took a stance, ready for battle. Well, Aunt and Uncle, here I come. Aiden gave a wicked smile. As Aiden's voice fell, Aiden floated up. Seeing this, the Weasleys immediately cast a disarming spell at Aiden. Two small crystal barriers appeared around Aiden, accurately blocking the Weasleys' spell. The couple's attempts to stop him failed, and Aiden flew into the air. Arthur transformed into a beam of white light and chased after him. Aiden turned his staff and 3 beams of light flew towards Arthur. Arthur cast 2 cutting spells to disperse 2 of the beams. Molly on the ground threw out a crushing spell, knocking out the last beam of light. Very good cooperation, Aunt and Uncle. Arthur and Molly ignored Aiden and raised their hands to cast another spell. Aiden snapped his fingers and suddenly their wands were pointing at each other. Just before the spell was about to be cast, Arthur and Molly shuddered and pointed their wands away. The spell exploded in the open space, creating 2 large craters. It's amazing that you two can react. As Aiden spoke, he remained where he was, but strangely, everyone present felt that his figure was a little illusory. Aiden hid in the blind spot of consciousness. Is this your ability? It seems like it has become even more powerful. Arthur praised. Mrs. Molly on the ground began to turn her wand vigorously, like waving a whip, and a tornado rose up. Arthur cooperated with her in the air and released a fire spell, flames blazing. The huge fire tornado forced Aiden out of the blind spot of consciousness. The fire tornado dissipated, and a spherical crystal barrier appeared in the air. Got you. Arthur smiled. Then he and Molly looked at each other and fired a disarming spell at Aiden at the same time. 2 red beams of light hit the outside of the defensive magic, emitting plasma. Things change. Just now, Aiden and George were competing in magic, and then he was defeated by 2 adult wizards. But what Arthur and Molly didn't expect was that Aiden didn't look tired at all. He's still able to fight against the 2 of us after the round-robin battle. You're worthy of being called Pruitt. Mrs. Molly gave Aiden a meaningful look. Ding, oh no, someone is going to be in trouble. You shut up. Aiden, who was in a stalemate, decided not to hide it anymore. The flames kissed Aiden's delicate face. The strong wind blew through Aiden's hair and lifted the wizard hat on his head. A pair of silver-white dragon horns suddenly appeared. Aiden spread his wings and slid his fingers lightly over the long staff. As a clapper sounded, a silver-white halo spread outward with Aiden as the center. Interdictory. Arthur and Molly's disarming lightning were instantly dispelled, and the hexagonal crystal barrier around Aiden also disappeared. Aiden flapped his wings and hugged Arthur to prevent him from falling from the sky. Guardian Ban. An illusory white halo appeared on Arthur and Molly, and Aiden easily snatched their wands. Well, we lost. Arthur smiled bitterly. Aiden helped the two of them up, and under the sunlight, Aiden's scales changed and displayed ever-changing colors. Wow, cool, what is this? Harry asked in surprise. These are dragonmen. Mum said they are Pruitt's most elite warriors. Ron explained to Harry. The twins nearby had already walked up to touch Aiden's wings and tried to pull out a few dragon scales from them. Aiden flapped his wings to drive them away. Harry also came up and saw Aiden's long tail. He couldn't help but reach out and stroke it. The tail shook vigorously twice like a frightened snake. Hey, don't touch my tail, it's very sensitive. Aiden jumped away like a rabbit. Then he put away the dragon scales. Oh, can't it last longer? George said. Yeah, let's both enjoy it, Fred added. You two want to enjoy it. Aiden rolled his eyes. Okay, let's go back. Arthur said, I'm hungry after exercising for so long. Oh, the kitchen. Mrs. Molly operated and disappeared from the spot. The rest of the people walked back talking and laughing. Chapter 80. Letters, Bookstore. The happy times at the Burrow soon came to an end, during which the Weasleys were very kind to Harry. As they were about to part, Harry felt a little reluctant. Outside the house, the twins were taking turns riding Harry's Nimbus 2000, and shouts could be heard from the window from time to time. Life here is like a dream, except that Mr. Weasley would ask me about Muggle things every day. Harry said. Aiden sat listlessly on the new sofa and yawned. Come more often if you like. Auntie likes you very much anyway. But I have to go back to the Dursleys. They are my guardians. Otherwise, Aiden, you can adopt me. Harry had intermittent bursts of wit. Young man, do you want to listen to what you are saying? You actually expect a minor to adopt another? Aiden rolled his eyes. Ding, someone already has one at home. Temporarily, Oliver is only staying at my place temporarily, and you know all the things on Potter's body, how could you bring them to my house? Or you can ask Hermione to adopt you. Aiden gave a suggestion. Hermione, why? Ron asked puzzledly. Aiden smiled and did not answer the question. Suddenly, an owl hooted outside the house. An old bald owl flew over and hit the window with a bang. It's Errol, he's always like this. Ron said. Aiden hooked his finger, and the letter on Errol's body flew into his hand. After opening the letter, Aiden said. It's the notification letter from Hogwarts. They sent Harry's letter as well. Aiden distributed the letters to everyone. The twins, who had had enough fun, came back from outside and found a place to sit down. It must be Dumbledore, he is always so powerful. Arthur took a sip of tea. Aiden unfolded the letter, and besides Miranda Gosshawk's book, it was filled with the biography of some celebrity writer. Breaking up with the female ghost, holiday with the dark wizard, 7 books in total. Is this guy here to sell books at Hogwarts? Aiden complained. These books are very expensive, Percy said. It's okay, we will find a way. Mrs. Molly said. Then I'll buy it. Aiden smiled and raised his hand. Aiden, you don't have to. Molly was about to speak when she was interrupted by Aiden. It's okay, Aunt. I'm not short of money. Aiden raised his eyebrows at Arthur. Well, it's true. Recently, the alchemy shop in Diagon Alley has launched a batch of new products with defensive functions, which have been well received. Arthur returned Aiden's look, and they smiled at each other. Molly hit Arthur, seemed to understand something, and stopped talking. Well, there's a place we should go to buy these things, Diagon Alley, Molly said. After that, she pulled the family to the fireplace. Come on, Harry, just say the name of the place and sprinkle the powder. Madame Molly enthusiastically took out the Flu powder and handed it to Harry. But, Mum, Harry has never used the Flu network, said Ron. That makes sense. You can demonstrate it first. Molly said without hesitation. Ron grabbed a handful of Flu powder and shouted Diagon Alley. After a flash of green fire, he disappeared into the fireplace. "See, it's very simple. Come on, Harry," Molly encouraged. Harry tried to take the advice to heart, picked up a pinch of flue powder, and walked over to the fireplace. The flames were as warm as a balmy breeze, and he couldn't help opening his mouth, but it was immediately filled with hot coal ash. "Nocturne Alley," he coughed. Then he seemed to be sucked into a huge vortex. His body kept spinning rapidly. "Oh, my goodness, he's gone tumbling down the lane!" Mrs. Molly yelled. "Aiden, you are good at space alchemy, can you track down Harry's whereabouts?" Arthur calmly tried to remedy the situation immediately. "Let me try." After saying that, Aiden took out his staff, connected his magic to the flue network, and began to track Harry's whereabouts. "Let me see. I passed the Ministry of Magic, the Broken Axe, and Madame Malkin's robe shop. Ah, I found it. Borgin and Burke's. I'll go ahead then," Aiden said to the remaining people, and in a flash he disappeared from the spot. On the other side, turning into the alley, Harry found the two people he least wanted to see outside the window, Draco and his father. Harry hurriedly hid in the cupboard, leaving a small gap to observe the outside. Draco looked around with interest and reached out to touch the props in the store. Lucius took a step forward and struck the statue with his cane. "Don't touch anything, Draco." "Okay, father, I thought you were going to buy me a present," Draco explained, rolling his eyes. "I promised to buy you a broom for the competition, and I haven't forgotten it." Lucius put away his cane and walked in slowly. "What's the benefit of joining the college team? Porter already participated last year. Everybody's always praising him, and all he has is a scar on his head and a broken broom," Draco said indignantly. "Xiao Long, I have to remind you again, even if you don't like Harry Potter. At least, you have to pretend that you don't hate him, otherwise you would be too stupid. Of course, you did a good job, and joining that association was a good move." Lucius walked forward slowly. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, welcome to our store. We have just received a new batch of goods and I believe you will like them." Bok said this as he bent down to get something. "I'm not here to buy, I'm here to sell," Lucius interrupted. "Damn Weasley, a new Muggle protection law has been introduced. These are just some poisoned weapons. They will bring us trouble." Lucius raised his proud head. At this moment, there was a flash in space, and a little wizard wearing a wide wizard hat appeared in the store. "Well, the scent of poverty mixed with malice can be smelled from 10 kilometers away," the box. This sentence was seen in the notes of the ancestors of the Pruitt family. They instructed that when meeting someone from the Bok family, they must use this sentence as the opening remark. After Aiden finished speaking, rows of skeletons gave a thumbs up in the cemetery of Pruitt. "Damn you Pruitt, why don't you just die? Why aren't you all dead yet?" Bojanbok's defense was broken immediately. "Oh, good morning, Uncle Lucius. How could you condescend to come to a store filled with evil and curses?" Aiden saluted Lucius and pointedly ignored Borgin. "Oh, it's Aiden. I have some things to do here. How about you playing with Xiao Long for a while?" After saying that, Lucius signaled to Draco with his eyes. "Hee, little brat, just go and drink your milk obediently. How can you, Pruitt, understand the importance of these treasures?" Borgin and Burke were somewhat proud. "Yeah, it's important enough to live in an alley." Aiden rolled his eyes. "Damn it, if it weren't for you Pruitt." Borgin wanted to rush out from the counter. Lucius, who was quick-witted, stopped him and said, "Ahem, Mr. Borgin, our business is more important." He winked at Draco again, and Draco pulled Aiden away from the counter. Chapter 81, Alley, Alchemy Shop. "Why are you here?" Draco asked. "No, there was a problem with apparition. I went to the wrong place." Aiden chatted awkwardly. Draco was wondering why this guy didn't leave yet, while Aiden was wondering why your father was so slow in doing things. As the two of them shared the same bed but had different dreams, the atmosphere fell into silence. On the other side, on the counter. "Oh, look at this. It's of unparalleled quality." Borgin picked up a diary. "This is a special item, not for sale." Lucius put away the diary. "By the way, I have a batch of goods at home and I need you to come and pick them up." Lucius continued. "Of course, Mr. Malfoy." Borgin bowed. Lucius didn't reply and turned away. It's an honor to do business with you, Mr. Malfoy. Borgin's voice came from behind him. Okay, Aiden, Xiao Long and I will leave first. Lucius said goodbye to Aiden and left with Draco. Aiden returned to Borgin's shop and just saw Borgin holding Harry's collar. Looking for something else. Borgin looked at Harry. Aiden walked up and pulled Harry up, smiling at Borgin. Perhaps he was lost in the evil aura. Then Aiden grabbed Harry and ran out of the shop, ignoring Borgin's curses. The two ran to the street of Nocturne Alley, where a witch kidnapped them. Where are you going in such a hurry, charming little dear? An elderly witch stood in front of the two of them, holding a tray filled with human nails. She squinted at him and grinned, revealing her green teeth. Other wizards who had fallen into the alley also gathered around. Go away! Aiden scolded, his different-colored dragon eyes scanning the surroundings. The dragon's intimidation frightened the surrounding wizards away. Harry also took a step back, and Aiden held his hand. If you get lost, my boy, tomorrow's Daily Prophet's front page might show the invincible savior falling down in the alley. Ding, maybe it's shocking, the Weasley family actually did this. Aiden took Harry and hid in the blind spot of consciousness, and carefully came to the exit of the alley. When I reached the exit of the alley, a huge figure was blocking the way. Hagrid, Harry shouted, breaking Aiden's concealment. Harry, Aiden, what are you doing here? Hagrid walked over. His huge figure made the wizards who saw Aiden and Harry dare not approach. Oh, that's bad Hagrid, we're lost, said Harry dejectedly. Look at you, you're all dirty, said Hagrid. Aiden snapped his fingers, clean it up. The soot on Harry's body disappeared instantly. Walking out of Diagon Alley, Hermione saw a few people and ran over, followed by her parents. Harry, Hagrid, Aiden, you're here too. Then she saw the crack on Harry's glasses. Why are your glasses always broken? Restore them to their original state. She pulled out her wand and restored Harry's glasses to their original shape. Hello, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger. Aiden greeted. Hello, you must be Aiden. Hermione told us about you. Mrs. Granger said gently. At this time, the Weasley family also gathered around. Oh, Harry, I finally found you. I was so worried about you. Molly gave Harry a hug. Great, everyone is finally here, Arthur suggested. He looked at Hermione's parents and asked, who are you? We are Hermione's parents, Mr. Granger introduced. Oh, that's great, are you from the Muggle world? You should have a nice drink later. Arthur excitedly shook hands with his relatives, and they hit it off immediately. Okay, how about we take Hermione to Gringotts to exchange galleons first, and then meet at the Leaky Cauldron? Mr. Granger suggested. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll exchange it for you directly at the official price. There is no upper limit on the exchange. Aiden suggested. It just so happens that I need some pounds. It's really troublesome to go and argue with those goblins. Oh, that's great news. I'll have to change some more. Mr. Granger joked. The group came to the alchemy shop in Diagon Alley in a mighty procession. Pwet's Alchemy Miracle Shop, you just write your name on it so openly. Arthur exclaimed. Ah, what else? The Bach family did the same thing. Besides, who would target an alchemist for no reason, except someone with a mental disorder? Aiden replied. Inside the store, customers coming and going squeezed the spacious space into a small one. Oh, it's actually run by goblins. Mr. Granger looked at the counter with interest. It's just the legacy of our ancestors. Mrs. Molly led the group with ease, it seemed that she had come here many times when she was a child. Aiden looked inside the counter and a familiar-looking goblin appeared before him. Griphook? Aren't you from Gringotts? Hey, Mr. Pruitt, I just came here to help. Griphook hesitated. But how could he hide his little thoughts from a hypnotist? Forget it, I'll just take a look. Gringotts, the contract, and Pruitt. My goodness, you goblins actually treat Gringotts as your private property. Aiden revealed the big news. No wonder. We clearly signed an operation contract with the goblin, and you would finish your work there and come here to work. Seeing Griphook's hopeless expression, Aiden quickly and accurately scanned his mind. Oh, Mr. Pruitt, what are you doing? Mr. Granger was a little confused. Dad, this is legilimency, a magic that reads minds, Hermione explained. Then both Mr. and Mrs. Granger took a step back. Don't worry, Mr. Granger, normally I only use this magic on my enemies. Oh, of course, business activities are bound to involve deception, and it wouldn't hurt to use it a little. Aiden curved his beautiful eyes, and his heterochromatic pupils were like two gems. Come on, we've wasted a lot of time. Arthur called. Griphook, take the proceeds to Uncle Arthur, Aiden ordered. Griphook took out a box and Arthur opened it slightly. The shining golden light inside dazzled Arthur. He immediately closed the box and looked around to be on guard. Maybe they'll have to go to Gringotts later, Aiden thought. After getting the money, Arthur became more confident. Children, go buy your respective school supplies first. As he said this, he took out galleons and distributed them to everyone, then Percy left with the little wizards. There is a group of adults left, and it is time to start their adult activities. Arthur enthusiastically took Mr. Granger all the way to the leaky cauldron. Hey, Tom, give us each a butterbeer, Arthur called. Then he pulled Mr. Granger aside and asked him questions. Mr. Granger, can that thing you call a telephone really communicate over a distance of thousands of miles? Of course, communications technology is much more advanced now than it was before, Mr. Granger replied. By the way, can you tell me about your wizard life? I'm very curious. The two grown men were chatting animatedly, and the two ladies beside them saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 82, Encounter and Magic Wand. In Diagon Alley, Percy led a group of people to buy school supplies. All right, students of the same grade should form teams and go shopping, Percy ordered. So the little wizards dispersed into groups. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Aiden came to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Last year's robes were too short, so we have to buy new ones this year, said Hermione. Harry and Ron nodded as well, but Ron looked at Aiden and said, Ahaha, Aiden, you haven't grown at all. After saying that, he raised his head confidently and made a gesture with his palms on top of his head. Well, indeed, a young wizard of this age. Aiden's thoughts were interrupted by the system. Ding, remember the life levels mentioned by the system before. So, my growth is slowing down. Ding, why else do you think Pruitt is chasing after dragon transformation? Aiden glanced at Ron and smacked his lips and said, Tisk, I'll saw you up sooner or later. Pushing the door and entering Madame Malkin's robe shop, two little witches were already waiting inside. Aiden. One of the witches waved at him, and Aiden looked closely and saw that it was Arthursi. Oh, Arthursi, long time no see. Aiden also greeted. That's right, we haven't seen each other for a long time since the treatment ended. Arthuri looked at Aiden resentfully. Ahem, well, let me introduce you. This is Harry Potter, my cousin Ron Weasley, and this is Hermione Granger. Aiden pulled the three over and introduced them. Hello, I'm Arthurshi, Arthurshi Greengrass. Arthurshi emphasized her last name, looking at Hermione warily. Hello. Oh, by the way, this is my sister, Daphne Greengrass. Sister, this is. No need to introduce them. I recognize them, the Savior, Weasley, and a Muggle wizard. Daphne had a haughty look on her face when she spoke of Muggles. Okay, Arthurshi, you've been asking to go find Aiden every day. Now that he is here, let him take you shopping. I have finished shopping and will wait for you at Florine Volkswagen ice cream shop. Daphne said. I'm not going to see him. I'm going to see his cat. Let me tell you, his cat can talk. Arthur said coquettishly. Dainif rolled her eyes, why don't you say his cat can do backflips? With permission, Arthur ran to Aiden and said to Dainif, okay. So the team of 4 became a team of 5. Okay, Ron, you take Harry and Hermione to buy other things, I'll go shopping with Arthurshi, and we'll meet at Flourish and Blotts later. Aiden said. Tisk. Harry and Hermione smacked their lips. Humph. Ron gave Aiden a disdainful look. Aiden pretended not to see anything and took Arthursi to go shopping. Aiden, where's your cat? Why don't you bring him here? Asked Arthursi. I left her at home. I brought her out because I was afraid she would say something nonsense. Aiden replied. How about you? How have you been these days? The straight guy started the awkward conversation. That's it. Besides, I wrote many letters to you before, but someone didn't even write back. Arthur she pouted. I'm busy now. As an apology, I'll treat you to ice cream after we finish shopping, Aiden begged. Then it's settled. Arthuri put her hands behind her back, bent down slightly and looked at Aiden. Then, Aiden took Arthuri to buy a crucible, a crystal medicine bottle, a telescope, and a brass scale. Finally the two came to the wand shop. Oh, Mr. Pruitt, you're here at last. Let me tell you, this new style. When Ollivander saw Aiden, he immediately went up to him and pulled him, his whole body full of enthusiasm. Okay, Mr. Ollivander, let's talk about new wands later. Can you please choose a wand for this lady first? Aiden made way for Arthurshi. Oh, a girl from the Greengrass family? Your family's honey-colored eyes are very recognizable. I think of your father, Ebony, dragon heartstrings, 10 inches. Ollivander said. Arthurshi stepped forward. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, your memory is still as good as ever. Well, let's get started, remember. Ollivander was about to speak. It's the wand that chooses the wizard. Aiden and Arthur smiled at each other. Good, try this one made of vinewood and dragon's heartstrings. Smart little witches like this one these days. An arms dealer is trying to sell his pink Ruger EC9S to a young witch. Arthur picked up the wand and waved it, and a flame rushed out. The long staff in Aiden's hand appeared, and a hexagonal crystal barrier wrapped around the flames, preventing the Greengrass family from bleeding profusely. Oh, what a beautiful long wand! Oh, no, this wand is not for you, ma'am. Ollivander first looked at the long staff in Aiden's hand with obsession, and then quickly replaced the wand for Arthurshi. Try this one, black walnut, unicorn hair. Bang! This, red oak, dragon nerve. With a crash, all the wand boxes around fell down. This. Bang bang bang! Ms. Greengrass, to be honest I have never seen such a picky little witch like you. Ollivander sighed. However, for the century-old reputation of the Ollivander family, I must find you a suitable wand today. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. I can ask Aiden to make a long staff for me later. At most I can just pay a little more money. Arthursi didn't care. Ollivander gave Aiden an accusing look. Hee, try again. The magic wand is still very important. To make a long wand, you need the casting data of your short wand. You can't collect it without the short wand. Aiden persuaded. Okay. Arthursi could only continue the test reluctantly. Finally, after a lot of chaos, Arthursi picked out the right wand. Applewood and phoenix tail feathers, what a strange combination! Ollivander exclaimed in amazement. Believe. A great achievement, isn't it? Arthuri interrupted Ollivander's spell. I've already told you everything. What else can I say? Or should I stay under the car? Ollivander gave him another accusing look. Aiden turned his head away, not daring to look at him. Arthurshi pulled out her purse, picked out 7 galleons and handed them to Ollivander. Ollivander held Aiden. Mr. Pruitt, now we can talk about our business. What is the matter with the alchemically modified staff mentioned in the letter you sent me? Ollivander pulled out a large roll of parchment that Aiden had sent him. Perthrow. Inner magic, Mr. Ollivander, just imagine, if we can put the process of casting spells in our minds, then the efficiency of casting spells in reality can be doubled. The hypnotist's voice seemed a little unreal, and at the same time he kept painting a rosy picture for the old man who had dedicated his life to making canes. Well, that's true, but how can you ensure that wizards who don't meet the standards can construct spells normally in the hazy illusion? Ollivander raised a new question. Training, Mr. Ollivander, I have constructed a stable location in Twilight Zone where wizards can enter and train. At the same time, I use the power within Nothas, to allow wizards to generate their own anchors in the Twilight Realm, so that they can still enjoy the benefits of mind acceleration after leaving my field. Aiden and Ollivander started discussing excitedly, while Arthurshi yawned. In the end, Aiden and Ollivander reached an agreement that Aiden would teach the wizards new magic, and wizards in need could come to Ollivander to buy the corresponding wands. So, what's the price? Aiden inquired. If I keep things simple, I can use wood to make ornaments, which will be very cheap. Also, since wood doesn't last long, it might be able to bring in some extra income for my wand shop. So based on the cost of mass production, my price is 3 galleons. Ollivander gave the answer. It is indeed an acceptable price. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Aidan and Ollivander smiled at each other, then left the wand shop with Arthurshi. Chapter 83. After buying their wands, Aidan and Arthurshi strolled along the winding cobblestone alleys. The galleons in Aidan's pocket jumped around excitedly, as if they couldn't wait and were scrambling to get out. So he bought 2 extra-large strawberry peanut butter popsicles. The two walked down the alley happily. Admire the dazzling window displays along the way while slurping on ice cream. When the two arrived at the door of the bookstore, they found that there was a large group of people gathered at the door, trying desperately to squeeze in. The banner on the glass window in front of the door explained this strange phenomenon very well. Gilderoy Lockhart to sign and sell copies of his autobiography, Amazing Me, today. Inside Flourish and Blott's bookstore, Mrs. Molly and her entire family were already waiting in the fancy decorated venue. And Aidan greeted and walked forward. Oh, Aidan, come quickly, this is the front row, you will be able to see Gilderoy Lockhart soon. Mrs. Molly clasped her hands together and placed them on her chin, like a young girl in love. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Gilderoy Lockhart. Suddenly a short wizard shouted. It's my pleasure. An elegant and handsome wizard came out. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, and Mrs. Molly blushed and covered her forehead. The witches around also blushed. Lockhart was a real young woman killer. Very fancy, isn't it? Suddenly a hand reached out from behind and held Aidan's shoulders. Aidan looked back and saw it was Edmund. Wow, how come our Master Lestrange condescended to attend the book signing event? Aidan raised his eyebrows at him. To prevent Master Pruitt from becoming the headline of today. After saying that, Edmund cast an disillusionment charm to cover the two of them. And, my classmates and I are going out for a while. Aidan said to Mrs. Molly. But she was so absorbed in the superstar's looks that she didn't notice that her nephew had gone invisible. Aidan followed Edmund all the way outside the store. Aidan, tell me the truth, what happened to Oliver? Edmund put away his playful expression and said seriously. What did you find? Aidan asked instead of answering directly. It's too abnormal. He invited me to Kingsport during the summer vacation, and then there was news that Kingsport was gone because of a dark wizard ritual, and Oliver had lost contact. Our last correspondence mentioned that he had invited you, and I wrote to Ethan to ask about it, but he knew nothing about it. Matters concerning him may touch upon the contract. You come and ask, and I'll see whether I should answer you based on the circumstances. Aidan looked into Edmund's eyes. Okay, first of all, are the dark wizard's rituals real? Edmund asked. Yes. The host of the ceremony is someone we know. Yes. Is it about Oliver? Yes. Oh my God, it must be his father. Edmund, who connected the clues together, got the answer. So, what about the object of the ceremony? Edmund looked at Aidan seriously. Does your family have any records about us and the other faction? Aidan suddenly asked an unrelated question. You mean the heart, the soul kind? Edmund was well informed. It seems you have seen it. Do you know about the silent man? You mean? Edmund reacted. Suddenly, a loud thunder fell from the sky and hit Aidan's forehead accurately. Tisk. Aidan opened his mouth and a puff of green smoke came out of it. Ah, someone was struck by lightning. Oh, are the two children okay? It seems that one of them was struck by lightning. Aidan took out his short staff, cast a cleansing spell on himself, and pulled Edmund into the blind spot of consciousness. At the same time, he waved his wand and used his ability to hypnotize the people around him, making them forget what they had seen. The contract has been triggered, but fortunately it's not too serious. Fortunately, Edmund, you are also an insider. Aidan said. Crazy, really crazy, how could someone be so crazy to contact? Edmund pulled his hair and continued. What about Oliver, is he still alive? Alive and temporarily living in my house. Dumbledore might find him an adoptive family. Aidan shrugged. Oh, it's really unpredictable. Edmund sighed. Ha, you're so unpredictable at such a young age. Aidan rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm going to go buy other things. Also, Lockhart is a packaged liar, don't get too close to him. Edmund reminded. Well, how did you know that? Aiden asked curiously. Son, Dad is very disappointed in you. Don't you even remember that you are in charge of the telecommunications business of our family? Also, we are the ones who handle the analysis and financial reports of the daily profit every year. Didn't I send you a detailed copy of it? Edmund was speechless. The piles of letters in the old Pruitt house also silently accused Aiden. No, you didn't tell me at all, and I was away with my family. You sent the letter to the old Pruitt house, so I didn't see it. Aiden blushed. No? It doesn't matter. Anyway, you know it now. I will inform you if there is any new news after school starts. Edmund waved as he walked. Oh, I didn't expect your summer vacation to be so colorful. Arthur said. Aiden. Arthur sighed, why are you here? Aiden was frightened. Aren't you wrapping me in a strange power? Arthur tilted her head. Ding, I guess she may have extraordinary adaptability to audience channels. Aiden, okay, you're awesome. Arthur smiled at Aiden, took his hand and pulled him into the bookstore. In the bookstore, Lockhart was pushing his way through the crowd, trying to capture the weak, pitiful and helpless Harry. Oh, look who this is, Harry Pot. Lockhart pronounced Harry's name so hard that the pronunciation changed. Then he grabbed Harry and pulled him into his arms. Smile wider, Harry, you'll be on the headlines with me. Lockhart laughed. Then the short wizard squeezed over and said, make way. This is for the daily profit. Then he pushed Ron down. Aiden subconsciously stepped forward to support Ron, but he also came out of the blind spot of consciousness. And Arthur She suddenly appeared at the same place. Danif walked over and grabbed Arthur She. Arthur gave Aiden a look that told him to wish him the best, and was taken away by Danif. Wow, look what I found. What a beautiful day. When Lockhart saw Aiden, his smile widened. Aiden. Then Lockhart dragged Harry to Aiden. Look, the famous magic genius, my junior who has also been awarded the Order of Merlin, Mr. Aiden Pruitt. He reached out for Aiden. Come on, let's take a photo of the three of us together. Aiden didn't make any move and let Lockhart pull him over. For a moment, Lockhart was smiling. This guy is really bold. No one has ever dared to pull the audience to his side. Aiden complained silently in his heart. Aiden then used hypnosis on Lockhart. Lockhart had a strange expression on his face, but he didn't feel anything unusual until the photo was sent out. The weird expression combined with his shining teeth finally made him the most eye-catching man in the whole audience. In the not-too-distant future, this photo was frozen on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Why, the picture looks like this. Lockhart growled at the tiny wizard. I have asked you again and again, isn't this the one you said okay? The short wizard was a little depressed. No, a painful roar came from the alley, startling a flock of birds in the dark night. Chapter 84. Gifts, Adoption and Fights. Back to the book signing event, after taking photos with Lockhart, he generously gave Aiden and Harry each a set of the biography. Mrs. Molly snatched the book from Harry's hands. Oh, Harry, let me get your book for you, maybe I can even get his autograph. Okay kids, go wait for me outside. After saying this, Mrs. Molly squeezed into the crowd. Aiden was ignored even though he was carrying the book. So, love will disappear, right? Ron looked at Aiden proudly, you have finally gotten what you deserved. Aiden threw the book to Ron expressionlessly, I'm giving it all to you. What? The surprise came so suddenly that Ron was stunned. Then what are you going to do? Stay away from others in class. Aiden waved and walked out. The others started to walk out as well, but Draco caught up. I guess you must be enjoying it, Potter. The famous Harry Potter will make headlines even when he visits a bookstore. Draco challenged. Ginny walked up and glared at Malfoy, stay away from him. Oh, that's great, you have a girlfriend. Malfoy smiled. So, he likes Harry, right? Aiden and Ron were arm in arm, and although Aiden could see Draco's jealousy, he didn't say it. Ron looked at Aiden in horror and said, him. Aiden raised an eyebrow at Ron. This was a cane hitting the ground, and the sound attracted everyone's attention. Come on, Draco, be nice. Lucius stepped forward, the aura of a wizard who had been in a high position for many years was extremely invasive. Mr. Potter, I'm Lucius Malfoy, we finally meet. The two shook hands. "Oh, look at this red hair, that's Weasley, and this girl, that's Miss Granger from the Muggle world. Potter and Aiden, you two are both from extraordinary backgrounds, please be careful when making friends, so as not to be dragged down." Lucius raised his head proudly. Arthur saw Lucius and hurried over, followed by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. "Okay, kids, let's go," Arthur said. "Oh my, look who this is, old Weasley, why aren't you busy with your tests? I hope the Ministry of Magic pays you overtime. Why do you have to do these things that bring disgrace upon wizards and be a lackey?" Arthur wanted to ignore Lucius, but Lucius took the initiative to provoke him. "Yes, Lucius. I'm afraid we disagree on the matter of reputation, but so does someone," Arthur replied with deadpan sarcasm. "Oh, really?" Lucius glanced at Mr. and Mrs. Granger. "Two muggles without magic powers, oh my god, who let these dirty and smelly guys in?" Ginny's cauldron went flying. With a metallic bang sound, Lucius demonstrated his unparalleled ability to fly backwards. Arthur lunged at Lucius and pushed him against the bookshelf, causing dozens of thick magic books to fall on their heads. "Beat him, Dad, come on, Dad!" The twins cheered on the side. "Stop, Arthur, stop!" Mrs. Molly, who got the autograph, saw her husband fighting and shouted loudly, but the two ignored her. "Aiden Pruitt, stop them both!" The annoyed Mrs. Molly spoke coldly. Aiden received the order, walked over, and picked up the two men, one in each hand. "Due to height issues, it is impossible to hang both of them on my shoulders. You can only carry it by hand, and it looks like you are carrying two large human-shaped suitcases." Aiden released the cradle to the two of them, to comfort them. The two gradually calmed down. "You two, fighting in a public place is disrespectful," Aiden said. "Humph." Lockhart rushed out with the short wizard. "Oh, did you take a picture of the fight between the two men just now?" "Yes sir." "Okay, remember to write to the Daily Prophet and tell him that two famous wizard family heads had a fight over my new book." Lockhart tugged at the bow at his collar and spoke confidently. Lucius was hit in the face by the crucible, and his right face was swollen. Originally, Lucius wanted to give the notebook to Ginny in order to avenge the Muggle Protection Act. But for some reason Aiden always stood in front of Ginny, making it impossible for Lucius to do anything. Seeing that the situation was impossible to be solved, but unwilling to keep this hot potato on hand, Lucius could only throw the notebook to Lockhart. "Take your crappy book. Draco, let's go." Lucius' tone of voice changed. Lucius limped with Draco and disappeared from everyone's sight. After purchasing the items, the group prepared to go home. At the door of the Leaky Cauldron, Arthur warmly invited the Granger family to take a ride in his charming treasure. "Won't this thing be discovered if it flies in the sky?" Mr. Granger asked curiously in the car. "No, I added my blood into the car body," Aiden answered calmly. "Blood?" Mrs. Granger's expression suddenly changed and she looked at Hermione worriedly. "Well, my nephew's skills are rather special. Wizards don't usually perform blood sacrifices," Arthur hurriedly explained, completely forgetting what happened in Kingsport some time ago. "Well, how is the inside of the car bigger than the outside?" Mr. Granger asked. "It's the traceless extension charm, Dad. The Ministry of Magic prohibits private use of this spell. However, Mr. Weasley is an employee of the Ministry of Magic, so he must have registered with the Ministry," Hermione introduced to her father happily. The Weasleys and Aiden shed a cold sweat. After sending the Grangers home, Arthur drove everyone back to the burrow. As night fell, the family enjoyed dinner in the kitchen of the burrow. Suddenly, a crisp cry was heard, and an old man slowly walked out of the flames. "Isn't it time for me to come?" Dumbledore asked. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore, you are so powerful. We are about to have dinner, would you like to join us?" Arthur invited. "Then I will respectfully obey your command." Dumbledore sat in Aiden's seat and stole the fried eggs that Mrs. Molly made for Aiden. Aiden clenched his fists. Helpless, Aiden could only find another place to sit. "Aiden, I have something to discuss with you." Dumbledore turned his head and said to Aiden while eating fried eggs. "What's wrong?" Aiden asked. "I have found a family willing to adopt Mr. Oliver," said Dumbledore. "When are you leaving?" Aiden asked. "Oh, you don't even ask who I am." Although you may be fooled by sweets sometimes, your judgment has never been wrong when it comes to knowing how to use people well. Haha, thank you so much for your trust. After saying this, Dumbledore quickly finished the food on his plate. See you at Hogwarts then. Goodbye, bye, Professor, come and play again, Professor Dumbledore. As everyone said their goodbyes, Dumbledore disappeared in the flames. After dinner, the family sat lazily in the living room. Aiden took out the ring wand he had made earlier from the box and distributed it to everyone in the Weasley family. Uncle, Aunt, do you remember the magic I gave you before? Aiden said. Remember? Arthur said seriously. Now you can start practicing with this ring. Uncle and Aunt, you can study on your own. I will recruit the others into the duel association when school starts. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Arthur said. Oh, we're family, why be polite? Aiden waved his hand and went upstairs. Chapter 85, Departure, Speed and Loopholes. It took a lot of time to set off in the morning. As soon as the crow alarm clock sounded, everyone got up. But they seemed to have a great deal to do, and Mrs. Molly was busy looking for spare stockings and quills. Arthur was walking through the gardens to help Ginny get her luggage into the car when he tripped over a stray chicken and nearly broke his neck. The others were half dry and half dressed, and Aiden and Harry kept bumping into each other on the stairs with half-eaten pieces of toast. Haha, Aunt, please let me sleep for a while. I'll go back to school from Hogsmeade. Aiden stretched and yawned, his heterochromatic pupils exuding a lazy aura. The whole person is in a daze, just like a big cat acting coquettishly to you. No, you have to follow the train to school. Hurry up and get moving. Mrs. Molly tapped Aiden's forehead. The family arrived at the station at 10:49, thanks to Aiden's abuse of the untraceable extension charm. The Weasley family's luggage was not complicated. Each person carried a small suitcase, which was quite similar to the way ordinary people travel. Come on, Percy and Aiden, you go first, Mrs. Molly commanded. Percy pulled Aiden, who was still half asleep, into the platform. Then she rushed into the platform, dragging Arthur and Ginny with her, and the twins followed. Unfortunately, Harry and Ron, who were walking at the end, bumped into the brick wall hard, attracting the attention of people around them. Why can't we get through? Harry asked in a low voice. I don't know, Ron replied. The clock struck 11 on the platform and the Hogwarts Express officially departed. What should we do? Maybe we should wait by the car. Harry looked at Ron. Car. The two ran back to the car and started it. Fortunately, the car was under a confusion spell cast by Aiden's blood, and the car flying in the air did not attract the attention of London citizens. On the Hogwarts Express, Percy found an empty carriage and threw Aiden in. You can rest here by yourself. I have something to discuss with the Ravenclaw prefect. Percy left when he saw Aiden didn't respond. In a daze, Aiden felt someone tickling his nose. Opening his eyes, Aiden saw a familiar face. Hush, Arthursi. Aiden's voice was long. And Arthurshi, who was holding the feather pen, also smiled knowingly because she saw something beautiful. Arthur sat down next to Aiden, helped Aiden lie down, let Aiden rest his head on her legs, and gently covered Aiden's eyes with her palms. The sunlight shines through the window, and the gold and silver colors are intertwined to form a beautiful picture. The drive shaft and wheels collided regularly, and with the occasional honking of horns, the air was filled with harmony and tranquility. Unfortunately, this peace was soon broken. Aiden, have you ever? Hermione walked in and saw the two of them. She was stunned for a moment and took 2 steps back. But thinking of his 2 sons' whereabouts unknown, he rushed in anyway. Aiden, Ron, and Harry are missing. I searched every carriage but couldn't find them. Hermione was a little anxious. Aiden, who finally came out of his chaotic state, thought of his cousin. Aiden's eyes suddenly widened and he came to his senses. Oh no, staying up late has ruined things. Aiden slapped his forehead. Later, Aiden felt the runes he had carved approaching outside the window. Looking out the window, Ron and Harry's excited faces appeared before my eyes. Ron even raised his head proudly towards Hermione. Look, Mom, Hermione, we've made it. Aiden could read the smugness in Ron through the window and from a distance of 100 meters. Well, these 2 unlucky kids got what they deserved, Aiden complained. Then Ron stepped on the accelerator, and the Ford Anglia quickly overtook the Hogwarts Express. They. Hermione was so angry that she couldn't speak. Think of something nice, Hermione, at least they won't be late. Aiden used soothing to prevent Hermione from exploding. After a while, Hermione calmed down and ran out of the carriage. Whether they are really okay or not, Mr. Weasley may be held accountable by the Ministry of Magic, said Arthur. Wow, I didn't expect Miss Greengrass to have a deep understanding of the law. Aiden laughed. Arthur patted Aiden, and then Aiden put away his playful look and said, I have to admire my uncle for this, he is very secretive about the loopholes he reserves. Even if it is exposed now, it is difficult to modify it. Aiden said mysteriously. Tell me more. Arthur came over with a gossipy look on his face. In short, my uncle made a law to prohibit the misuse of Muggle items, which prohibited wizards from owning Muggle items in the form of articles. However, the Hogwarts Express has been in use for a long time, so a supplementary clause was inserted into the legislation to allow magically modified vehicles to be used. Aiden paused, took out a bottle of lemon juice to moisten his throat, and then continued. Not only that, the word own itself is a huge loophole if you want to use Muggle items. We can separate the ownership and use rights of an item in the form of a contract. This way, when we face the Ministry of Magic's accountability, we can use the contract as evidence to prove that we have never possessed Muggle items. Aiden elaborated in detail on the various loopholes that Arthur left in the law. Arthur also wrote these down carefully. Aiden didn't take it seriously at first, but the future gave Aiden a big surprise. Time passed with the sound of the train whistle, and the sky suddenly darkened. On the other side, Ron and Harry, driving a flying car, arrived at Hogwarts first. Originally, the car, which had been fully upgraded by Aiden and Arthur, should not have been damaged to the point of being unable to fly. But Ron, who was too proud, couldn't help but show off his skills to Harry. Welcome home, let me show you a trick, Ron said to Harry. Then he stepped on the clutch and moved the gearshift handle, preparing to perform a downshift brake for Harry. As expected, the accident happened. Because when Aiden designed the Ford Anglia, he had not considered that someone would use the gearshift for braking. Therefore, all the runes engraved on the gears are acceleration runes. Ron gently turned the gear, ready for a handsome one, but he didn't expect to pull a big one. The Ford Anglia suddenly accelerated and crashed into the Whomping Willow before it could avoid it. The violent impact broke Ron's wand. The Whomping Willow angrily lashed at the Ford Anglia, but the protective runes on the body of the car lit up. The branch that the Whomping Willow hit broke instead, and all the branches of the Whomping Willow began to tremble in anger. Then the trunk of the willow swung and threw the Ford Anglia to the ground. Oh, my wand broke, I didn't think it could get any worse than that. Ron held up the broken legendary Weasley wand. Then they were both thrown out of the Ford Anglia and all the luggage in the trunk was vomited out. The Ford Anglia started up on its own and soon disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 86. Arrival, Division. The moonlight is like water, falling quietly, and the stars in the night sky appear brighter against its backdrop. The gentle evening breeze blows across your cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. On this quiet night, everything seems to be immersed in the soft moonlight, appearing exceptionally peaceful and beautiful. The Hogwarts Express slowly pulled into the station on this beautiful and quiet night. Arthur, wearing an exquisite wizard robe, walked down from the train. Her long golden hair was as bright as the sunshine, falling softly on her shoulders, occasionally fluttering gently in the breeze. The honey-colored eyes sparkled with a warm light, revealing intelligence and curiosity, making people unable to help but look at them a few more times. Her fair and delicate skin forms a sharp contrast with her golden hair, making her look even more radiant. First-year students, please gather here. The tall Hagrid in the distance gathered the little wizards with his rough voice. Okay, Aiden, I'm going to gather over there. See you at the college later. Arthur ran away. Aiden didn't even have time to say goodbye to him. We followed the path to the woods near the station, where there were many carriages waiting for the returning little wizards. The ones pulling the cart were the Thestrals, and Aiden, who had witnessed death before, could naturally see them. These fascinating creatures have dragon-like heads and well-defined bones, which makes them look majestic and solemn. Its body is similar to that of a horse, but taller and stronger, and its skinny body reveals a strange beauty. Aiden gently stroked the Thestral's neck, and the Thestral rubbed against Aiden affectionately. At this time Hermione and Neville also came over. "What are you touching, Aiden?" Hermione asked curiously. "I think it's the thestrals." Granny said only people who have witnessed death can see them, Neville explained. The word death made Hermione frown, but she said nothing. Sitting on the carriage, from the perspective of Hermione and Neville, the carriage started by itself and flew into the sky. The carriage flew very steadily, but Aiden felt inexplicably uncomfortable riding in the carriage. After a while, the carriage landed smoothly in front of the gate of Hogwarts. After passing through the door and coming to the corridor, which was surrounded by the luggage of the little wizards, Aiden let Rada out. It must have been tough on her to be locked in a cage on the train. Arriving at the hall, the little wizards gathered in twos and threes to discuss the interesting things that happened during the summer vacation. "Aiden." Ethan greeted Aiden. Aiden walked over and sat down next to them. "Oliver, have you settled in?" Aiden asked casually, not daring to push too hard in order not to touch upon Oliver's sorrow. "Oh, yes, thank you for taking me in during this time. Mr. Diggory has been very kind to me. You don't have to worry about me." After saying that, Oliver fell silent again. Ethan on the side winked at Aiden frantically, wanting to know what was going on. Edmund, who already knew the situation, glanced at Ethan and signaled him to be quiet. The four of them attended the opening dinner in this strange atmosphere. As the door of the auditorium opened, Professor McGonagall led the little wizards in. "Unconsciously, I have become a veteran." Aiden sighed as he looked at these new wizards. "Attention, the little wizards whose names are called out below, please come up to be sorted." Professor McGonagall held up the scroll and began to call out names. April Anderson. Hufflepuff. Arthur She Greengrass. Arthur She walked up to the stage and put on her hat. "Oh, another Greengrass, well, let the hat see." The sorting hat made an old sound, and then it suggested. "Oh, that's quite adventurous. Why don't you try Gryffindor?" "No, this is really not possible. My father will kill me," said Arthuri. "Well, then there's only one place to go. Slytherin." The sorting hat announced the result. There was applause from the Slytherin table, and Arthur She ran to Danifer, making a face at Aiden who was looking at her. Aiden rolled up his hair and smiled back at her. For a moment, Arthur She was stunned by her beauty and she lowered her head shyly. Daphne, noticing her sister's abnormality, asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, no, I was just so excited about being sorted into Slytherin," Arthuri covered up. "It's okay. Just adapt slowly and you'll find that this is the best academy." Daphne comforted her sister. "The branching is still going on. Luna Lovegood. Ravenclaw." There was warm applause from the Ravenclaw table. Aiden looked over, wanting to see the girl who was the dream of so many boys. Hiss, the speed of thought change is so fast. For a moment, Aiden was blinded by the light of emotions. From Aiden's perspective, this is a shining disco ball. Luna came to the long table and suddenly asked when she passed Aiden. "Were you watching my harassment just now, senior?" "What?" Aiden plays dumb and uses the audience's abilities to perfectly portray the doubt and confusion. "Oh, that's such a pity." Luna skipped away. "SHH, this child has a very high sensory ability. She can spot us even though we are so far away. Ding, it is speculated that this girl may be able to observe the sea of consciousness to a certain extent. The host is just a child, so don't act old-fashioned. Hey, system, you usually keep silent, but if you speak, you will definitely scold me, right?" Ding, hi. With Colin Creevey being sorted into Gryffindor, the dinner officially began. As usual, the school rules were read out and the dinner began. Aiden had been hungry on the train for a whole day. He was in a hurry to leave in the morning and only brought some drinks with him, but those drinks were not enough to fill him up. Then, the other young wizards of Ravenclaw watched Aiden Long perform a dragon-eating show for them at the long table. Thanks to Aiden's improved physical fitness, his body now shows some extraordinary tendencies. Chew the chicken leg bones and swallow them directly, and take 2 bites of the steak and swallow it directly. Amazing, fierce, she looks so cute, but she eats so fiercely. Seeing this, the little wizards around also started discussing it. "Aiden, how long has it been since you last had a meal?" Edmund complained. "All day, haven't eaten since morning." Aiden shook his head. Aren't there snacks for sale on the bus? Why didn't you buy any? Ethan asked. No, I stayed up late last night making props and overslept. Aiden explained. After they had eaten, the kitchen served desserts to the little wizards. Burp, I'm full. Aiden burped and lost interest in the dessert on the table. Then Dumbledore stood up and said, finally, let us sing the Hogwarts school song together. Everyone can sing their favorite tune. Then, Aiden showed a bright smile, which, combined with his delicate face, dazzled many people. He reached into the pocket of his robe with his right hand, took out a monocle, and put it on his right eye. This is the result of Aiden's late-night work. This monocle is engraved with Algais, Gibo, and Anses. It can be used as an amplifier of Aiden's abilities, thus expanding the range of his abilities. At the same time, Aiden also gave him the functions of recording, communication, and closing his 5 senses. Although there is no available communication object at present, and this thing is a one-way information transmission and does not support interaction. Why add the function of closing the 5 senses? Just like now, Aiden successfully blocked his hearing before the singing mixed with strange accents reached his ears. Great! I finally escaped a disaster. I started planning this prop last year. All my hard work has paid off. After seeing that the people around him stopped opening their mouths, Aiden lifted the closure. The dinner ended and everyone slowly dispersed. Just as Aiden was about to go back to the dormitory to rest, Dumbledore stopped him. Chapter 87. Penalties and Hearings. Dumbledore was followed by Professor McGonagall, and they took Aiden to Snape's office. You were almost seen by Muggles. Do you know what the consequences would be if Muggles saw us? Our world would be exposed. Snape's roar came from the general office. I promise you, if you were Slytherin students and I had the power to decide whether you stayed or went, you would have been sent home tonight. I'm afraid not. Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor, isn't she? Dumbledore pushed the door open. Principal, these 2 children. Teacher S.I. was about to complain. Professor, they violated the school rules, and the performance of that car is absolutely up to standard, and our world is safe, right? Aiden interrupted him. Ravenclaw interrupted the professor, deduct 10 points. Snape directly chose to deduct points. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were ashamed, but fortunately school had not started yet. Also, Aiden Pruitt, what are you doing here? Do you think potions is too easy? Snape gave Aiden a death stare. Well, that car was built by this kid, and now the car seems to be having a temper tantrum. We'll need him to get it back later. Dumbledore spread his hands to indicate that he was the only one who could do it. Professor McGonagall looked at Aiden as if he were a monster. Humph. Snape stopped talking, turned, and left the office. Professor, are you going to expel us? Ron said dejectedly. Not today, Mr. Weasley, but... Then, Professor McGonagall severely criticized the 2 of them and punished them with detention for an entire semester. Professor, the semester hadn't started yet when we drove away, so Gryffindor shouldn't have been penalized for us, right? Before leaving, Harry looked at McGonagall anxiously. Professor McGonagall glared at him sternly, with the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Well, Mr. Pruitt, it's our turn now. Professor McGonagall will take you into the Forbidden Forest to deal with the car. And I have to go to the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore winked at Aiden and turned away. Let's go, Mr. Pruitt. Professor McGonagall said seriously. But this seriousness disappeared after leaving the castle, and she asked with a little curiosity. Mr. Pruitt, may I ask how you were able to give that car its own mind? Professor, haven't you already given your transformed creations independent thinking? Aiden was a little confused. Yes, but the mind transfer achieved by transfiguration is only temporary, Professor McGonagall explained. Well, I'll explain it to you in detail when we catch the car, Aiden suggested. Okay. The 2 men entered the Forbidden Forest while discussing. In the Forbidden Forest, a mad Ford Anglia was violently ramming into a tree. The runes engraved on the car body were emitting a little fluorescence, and with the blessing of magic, the car was not deformed by the impact. When the car saw Aiden appear, it stopped running wildly and gradually calmed down. Aiden raised his right hand, and a long staff appeared. Nice staff, Aiden, Professor McGonagall praised. Thank you, Professor. Quickly imprison him. As the magic was released, the Fort Anglia stopped where it was. "Professor, let me show you." Aiden touched it gently with his long staff, and the memory of Arthur and his children playing together slowly emerged on the body of the car. "This is the memory of old Mr. Weasley." "Yes, Professor, in my uncle's and my research, after a creature's memory is extracted, its own memory will not disappear. So we stored happy memories in the car body and injected magic into it to nourish it, and finally the car gave birth to thoughts." "Yes, our thoughts are made up of memories." Professor McGonagall fell into deep thought. "So, Professor, how do you give creatures thoughts during transformation?" Aiden asked. Of course we naturally mobilize the power of our minds during the transformation process. Transfiguration is closer to the soul than any other magic, and the ability to change freely is itself a reflection of the human soul." "Indeed, thank you for your teachings," Aiden said. "Okay, let's leave the car here for now. Someone will come and take it away tomorrow." Professor McGonagall reinforced the spell that imprisoned the car. The two left the Forbidden Forest. The next day, Dumbledore took Aiden to the familiar old place, the Wizengamot. This is both the Ministry of Magic's Parliament and the Ministry of Magic's Court. Today's hearing will be held in the Wizengamot. The difference from the last time I came here is that the Masters were not invited to participate. The panel was composed of officials from the Ministry of Magic, but unfortunately, Fudge was incompetent and did not have the ability to control everyone. Otherwise, what awaits Aiden today is a penalty notice rather than a simple hearing. Cornelius Fudge sat in the middle, dressed in a robe, surrounded by the council. Arthur was already sitting in the middle, giving Aiden an awkward smile. Mrs. Molly glared at the two of them, while Malfoy sat in the audience with a smug smile on his face. After Aiden took his seat, Fudge banged the hammer. "Well, we are gathered here today for the hearing on the misuse of Muggle objects by Mr. Arthur Weasley and Mr. Aiden Pruitt." Dolores Umbridge then tactfully handed Fudge a glass of water. Then she spoke for him in a sweet tone, "Well, let's start the meeting." Umbridge looked at Arthur and asked him. "First, Mr. Weasley, do you admit to misusing a Muggle object?" Umbridge gave Lucius a sweet smile. "No, have you forgotten that the Hogwarts Express is also a Muggle item? So when we made the law we excluded magically modified Muggle vehicles from Muggle items. So technically my car isn't a Muggle item." Arthur was at ease and not afraid of Umbridge at all. "Oh, that means you deliberately left loopholes in the legislation." Umbridge continued. "How is that possible? I was only responsible for submitting the draft. Wasn't it the Ministry of Magic that reviewed and approved it? And it also has Minister Fudge's signature on it." Arthur calmly dragged Fudge into the water. "Well, Assistant Umbridge, please do not mention irrelevant matters in the court." Fudge's eyes were evasive. "Oh, your will, Minister." Umbridge saw that Arthur was really difficult to deal with, so she changed her mind and set her sights on another person. "Oh, look at this handsome little face, you must be the rising star in the wizarding world, Mr. Aiden Pruitt." There was a glimmer of malice in Umbridge's eyes, and then she smiled sweetly. "But how could this be hidden from a Sequence 6 hypnotist? Mr. Pruitt, there are rumors that you were also involved in the modification of this car. May I ask if you have violated the Ministry of Magic's ban on casting spells?" "Of course not, ma'am. If you don't believe me, you can test my wand. The longest retroactive effect of the flashback charm is 3 months." As he spoke, Aiden raised his wand and looked at everyone with a harmless expression. "Are you sure? If you lie, you will be severely punished, and I will also ask the Ministry of Magic to take away the Pruitt mansion." "Tisk, this woman." Aiden was a little impatient. Then Aiden glanced at her gently, and an invisible force brushed over Umbridge. "First, torture him with instruments of torture, and then take away his property. Pruitt's assets are so tempting." Umbridge revealed her inner darkness to everyone. Aiden immediately pretended to be pitiful and used his ability to magnify the sympathy of those around him. "Uncle, I'm so scared. She's going to torture me and confiscate my home. Will I have to beg on the street?" Arthur reacted and immediately cooperated with Aiden. "No kid, we will continue to raise you and we will protect you." Arthur pulled Aiden into his arms, patting his back gently while looking around with an accusing look. "Oh, so pitiful, there's no need to target orphans and widows, Weasley has gotten into such a mess, doesn't Malfoy want to let them go?" In an instant, the direction of public opinion began to change, and reporters from the Daily Prophet captured the scene. The jury also began to lean towards it. Chapter 88. Results, Roaring Letter. Fudge saw that the situation was not good, knocked the hammer, and began to protect his right-hand man. "Well, Assistant Umbridge, you've been working so late that you've lost your mind. Why are you talking nonsense? Let me host it." Fudge dismissed his attendants and walked down with his huge belly. "Mr. Weasley, please don't be so evasive. I want to ask you, was this car modified when it was handed over to you?" Fudge stared at Arthur as if to oppress him. "No, Mr. Minister," Arthur replied. "Then, can I assume that you once possessed Muggle items? At least before you got this car and modified it, you were illegally in possession of Muggle items." Fudge used his killer move. "Oh, of course not, Mr. Minister. Please allow me to show you this contract. It clearly states that I only paid a Muggle to rent this car. It does not belong to me." Arthur raised an eyebrow at Fudge proudly, and Fudge was caught off guard by this evidence. He shouted angrily, "Liar, this is fake. We wizards can forge 10,000 copies at any time. I want to check this contract." Fudge thought that after receiving the contract, he would simply destroy it on the grounds that the intern did not keep it properly. Aiden couldn't stand this disgusting atmosphere anymore and decided to end this farce as soon as possible. The corner of his mouth curved up, he took out his monocle and put it on, the reflection from the glasses piercing Fudge's eyes. Fudge was successfully hypnotized, and then Aiden turned on the recording function. The next moment, Fudge blurted out what he was thinking. "Damn Weasley, damn Pruitt, can't you just spit out the money?" Aiden's hand brushed across the frame and the recording ended. Fudge's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the jury had completely turned to Aiden. Seeing this, Aiden tugged at Arthur's clothes, and Arthur immediately understood and stood up and said, "Gentlemen of the jury, if you still have a sense of justice, please give me a fair judgment." Then everyone on the jury shouted, "Not guilty, not guilty." Someone even took off his hat and threw it at Fudge, who had no choice but to flee in panic. Just like that, an absurd hearing came to an end. In the afternoon, Aiden, who had just returned to school, caught up with a herbal medicine class. Professor Sprout walked in angrily, and it took her a while to calm down. "Okay, students, stop wasting time and start the class. Today I'm going to teach you how to repot a mandrake." Professor Sprout took out the earmuffs and distributed them to everyone. "I don't know who made Professor Sprout, who has the best temper, so angry," Ethan said. "I roughly know who it is. I heard from the seniors in Slytherin that Lockhart went to help Professor Sprout treat the Whomping Willow this morning." Edmund came over and said stealthily. "Ahem." Aiden was originally absorbed in eating melon, but when he looked up, he found that Professor Slaughter was staring at him. Several people quickly lowered their heads and stopped communicating. After class, Aiden prepared to go to the room of requirement to practice magic, but a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. "Oliver, what's wrong?" Aiden was confused. "Aiden, are you going to practice magic? Can you take me with you?" Oliver said. "Of course, let's go." So the two of them went to the room of requests together. "So you used to practice spells here?" Oliver said. Seeing the once energetic boy in front of him become so silent and taciturn, Aiden was filled with emotion. "Aiden, so, you want to improve your combat skills?" "Oliver, yes." Oliver pulled out his staff and fired a spell at Aiden. Red light flew towards Aiden, and he pulled out his staff slowly. A hexagonal crystal barrier appeared before his eyes, and the spell hit the barrier and dissipated without a trace. "Come on, Aiden, I want to see the gap between you and me," Oliver shouted. "As you wish." Aiden moved the long staff in his hand and 4 beams of light flew out. The beam of light cut through the air, turned in the air, and surrounded Oliver from 4 sides. Oliver waved his wand, blocking one of them. The remaining 3 hit him at different places on his body, and Oliver was knocked to the ground. Seeing that he had no intention of getting up again, Aiden walked over. "Aiden, you mentioned the legendary resurrection stone." Oliver looked at the ceiling. "Alas, this is a knot in my heart." Aiden could tell at a glance what was happening to Oliver, who was lying on the ground. "Are you sure you want to go look for those things?" Aiden looked at the boy in front of him seriously. Yes, Oliver replied firmly. What if the legendary resurrection stone can't fulfill your wishes? Will you follow your father's example? Aiden said. Absolutely not. I will not use such despicable methods to achieve my goals. Okay, I can tell you that according to our family's records, the last record of the Paviral family is that they integrated into the wizarding family of the British wizarding world, so the Deathly Hallows are most likely circulating in this land. Thank you. Aiden picked out some information and told Oliver, then turned and left the room of requirement. Ding, is it really okay to give him false hope? People always have to have some goals in life, even if they are fake, at least they can keep them from getting lost. Didn't you see his magic power change last time in the deep world? Aiden clenched the gem in his hand and continued. If one day, it really comes to the point where nothing can be done, let me. Just let you do what? Edmund just came out from the corner. Well, just let me pay the compensation. You know I was summoned to a hearing. Aiden sighed and changed the subject very smoothly. Minister Fudge threatened me to my face and asked me to spit out the galleons. By the way, have you sent out the video I gave you earlier? Of course, this kind of stereoscopic imaging technology is a huge revolution. Are you sure you want to leave it to our family to handle? Edmund looked around cautiously. Of course, but if one day I need it, your family needs to help me with all their strength for once. Aiden said. I don't care anyway. My old man has already agreed, so it's fine. Edmund waved his hand casually. While they were talking, the two had already walked into the auditorium. In the hall, everyone was enjoying lunch and Ron was using spello tape to repair his wand. Didn't you say Aiden gave you a ring wand? Why are you still using this? Harry asked. You need to learn how to cast spells. I haven't read any of the books Aiden gave me yet. Ron said frustratedly. Suddenly an owl flew over from the sky and fell into the bowl full of cereal. It's Errol. Ron unhooked a letter from the owl. Hey, look, Ron got a howler. Seamus, who was eager to watch the fun, shouted. Ron opened the letter, and soon a big mouth appeared in front of him. Stole the car, I wouldn't be surprised if they kicked you out. If I catch you, you'll be in trouble. I don't think you've ever thought about how worried your parents will be when they find out the car is missing. Mrs. Molly's voice was amplified at least 100 times more than usual, howling in the air. The plates and spoons on the table bounced up and down, and the sound that bounced off the stone walls was deafening. It is a disgrace to the family. Your father and brother have even been questioned by the Ministry of Magic because of this. This is all your fault. If you take another wrong step, we will take you home immediately. Ron gasped at the roaring letter, a few people laughed, and then there was a murmur of discussion in the hall. Hermione closed Walking with Vampires and looked down at Ron. I didn't expect you to see this, Ron, but you. Don't tell me I deserved it, Ron retorted. Just like that, the first day of school ended in Ron's deafening silence. Chapter 89. Week 1 in Dark Arts Disaster Class. The Daily Prophet has been updated, and stereoscopic projection technology has allowed Minister Fudge's ugly appearance to be spread everywhere. In addition, after receiving the benefits, the Lestrange family used all kinds of fancy words for this report, and occasionally explored the beauty of language in the details. Thus, Fudge's successful operation turned into the Ministry of Magic preparing to take action against the wizarding family. Many neutral families stopped watching the show and started to form their own groups. However, his plan to win over the purebloods failed, and he was caught in a public opinion crisis due to the hearing scandal. This dealt a heavy blow to Mr. Fudge's already low approval rating, and at the same time he was too busy to bother anyone else. But the turmoil in the outside world cannot affect life on campus. Let's just say that guy was a disaster. Professor Flitwick swung his fist as if to strike someone in the face. It seems that you, Dean, have also suffered greatly from this. Aiden raised his eyebrows. Professor Flitwick shook his fist at Aiden. Okay, I didn't call you here today for this. I'm planning to open the Dual Association to senior students, and I want to ask for your opinion. Sure, letting wizards of different ages join will allow for wider communication, but Professor, I also have a request. Students with bad morals cannot be selected. Aiden looked at Professor Flitwick seriously. Of course can. Then Professor Flitwick held out his hand to Aiden. What's wrong? Aiden was puzzled. An invitation, said Professor Flitwick. Don't you have it? Aiden was confused. I don't have enough. Professor Flitwick rolled his eyes. That's a lot. Aiden took out a stack of invitations and handed them to Professor Flitwick. Hee, you'll know at the next activity. Professor Flitwick pretended to be mysterious. Aiden then left the office. As we entered the second year, the difficulty of the Transfiguration course increased. By the time Aiden arrived at the classroom, most of the empty seats were occupied. Aiden looked around and found that Edmund, Ethan, and Oliver didn't save a seat for him. Humph, you three are such bad boys. Aiden glared at them. So Aiden walked to the Gryffindor gathering area and squeezed Ron in. Ron, hey, Aiden, this is the spot I reserved for Dean. Well, just pity your unwanted brother, my dear brother. Aiden blinked and pretended to be embarrassed. Ha! Harry on the side was amused. Just at this moment Dean Thomas walked in, saw that there was no seat for him, and gave Ron a look that said you're done. Ron, why is it always me who gets hurt? Professor McGonagall came in. Classmates, welcome to the second-year class. In this class, let's review our past knowledge. Professor McGonagall took out a beetle and asked the little wizards to make it into buttons. Ron pulled out his taped wand and cast a spell at the beetle. Then, the beetle was crushed into pieces by the wonderful magic. Aiden. Didn't I give you a new wand? Aiden asked. I haven't read the book you gave me yet. Ron blushed. Well, when the association's activities begin, I will teach you personally. Be prepared, my dear brother. Aiden gave Ron a smile that frightened him. Professor McGonagall noticed their situation and walked over, looking at the crushed beetle. She said, Mr. Weasley, I suggest you get a different wand. Then she used a spell to clean up the beetle remains. After a whole summer vacation, the young wizard's spell skills have more or less regressed, and many of them can't even perform a complete transformation. Professor McGonagall was not angry, she just assigned a 6-inch paper to the little wizards after class. Wednesday came quickly, and the second-year wizards of Ravenclaw finally had to face the defense against the dark arts course. The young wizards, who had already heard about the trouble Lockhart had caused on Monday, had given up hope in him. As the class began, a peacock dressed in fancy clothes walked in with an elegant catwalk. Hello, little wizards, this is me, he said, pointing at the poster and winking. Gilderoy Lockhart, winner of the 3rd level Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award for 5 consecutive times, will bring you unparalleled defense against the dark arts. Then he showed his shining teeth. Okay, as the first class, let's do a class test. Lockhart distributed the test papers. Aiden took the paper and looked at it. It read, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest wish? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement? Most of them are questions of this type, totaling 3 large sheets of paper. Aiden rolled his eyes, used psychological invisibility directly, and took out other books to read. After the test, the young wizard from Ravenclaw still gave the old senior some face. Oh, yes, there are still many people who read my book. Lockhart was very proud. Okay, now it's time for the practical part. Come, let me show you the dangerous dark creature, the Grindylow monster. But don't worry, we are on the shore, the water monster can't exert much combat power. Lockhart once again showed his white teeth to the little wizards. But, Professor, isn't this what we teach in 3rd grade? Good boy Ethan raised his hand and asked. 3rd years, aren't you? Lockhart looked confused. Oh, well, I mean, learning about the future in advance will help you grow. So let's get started. Lockhart pulled back the dust sheet from the cage, revealing a sickly green creature with pointy little horns. It was grimacing and flexing its long, thin claws. Come on, I'll teach you how to deal with it. Lockhart opened the cage. At this moment, the red light in the cage attracted Aiden's attention. It was murderous. This Grindylow monster was not completely dehydrated. It was conserving its strength. Lockhart was careless. Aiden tried to raise his hands, but it was too late. The Grindylow leaped straight out of the cage and bit Lockhart on the thigh. Blood instantly splattered on the ground, and all the little wizards in the classroom were stunned. Lockhart fainted immediately. Then, Screams and commotion filled Aiden's ears. Quiet! Aiden stood up and released the shock. All the little wizards were suppressed on the spot, and then Aiden released chaos on the Grindylow monster, causing it to faint. Edmund, Ethan, go inform the dean. Oliver, come with me to take Lockhart to the hospital wing. Aiden ordered. Everyone else, get out of class is dismissed. Aiden's voice was like heavenly music. What child would not want to get out of class early? In an instant, the little wizard disappeared. Chapter 90. Second Grade Association Activities. Oliver and Aiden dragged Lockhart all the way to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey took Lockhart over. How did it come to this? Did he teach you powerful dark magic? I was bitten by a Grindylow monster. Aiden shrugged. What? Isn't that thing only found in water? Did some naughty little wizard go to the Black Lake and fish the monster out? Madame Pomfrey was puzzled. Maybe that naughty little wizard is him. Aiden pouted at Lockhart. Oh, okay. I'll inform the vice principal about this. After saying that, Madame Pomfrey began to chase people away. Time passed, and soon it was Thursday night. Aiden crawled into his beloved little bed and prepared to go to the duel room. Close your eyes and come to the pure white duel room again. As soon as I came in, I saw a large group of people standing there. Oh, Aiden, there you are, Professor Flitwick shouted. Well, Professor, so many people have joined. Aiden looked around and found many familiar faces. Of course, this shows that my reputation is still very useful. Professor Flitwick smiled. Then two people, a man and a woman, wearing green wizard robes came forward. Gemma Farley, Terence Higgs. They reached out their hands to Aiden, who returned each one. I hope we don't have to duel in the Slytherin dormitory again. Aiden raised an eyebrow. Of course. All right, kids, come around. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands. Tonight, I will teach you one of the most important points in a duel defense. Professor Flitwick's voice echoed in the illusion, and every word was clearly heard by the students. He demonstrated a basic defensive spell, and circles of silver light burst out from the tip of his wand. These circles spun and spread in the air, forming an indestructible barrier. Do you see this halo? This is your first line of defense and the starting point of your counterattack. You must learn to find your opponent's weaknesses while protecting yourself. Professor Flitwick looked at the little wizards around him and put on a sly smile. Then I need a little wizard to work with me. After saying that, Professor Flitwick raised an eyebrow at Aiden. Hey, it's a pity that this is not the real world, otherwise I would let the old dean know what the magic Gatling is today. Aiden was about to get up when the system spoke. Ding, my poor host, didn't you realize that you can bring your staff in? Aiden, Ding, I clearly used the long staff last time in the Deep Realm, kid, Mom is very disappointed in you. But didn't you sneak in the flesh last time? Aiden was puzzled. Ding, but your staff is not stored in your body, don't you feel it? Aiden immediately used his ability to scan himself and finally found the long staff hiding in the blind spot of his consciousness. No, this thing can also become invisible psychologically. Ding, it's a creation of your own blood and scales, what's so strange about that? Then isn't it a magical item? Just as Aiden was chatting with the system, Professor Flitwick spoke. Aiden, what are you doing? Are you scared? Professor Flitwick used provocation. This time, it was Aiden's turn to put a smirk on his face. Professor, are you ready? Come on. Professor Flitwick struck a pose. The long staff instantly appeared in Aiden's hand, and 3 beams of light rushed towards Professor Flitwick at an extremely fast speed. A crisp crack sound echoed all around, and Professor Flitwick's defensive spell was shattered. That's it. Professor Flitwick was shocked. Yes, Professor, this is what I mentioned in the letter. It is to accelerate the construction of runes through thinking and then form powerful magic. Aiden said proudly. Didn't you say there were 2 more kinds? Let me see. Professor Flitwick shouted excitedly. Then Aiden flew up easily, and Professor Flitwick shot his wand at him, but a barrier made of multiple hexagonal crystals blocked it. Well, magic, I thought your magic was still in the conceptual stage at first. So what are you going to do now, continue publishing papers like the last magic? Professor Flitwick asked. No, Professor, I plan to promote these magics in school first. This kind of magic, which is different from spells, may be resisted. Aiden glanced at the little wizard standing beside him and continued. Then, these 3 magics will be the welfare of our association. After all, as the president, I have to do something to attract people to join the association. Aiden winked at Professor Flitwick. Okay, great, I want to learn how to fly, then I'll use attack magic, beams are so cool. The little wizards started discussing among themselves. Then this class will be handed over to Professor Aiden. Professor Flitwick joked. Okay everyone, for beginners who are learning this magic for the first time, I need you to master this rune Nothas. As Aiden explained, he drew a huge in the air with his magic wand. Pay attention to maintaining inner balance while writing, which can help you tap into your inner strength. After the demonstration, Aiden asked the little wizards to start practicing. Professor, please look after them and give them some guidance. After all, Professor Flitwick has been immersed in spells for many years, so a simple rune will definitely not be difficult for him. After hearing Aiden's request, he shuttled between the young wizards to provide guidance. Okay, it's time for extra practice, my dear brother Ron. Aiden walked towards Ron with a smile. Wait, what are you doing? Don't come over here. Ron stepped back. Then fog rose in the area where Ron and Aiden were, and screams could be heard from time to time. Soon, the fog dissipated and Ron fell to the ground. Forget it, your level of spells is pretty solid. Finish reading the book I gave you as soon as possible, otherwise I will write back and tell my aunt. Aiden threatened. Finally, the young wizards were able to use runes skillfully, and the time was almost up. Professor Flitwick dismissed everyone and told them to attend the event at the same time next week. Ron returned to the real world and found Neville shivering under the quilt. What's wrong, Neville? Ron patted Neville gently. Oh, it's Ron. Neville poked his head out from under the quilt carefully and said, it's really terrible. What's so scary? Ron was a little confused. It's Harry. Every time you fall asleep on Thursdays, Harry talks in his sleep. He would speak in a hoarse voice and say things I didn't know. Neville said. Oh, it's okay. We used magic to join a dueling society. I guess Harry is dueling with someone. Ron didn't care, but instead imagined the reason and comforted Neville. I see. Neville lay down with peace of mind and fell asleep. Chapter 91. Bullying, liver, photographing. Time flies, and on this day, Aiden is preparing to go to the room of requirement as usual. The moment he stepped onto the corridor on the 8th floor, he saw a familiar figure sitting on the windowsill, looking up at the blue sky outside the window. Aiden could clearly read a hint of sadness from this figure. Arthurshi, what's wrong? You look very sad. Aiden walked up to her and greeted her. Oh, Aiden, it's nothing, I just want to look at the sky. Arthurshi gave a forced smile. Tell me what's bothering you. Your expression is so obvious. Your worries are written all over your face. Aiden waved his hand in front of her eyes. Arthur hugged her legs tightly and spoke slowly. It seems that I don't get along well with my roommates. In Aiden's view, the blue color representing melancholy on Arthurshi's body became increasingly intense. They bullied you. Aiden gave the answer directly. Hey, how did you know? You read my mind. Arthuri pouted and turned away. So why not tell me about your roommate? Aiden pulled out a book, used transfiguration to transform it into a chair, and sat down next to it. A pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes stared straight at Arthuri. Ah, it's just like that, pure blood, arrogant, looking down on others, but I was excluded because I spoke up for a half-blood wizard. Arthurshi sighed. So, what do you think, are you eager to join them? Aiden smiled. How is that possible? I was bullied by them before, so how could I possibly bully others now? Arthurshi glared at Aiden, her cheeks puffed out like a hamster hiding nuts. Well, follow me. After saying that, Aiden pulled Arthuri to the portrait of the troll. After 3 steps back and forth, he summoned the door to the room of requirement. Walking in, it was a huge dueling room. Wow, there's a place like this hidden in the academy. Arthurshi exclaimed. This is the secret room left by Ms. Rowena Ravenclaw. If you think of the room you need, you can get here by walking back and forth 3 steps outside. As he spoke, Aiden took out his black walnut cane and pointed it at Arthuri. Come on, ma'am, since you can't integrate into Slytherin with your ideas, why not conquer it with your strength? She took out her wand and pointed it at Aiden. I can't ask for it. She raised her wand, the front teeth are like a stick. A spell just flew towards Aiden. Too slow. Aiden took a careless step to the left, and the spell flew past him. The front teeth are like sticks, the front teeth are like sticks, the front teeth are like sticks. She then launched attacks on Aiden, but Aiden dodged them one by one. Why is it always this spell? Aiden was confused. Because I only know this one. She put her hands on her hips and panted. The continuous spell attacks consumed a lot of her energy, and she began to breathe heavily. I didn't think it through. Aiden slapped his forehead. Okay, I have a rough idea of your level. Aiden pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket and began writing on it with his wand. Let me see, I'll give you the Compendium of Spell Theory, 101 Practical Tips, Book of Spells and so on. After finishing writing, Aiden handed the list to Arthurshi, which contained a lot of written documents, and took out a book from his pocket. You have to finish reading these books within a month. If you can finish them, I will give you a surprise then. Aiden winked at her. So many, in just 1 month? Are you serious? Arthuri took the list of books and stared at it. Of course, and each book will come with a 1-inch review. Aiden smiled. If you can't do it, just kill me. Arthuri simply gave up. Oh, so you are going to admit that the little witch from the Greengrass family is not as good as other little witches? Aiden used provocation and hypnosis to arouse Arthur's competitive spirit. Hi, who said that? Arthur took the book and the list. It's just some book reviews and movie reviews. I'll write them. Arthur took her things and started her 1-month journey as a liver emperor. Aiden walked out of the room of requirement feeling refreshed. Yeah, it feels so good to beat noobs. No wonder some great gamers always like to go fish frying when playing games. On the other hand, Harry has been in some trouble recently because he has a new little fan. That day, Harry ate at the Gryffindor table as usual. Suddenly, a flash of magnesium powder illuminated his cheek. Hi Harry, I'm Colin Creevey and I'm a Gryffindor as well. When Harry looked up, there stood before him a freckled boy. Hi, nice to meet you, Harry replied. Oh, look, can you ask your friend to take a picture of you and me? I want to send it to my father. My family are all muggles, and I didn't know magic could do so many things until I came to Hogwarts. Then Ron took the camera and Harry and Colin stood together. However, as expected, an accident is about to happen. Oh, look what I found, a little wizard wants to take a picture with a celebrity, but how can such a thing be without me? A man dressed in fancy clothes, showing his shining teeth. I am the recipient of the Order of Merlin, Class 3, an honorary member of the Dark Magic Defense League, and the winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award for 5 consecutive times. After saying that, he gave Ron a wink, and Ron gave Hermione a chuckle. Oh, well, we need to save some time. I still need to reply to my fans later. Lockhart hugged Harry and Colin, and the photo froze in Colin's daze. Okay, let me give you another autograph. Lockhart took the photo and signed his name on it, with the font covering Harry and Colin's faces. Oh, by the way, Harry, as someone who has been through this, I want to tell you, don't become famous too early. You will have plenty of opportunities to get autographed photos when you grow up. Then, Lockhart's figure disappeared from everyone's sight along with his shining teeth. Oh, what a waste of rubbish. I wasted a roll of film. Colin was a little dejected. It's okay, you can take another photo, Hermione suggested. What's up? Are you doing anything interesting? A pleasant young voice came from behind them. Aiden. Ron recognized the man immediately. Ordinary people's camera, how about trying the one from the magical world? Aiden suggested. Are there cameras in the magical world? Colin looked curious. Of course. Aiden took out a crystal stone and handed it to Colin. Cool, Colin exclaimed. How do you use this thing? Ron asked. Then you have to learn more about it. The Weasley family has a copy of this thing. Aiden pushed his monocle. Okay, could you please take a photo of Harry and me? Colin pleaded. Of course. He instructed the two men to stand straight and pointed the crystal stone at them. A faint light flashed and a photo of the two men appeared in the crystal stone. Aiden handed the crystal to Colin and said, "Try injecting magic power into it." After Colin did as he was told, a fluorescent light appeared in the air. It was a photo of Harry and Colin. It was a three-dimensional image and it could move. "That's great!" Colin exclaimed again. Chapter 92, Talk and Join. After sending Colin away, Ron was full of questions. Aiden glanced at him and said, "Okay, my uncle is involved in the development of this stone, and the profits generated will be divided equally between Weasley and Lestrange. Why should it be divided among Lestrange? And you won't participate in the profit sharing?" Ron was a little puzzled. "I used my share to exchange for their promise and the operating expenses. Otherwise, let the Weasley family run it." Aiden rolled his eyes. After saying that, Aiden turned and left without satisfying Ron's doubts. Over the past month, Arthur she has been spending a lot of time in the library, finishing all the books on the list that Aiden gave her. When Arthur threw a thick stack of reviews at Aiden's face, Aiden said with a sly smile, "I didn't expect you actually finished reading it." Aiden Pruitt. Arthur hit Aiden hard. "Well, I originally made a plan for you according to Ron's standards, because Ron likes to be lazy. I will take the initiative to reduce the task list. I usually give him a list for a whole stage and let him take his time to finish it." Aiden spread his hands. "Okay, I've finished learning it all, and I've accumulated a good theoretical foundation for each spell. The next step is actual combat." Aiden took out an invitation and handed it to Arthur. "What is this?" Arthur asked puzzledly. "This is an invitation letter from the Duel Association. The event is held every Thursday. Remember to go to bed early on that day," Aiden said mysteriously. Then, without giving Arthur a chance to ask more questions, Aiden took her to the room of requirement. "Show me your progress this month." The two men took out their wands and confronted each other. Arthur Sy took the initiative to attack, petrified everyone. Armor protection. Aiden deflected the spell. "Yes, the output of magic power and the accuracy of spells have improved. There are more waiting for you." Arthur Sy then cast a spell. Fainted. A stunning spell flew towards Aiden, and he raised his wand to knock it away. Arthur swung her wand, and the spell in the air actually drew an arc, bypassing Aiden's armor spell and attacking Aiden. Unfortunately, Aiden could see every thought of Arthur she. "That's great." Arthur opened the champagne at halftime. Just before the spell was about to hit Aiden, a hexagonal crystal barrier suddenly appeared on Aiden's body surface. The small barrier accurately blocked the stun spell. "Ah, I didn't hit it at all, what a pity." Arthur Sy felt a little disappointed. "That's great, you've made great progress, haven't you?" Aiden came over. "Humph, what a pity I didn't give you a harder blow." Arthur she pouted. "So where's the gift you promised?" Arthur Sy extended her finger to Aiden and hooked it, signaling Aiden. Aiden tapped his wand twice, and it turned into two chairs, and he asked Arthur to sit down. "No hurry, let me ask you a question first. Arthur, if I want to change this era, will you help me?" Aiden's heterochromatic pupils deepened, and there was a gleam in his eyes that made people dare not look directly at him. "Oh, then let me ask you too, are you asking about Arthur she or Arthur she Greengrass?" Arthur she also looked directly into Aiden's eyes. Aiden already knew the answer, and he raised the corners of his mouth to reveal a beautiful smile. "Of course I'm asking for the good Miss Arthur she." "Humph, do I even need to ask, do you want to be the next Dark Lord or the White Lord? You are my savior, I will help you in every possible way. Come on, tell me about your grand plan, and let me see how a weak woman like me can help you." Arthur sat down gracefully, looking as if she was listening attentively. "Arthur she, ever since I was a child, I have always wanted to explore the mysteries of magic and the peaks of the soul. For me now, these things will almost come naturally as long as I keep doing them." Hearing Aiden's Versailles, Arthuri rolled her eyes, but Aiden ignored her and continued. "However, as I came into contact with more people and things, I began to reflect that this wizard seemed to be drifting further and further away from ordinary people. Arthur she, we are all human beings, but as wizards we have unique talents. Why do people with talents have to hide themselves? So, you plan to follow Grindelwald's example and rule over the Muggles? Arthur she raised an eyebrow. No, what I need is the coexistence of wizards and ordinary people. Aiden looked at Arthur seriously. Wow, that's a great ideal. So tell me about your way of coexistence. Arthur said. No, not yet. So you're just trying to trick me with an empty shell? Arthuri raised her voice. So it's necessary to explore. I need to make many attempts to seek resonance that everyone can reach from different groups and angles in the world. Based on this, we provide a window for both parties to have a dialogue and exchange. Then we can gradually expand this window and eventually achieve the integration of both parties. So, come and help me, Arthurshi. Aiden held out his hand to Arthurshi. Why me? I mean, you obviously have more candidates. There's no need to choose a rich girl with no advantages. Arthuri lowered her head. You think so too? I knew it from the first moment I saw you. Aiden's eyes seemed to be radiating light. You also agree that wizards can coexist with ordinary people, instead of being two races hostile to each other. You're the first person your age I've met who's thinking about the state of wizarding life, Arthurshi. Come help me. For the greater good. Aiden held out his hand to Arthursi again. Aiden Pruitt, are you a dark wizard? You actually used legilimency on me when we first met. Arthursi raised her foot and kicked Aiden in the calf. Just hear a bang. Ouch. Arthursi squatted down, holding her calf. So, join. Aiden smiled. Humph. Arthursi didn't say anything and stretched out her hand. The two hands were tightly clasped together, and an organization hidden under the torrent of the times was established, and an unknown hypnotist was happy to receive an increase in his role-playing progress. So, what are you going to do? Organization, outline, manpower, funding, and territory. As soon as Arthur joined, he started thinking about the structure. You're worthy of being a Slytherin. Aiden gave Arthursi a thumbs up. But that's not the point. This is the point. Aiden pulled a glass bottle from his pocket. Come on, drink it. Aiden handed the glass bottle to Arthursi. What is this? Are you trying to trick me into drinking something weird? Arthur looked at Aiden suspiciously. Aiden looked at her sincerely. It's really tiring to have a boss like you. Arthur took the glass bottle and said, Tun tun tun. Crack, the glass bottle fell to the ground. Arthurshi fell from her chair, pain enveloping her. Arthurshi, who had never felt pain before, curled up on the ground. Aiden Pruitt, what is this? Arthurshi was in so much pain that her mind was so blurred that she could hardly speak coherent sentences. Finally, the transformation of the potion was completed. Arthurshi got up from the ground. The ability is already in my mind. Aiden specifically used his ability to send out what he wanted to express, and Arthursi instantly analyzed what Aiden said. This is truly amazing. Arthursi exclaimed. She continued to analyze Aiden's movements and micro-expressions, and then, nothing came out of it. What you just took is a magic potion. From today on, you are a transcendent of the Dragon Path, a Sequence 9 audience. Aiden lifted the chair and helped Arthursi sit back down. You will have an outstanding spirit and keen observation skills, and you will observe the actors in the secular society like an observer. From their expressions, their mannerisms, their habits, and their unknown movements, you can get a glimpse of their true thoughts, and then subtly influence and secretly guide them, so that things develop in the direction you want. No wonder you can read my mind so easily. I thought you were a master of legilimency at first. And Lotta, this is the sequence it mentioned. Arthur murmured. Of course, me too. By the way, remember your acting rules. You are an audience. Just remain a bystander and don't empathize with the people in the play, Aiden reminded. That suits me well. After all, Slytherin is full of intrigues. And such childish struggles are really worthy of being a Slytherin student. Arthursi put on an indifferent expression, but Aiden knew that she could use her ability. Okay, I'll go back first. You should be careful recently. But with the audience ability, you may be able to thrive in Slytherin. Aiden stood up and walked towards the door, but a voice came from behind him. There is one last thing, my dear boss. What are we going to name our organization? Asked Arthuri. The Dusk Hermits. Chapter 93, Insults and Fights. After Arthurshi gained abilities, the situation in Slytherin began to improve dramatically, and she has successfully gathered a group of sisters to fight against the bullies. On the Gryffindor side, Wood has recently encountered some troubles. Wood has been stepping up his secret tactics recently, but there is always a little tail in the academy who is secretly taking pictures. Today, he finally caught this little tail. "Tell me, are you a spy sent by Slytherin?" Wood grabbed Colin's collar. "How could I? I'm a Gryffindor student and I'm also Harry's friend. I can't possibly betray him." Colin, who was caught, explained hurriedly. "Oh, a Gryffindor student." Wood let go of his hand and wanted to find a hole to crawl into awkwardly. This little incident caused the Gryffindor team to be late in arriving at the grounds. Then, they met the Slytherin who had already received the application. "Where are you going, Flint?" Wood turned around and saw his old rival. "To practice on the Quidditch field, of course." Flint spread his hands. "I remember I had registered in advance to use the court," Wood said angrily. "Oh, don't get excited, we just saw that the stadium was empty and no one was using it, so we went to get another application." Flint took out Snape's permission and tossed it to Wood. Seeing the two teams start to confront each other, people around began to gather around, and a guy with heterochromatic eyes also mixed in with the crowd to watch the show. "You have a new seeker, who is it?" asked Wood. Malfoy walked out from the team. "Nimbus 2001, how did you get this?" Ron asked in surprise. "It was given by Draco's father." Flint answered Ron's doubts and showed a wicked smile. "Look, Weasley, compared to your family, this amount of money is just a small amount for my father." Draco was very proud. "At least the people in Gryffindor rely on real abilities. They don't rely on money to succeed." Hermione launched an effective counter-attack against Malfoy, and Malfoy's defense was broken. She stepped forward and said, "No one asked for your opinion, you filthy mudblood. How dare you?" Ron was enraged. He protected Hermione behind him, put on the ring Aiden gave him, and a beam of white light shot out, directly blasting Draco away. "You actually used magic." Flint was shocked by this scene and raised his wand towards Ron. All the other Slytherin players raised their wands as well. The twins led all the Gryffindors to stand beside Ron, raising their wands to confront him. The next moment, Draco got up from the ground and took out his wand. "Weasley, how dare you!" He fired a spell, which became the signal to start the war. "Draco, don't!" Flint tried to stop him, but it was too late. Seeing the Slytherins casting spells, the Gryffindor students naturally did not want to be outdone. All kinds of spells were fired, and magic spells were flying all over the place. In the interval between the battles, Draco said to an enthusiastic senior Slytherin student, "Help me teach that Weasley a lesson, and I'll give you a large sum of galleons and the friendship of Malfoy." The student was stunned by the wealth of potion, and he raised his hand and fired the shattered spell at Ron's arm. Ron, who was wearing the ring and firing general attack magic at will, did not notice the approaching danger. Just as the spell was about to hit Ron, a figure appeared behind Ron. A barrier made of multiple hexagonal crystals blocks the curse. Aiden glanced at Ron calmly, and Ron's hair immediately stood on end. "Go back and practice more, no objection, right?" "No." Ron lowered his head. Aiden's sudden insertion caused both sides to stop the exchange of fire. "Aiden Pruitt, this is a matter between us and Gryffindor. Why do you, a Ravenclaw, have anything to do with it?" Flint tried to use the house dispute to force Aiden away. "Oh, my dear Flint, it's been a long time, but I hope you know that this is a personal grudge." Then Aiden snapped his fingers, and the grass on the ground twisted and grew vines. The vines grew and hung up the student who had just cast a spell on Ron. Broad vines grew out and began whipping the student. The scene was completely silent, leaving only the screams of those being whipped. "What happened?" Snape rushed out. A sharp blade cut through the vines with precision, and the unknown Slytherin student fell to the ground. "Aiden Pruitt, it's you again." Snape walked over and tried to grab Aiden by the collar. However, the hand he extended was caught by Aiden. Aiden's clear heterochromatic eyes looked at Snape, his pair of vertical pupils emitting a sharp light. "It's like a sharp knife piercing people's hearts." Faced with such a gaze, Snape subconsciously looked away. "Professor, as human beings, we always have some bottom lines, right?" Just like a dragon, there are always some scales that cannot be touched. Aiden looked around at the people around him, and all the little wizards who met his eyes lowered their heads. Magic power mixed with dragon power formed a magical deterrent. The space around seemed to be distorted. Professor, I think I am an easygoing person, but why do people always try to see my uneasy side again and again? As Aiden spoke, a huge mental force was pulsating, and some young wizards around him could not bear it and fainted. The atmosphere between Aiden and Snape became increasingly tense. Okay, calm down, both of you. An old voice appeared. The gentle magic smoothed the surrounding space, and the pressure brought by the power of the mind was also blown away by the breeze. It was Dumbledore, with Harry, who was breathing heavily, at his side. It seems that after a summer vacation, Harry's physical fitness has improved. Okay, you two, come to my office and talk, and Mr. Flint, can you send the child to the hospital wing? Remember to inform Madame Pomfrey to prescribe more tranquilizers. He has suffered a mental shock. After saying that, Dumbledore took Aiden and Snape and disappeared from everyone's sight. Cool, did you see the magic Aiden just performed? Ron said excitedly. If it wasn't for someone showing off his skills in the fight, there wouldn't be such a mess. Hermione rolled her eyes. Malfoy was the first one to scold me, Ron cried out in injustice. Well, let's go to Hagrid, Harry suggested, catching his breath. So the three of them came to Hagrid's hut. Inside the cabin, Hermione asked curiously, what exactly did Malfoy curse it? It's a dirty word, an insult to Muggle-born wizards, Hagrid explained. Oh, how could he? Harry felt a little resentful, and tears welled up in Hermione's eyes. Oh, poor thing. Hela took Hermione's hand and comforted her. This is sheer nonsense. Nowadays, most wizards are half-blood, and no wizard has yet invented a spell that Hermione can't learn. Have you never thought of that, Hermione? Hagrid comforted Hermione, and Hermione gradually smiled. Chapter 94, Fast Chanting Class. In Dumbledore's office, he asked Aiden and Snape to sit down. Oh, Aiden, after not seeing you for a summer, you seem to have invented something amazing. Dumbledore cleverly changed the subject to avoid further escalation of the conflict. Yes, Professor, a copy of the magic and wand has been sent to you. Do you have any comments? Aiden asked modestly. Well, in terms of magic, for ordinary wizards, it takes a long time of accumulation to open the door of the mind. The wand is a minor problem. Wizards who have reached this level are less likely to worry about galleons. Dumbledore suddenly changed his tone, looked at Aiden with his old but still resolute eyes, and said. But, do you have other methods? Yes, as expected of a professor. The inner power of Nothas, in conjunction with the dueling association, can carve a wizard's own anchor in the Misty Realm, thereby bypassing the accumulation of the mind and reaching the Misty Realm in advance. Aiden gave the answer. Well, that's a good idea. Have you ever considered staying at Hogwarts to teach in the future? I can open a special course for you. Dumbledore winked at Aiden. After a round of greetings, seeing that the two had almost calmed down, Dumbledore mentioned the incident again. So, what could have caused a professor to almost duel with a student in school? Snape complained first. This kid has flouted school rules and openly used magic to attack his classmates. I suggest that he be detained here for the entire school year. Professor, everyone can play legilimency, so let's not do these fake things. Do you need me to show you my memory? Aiden leisurely picked up the tea and took a sip. Humph. Snape crossed his arms and folded them over his chest. Well, Severus, we all know that young wizards are bound to be a little overwhelmed, especially for their families. Dumbledore winked at Aiden in a corner where Snape couldn't see. What we need to do now is to calm down this fight as quickly as possible and put the first few main offenders in solitary confinement. Is that okay? What about our talented Mr. Pruitt? Snape glanced at Aiden. Well, let me think about it. Let Mr. Pruitt come to my place for detention and help me deal with the affairs. Dumbledore made the decision. Humph. Snape snorted and left the office. Aiden, I apologize to you on behalf of Severus. You know, Slytherins are more. It's okay, I know, Professor Dumbledore, if there's nothing else I'll leave first. Aiden stood up and prepared to leave, but Dumbledore had no intention of letting him go. Leave? Where are you going? You still have to be detained here. Dumbledore smiled at Aiden. Aiden. So it's going to start today? And you don't even want me to be put in confinement? You're just too lazy to deal with school matters. Aiden rolled his eyes. Look at what you said. I'll let you get familiar with school affairs first. How can this old man harm you? It was almost curfew when Aiden finished his work and came out of the office. On the other side, Harry, Hermione, and Ron also forgot the time because they played too late at Hagrid's place. Hurry up, Harry, curfew is about to start. Ron took the lead. But the curfew bells still rang. Oh, that's terrible. We're on a night cruise now. Hermione said dejectedly. It's okay, it's not the first time anyway. Harry shrugged. Meow. Mrs. Loris's voice came from behind the three of them, and her red pupils stared at them. Run! Harry shouted. This attracted Filch's attention, and he ran over quickly. A tense chase began in the corridor. Peeves, go help them! A ghost suddenly appeared. It was Sir Nick. Well, okay, next time I play a prank, you have to cover for me. Peeves made a request. Okay. Sir Nick agreed readily. Then Peeves threw several water balloons at Filch. Foolish Filch, come and catch me. You damn Peeves! Filch chased after him, cursing. Oh, Sir Nick, thank you for your help. Hermione thanked him. It's no big deal. It's my duty to provide some insignificant help to the younger generation of Gryffindor. Oh, and by the way, can I invite you all to my Death Day dinner, on Halloween? There was a glimmer of cunning in Sir Nick's eyes, and it was obvious that the ghost's help was not without cost. Of course, you can. Harry felt that Sir Nick was really a man of great integrity, so he agreed. The perspective comes to the 6th floor, Aiden walks through the stairs and steps into the corridor. You bloody Peeves! Filch chased after him from the corridor ahead. Aiden frowned and used psychological invisibility to hide in the blind spot of consciousness. Passed by Filch and Peeves. Peeves was evading Filch's capture while throwing water balloons at him. But as luck would have it, the water ball hit Aiden. This time, Aiden was dragged out of the blind spot of consciousness by Peeves. The three of them looked at each other, and silence was Cambridge tonight. Aha, look what I found, a little wizard who wanders around at night. Filch immediately stepped forward and tried to catch Aiden. Mr. Filch, I have just been released from detention in the headmaster's office. If you have any objections to this, you can go and ask the headmaster. Aiden explained. Filch stared at Aiden for a long moment before he started to walk away, cursing. Suddenly, an owl flew in from outside and threw a letter over. Filch was careless for a moment and the letter flew into Aiden's hands. Aiden's gossipy nature made him take a glance and see the signature on the envelope. It is a course called fast chanting. Oh, it seems that there are also training institutions in the magic world that make money from teaching and training. Aiden sighed. Give it to me. Filch snatched the letter. Don't tell anyone else. He stared at Aiden, hoping to threaten him with this. Aiden's eyes were curved into crescents, and his beautiful heterochromatic pupils were very dazzling. So, Mr. Argus Filch, you seem to be very keen on using magic. Aiden exposed Filch's wounds, and he became angry and embarrassed. Yes, what's wrong with wanting to use magic? Why did I have to be born into the magical world? And you took away my door to the wizarding world. Why? Filch's roar did not deter Aiden, and Aiden continued to speak. Well, let me study it. The pleasant boy's voice was somewhat long, as if the devil was tempting Adam to eat the forbidden fruit. Researching what? Filch's eyes were a little dazed. You. Chapter 95. Filch. You want to study me, you are a dark wizard. Filch's tone was a little hesitant. Of course not, Mr. Argus Filch. I'm just an ordinary spectator. Aiden's voice was seductive. Don't you want to try casting spells, like a real wizard? Filch looked into Aiden's eyes, the light from his heterochromatic pupils seemed to devour him. Of course I am willing. This is what I have been wanting all my life. Come on, as long as you can let me cast a spell, I am willing to give you everything. Filch's defenses were breached, hypnosis had been established, and from then on Aiden had a loyal subordinate. Then, come to the troll portrait on the 8th floor on Saturday night and we'll see you there. Aiden's figure disappeared from the air, leaving only his clear voice echoing in the corridor. The next day, Harry went to Lockhart's room as usual for detention. Harry, think about it yourself, is there anything better than helping me write a reply letter? Lockhart looked at Harry, who was busy at his desk, and showed his shining teeth. You have to remember that fame is not a reliable friend. Fame comes from the actions of the famous. Lockhart gave Harry a lecture. Come to me. Murin, Harry heard a hoarse and dull voice. What? Harry demanded. What happened? Lockhart looked at Harry in confusion. Oh, look at how careless I am. It's already been 4 hours. No wonder you have auditory hallucinations. Happy times always pass so quickly. That's enough. Go back and rest. Lockhart waved his hand and let Harry go. Harry left Lockhart's office, and on his way down the corridor he could still hear the hissing sound. Harry chased after the sound and knocked Ron over. Oh, watch the road, Harry. Ron sat on the ground with his head in his hands. Did you hear anything? Harry inquired. What? A voice, he was shouting about who else to kill, said Harry. Then he started running, chasing the sound. Finally, at the end of the corridor, he saw a figure with silver-white hair. Aiden! Harry exclaimed. Aiden heard a voice behind him and turned around. Oh, Harry, are you here to watch the spiders move too? As he spoke, Aiden pointed to the ground. Following his finger, we saw spiders lining up to flee the castle. Oh, that's really gross. Why aren't you afraid of spiders? George and Fred used spiders to scare you when you were little. Ron was a little angry, and Aiden smiled slightly. Maybe I'm hiding my fear. Aiden turned his head and left. Don't you think Aiden has been acting a little weird lately? Ron, who has been with Aiden for many years, asked. Maybe the pressure of studying is too great. Hermione said. Time is always so ruthless, passing away like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, Saturday has arrived. That night, Aiden came to the 8th floor as scheduled. Oh, dear Mr. Pruitt, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Filch bowed to Aiden. Let's go. Aiden came to the portrait and walked back and forth 3 times, creating a room for study. He led Filch inside. Inside the room where every requirement is granted is a clean room with many magical instruments and a bed in the middle. Just lie down, Filch. Don't be afraid. It's just a routine check. Aiden gave orders while fiddling with the instruments. Filch lay down tremblingly, and Aiden could clearly read the nervousness from him. Tell me about your past, Mr. Filch. The power of the hypnotist mixed with Aiden's sweet voice, and Filch's vision became a little blurred. Sir, you know, I was born into a wizard family, and my parents have placed high hopes on me since I was a child. However, as I grew up, my parents became increasingly anxious because my magic power had yet to erupt. Until I was 11 years old, all the good things happened. My family broke up and I was kicked out. Fortunately, Dumbledore, who was still the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts at the time, persuaded the then headmaster to let me become a castle administrator, and I have been working there ever since. Filch had tears in his eyes. Oh, that sounds like a sad past. I'm sorry to remind you of that. Aiden operated the instrument. Then let's begin. A silver light emanated from Aiden's hand, and the light stretched out, and a long staff appeared in his hand. Magic power flowed into the instrument, and the alchemical matrix carved by Aiden himself was also activated, and Aiden's vision was suddenly split into 3. Let me see. The body seems to be about the same as ours. Aiden's magic began to penetrate into the body, breaking through the boundary between reality and illusion and entering the mind. Oh, this is interesting. This is the first time I have seen the soul of an ordinary person from this perspective. Ding, stop playing around, or you'll develop a bunch of messy black magic. Ignoring the system's merciless complaints, Aiden continued to observe Filch's soul. The soul structure of ordinary people is different from ours. This is the first time I have seen such a strange structure. Ding, maybe the soul structure of the wizard is really strange. After all, how can a normal creature's mind take precedence over the soul? Yeah, that makes sense. Now the question is, how do I get him to cast a spell? Aiden stroked his chin, thinking. Mr. Pruitt, what's the result? Do I still have hope? Filch's almost pleading voice came. Wait a minute, let me think about it. Aiden pulled out paper and began to scribble. System, come out and have a chat. Ding, ask. The system roughly knew what Aiden was planning. I want to know if it is possible to modify his soul directly. Ding, you are crazy. That is serious black magic. And you think there is no price to pay for creating black magic that touches the soul? Think about your future. If the soul cannot be modified, then I propose a plan. That is to enhance the spiritual power of ordinary people, so that the mind is large enough to reach the threshold of controlling magic power. Ding, it is feasible to a certain extent, but be careful not to touch the soul. System, I noticed that you seem to care a lot about the soul. Ding, because the soul is the energy source of the misty illusion. If this realm is touched privately by creatures other than this world, what do you think will happen? Will you be attacked by the illusion? Ding, you're not that stupid yet. Aiden also reacted. He took out a notebook and wrote down his conversation and thoughts with the system. So, is this the plan to transform ordinary creatures into magical creatures? Ding, the feasibility is very low, but you can try. Chapter 96, Petrification, Rumors. Okay, Mr. Filch. There's a rough result, said Aiden. Filch swallowed nervously, waiting for the final verdict. I'm going to give you an idea, but because you are the first generation, the success rate may be very low. Aiden's eyes were solemn, and his pair of heterochromatic pupils pierced directly into people's hearts. But in Filch's eyes, Aiden's eyes, and delicate face made him look like an angel sent by God to save people from suffering. Oh, Mr. Pruitt, I would give anything. Filch's eyes were bloodshot. Okay, I need you to learn meditation as much as possible from now on. At the same time, I also need you to try to keep your state in a stable range. Once I find a way to enhance the mental priority of ordinary people, we will start the experiment. Aiden said. Your will. Filch bent down to Aiden. Aiden and Filch then left the room of requirement. Soon, Halloween arrived. Harry, Hermione, and Ron were invited to attend the 500th anniversary of Sir Nick's death. The decoration inside the venue was tattered and the tables were covered with smelly food. Oh, this is too bad. Ron sighed as he looked at the venue. I guess only these rotten foods can make ghosts feel. Hermione said. On the other side, Aiden was attending the school's Halloween party. This is the best Halloween dinner ever, Edmund exclaimed. The table was filled with densely packed food. In the middle of the hall, a large group of skeletons were singing and dancing happily. Principal Dumbledore actually invited the skeleton dance troupe. Ethan exclaimed. Those who didn't come will probably regret it. Aiden looked at the empty seat at the Gryffindor table, raised a glass of iced lemonade and drank it. Finally, the dinner came to an end with the bow of the skeleton dance troupe. Everyone left the venue happily. At this moment, at the corner of the corridor, Harry and his friends found bloody words. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Hermione read the words on the wall. It's blood. Ron smelled blood. Oh, and Filch's cat. Harry walked over and took down the petrified Mrs. Norris. Coincidentally, the crowd that had just left the show also came into the corridor. Everyone looked at Harry holding the petrified cat and was stunned for a moment. Colin took out his camera and wanted to take a picture of his idol, but Aiden grabbed his camera. Hates of the air, beware, you're next, Mudblood. Malfoy taunted Hermione. Aiden glanced at him, and the Slytherin stopped whispering as if he had been choked. What are you doing here? Get out of the way. Filch squeezed in. Potter, you are. Then Filch saw his petrified cat. Loris, no, who made you like this? Then Filch looked at Harry with envy. It's you. I want you to pay for Norris's life. Filch rushed towards Harry angrily. Filch, calm down. Aiden used soothing words on Filch. Okay, Argus, let's find a secluded place first. Dumbledore appeared. He dismissed the little wizards around. Ah, I knew it, it's a pity I wasn't there. Then why don't you go to my office? Lockhart began his performance. The professors around him glanced at him with contempt, and then everyone came to Lockhart's office. Ah, the petrification curse, maybe I just know how to remove the curse for her. Lockhart patted his chest. But I still don't know how she was petrified, Dumbledore said softly. It's him, Potter. Filch was about to go up and catch Harry again. Tell me what you think, Aiden. Dumbledore quietly diverted everyone's attention. This is a powerful dark magic. In my opinion, Mr. Potter's magical attainments have not yet reached this level. Aiden deliberately called Harry's full name, mixing his ability into his voice to make himself more convincing. Oh, I don't think so. Mr. Potter and his friends were not present while we were enjoying the dinner. Snape walked out and slowly approached Harry. Perhaps we should revoke his status as a Quidditch player so that he can reflect on himself. Oh, don't worry about that, Dean Snape. Professor McGonagall emphasized the last two words. Okay, Argus, we'll take care of Madame Norris. Pomona has planted a batch of mandrakes, and we'll be able to unpetrify her when they're mature. Dumbledore made the final decision and ended the conversation. The next day, the rumor that Harry had killed Mrs. Norris spread throughout Hogwarts. On this day, a group of people were taking a history of magic class. When Binns closed the textbook and was about to announce the end of the get out of class, Hermione raised her hand. Professor, can you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts? The other noisy little wizards also quieted down and prepared to listen to Professor Binns' story. Oh, Chamber of Secrets, a familiar word. It seems that it was opened 50 years ago. Professor Binns looked around at the young wizards, the light reflected from his glasses covering his eyes. Then he began to tell the story, his deep voice seemed to penetrate time. Hogwarts was founded by 4 great wizards of the time. They are Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. Among them, the 3 founders believed that students could be admitted without distinction, but Salazar Slytherin hoped to further screen the students who came in. He believed that only those who were born in wizard families were qualified to learn magic. Thus, he was unable to convince the others and decided to leave the school. According to legend, before he left, he built a secret room in the castle. He sealed this secret room before he left, and it will remain until his true heir returns to the school, and the heir will open the secret room. Then the heir will be able to weed out the young wizards that Slytherin believes are unworthy of studying in this school. When Professor Binns said the last sentence, he deliberately raised his voice and frightened all the little wizards. Haha, look at you guys. This secret room is just a legend, and no one has ever actually seen it. After saying that, Professor Binns walked out of the classroom with a big laugh. Only a bunch of frightened little wizards were left looking at each other. This old man is quite interesting. A voice came from behind Harry and Ron, startling the 2 men who had calmed down again. Oh, my dear brother, you know, scaring people can also kill them. Ron waved his fist. No, I just passed by the door and thought there was a story to tell, so I slipped in. I walked up to you guys and sat down openly. A hypnotist used psychological invisibility, but he muttered that he was above board. Chapter 97. Quidditch and Dobby. The next day, Aiden walked out of the library as usual and met Harry and Ron who were rushing to the venue. Aiden, come and watch me play Quidditch. Today we are playing against Slytherin again. Harry invited enthusiastically. Forget it, Aiden doesn't like Quidditch, Ron added quickly. No, I plan to go and take a look. Aiden gave Ron a mysterious smile. Gulp. Ron swallowed, as if something bad was about to happen. You're not planning to kill Harry, are you? Ron asked cautiously. What, why do you think so? Aiden felt very strange. Because Harry is Gryffindor's best seeker, you might do it for Ravenclaw. After saying that, Ron crossed his arms over his chest and took a defensive stance. If I wanted to harm him, why not just support Professor Snape's point of view a few nights ago? Why do I have to do it now? Aiden made a gun gesture and shot Ron. Harry, who was standing by, looked at the 2 childish people and didn't want to waste any more time. Well, let's get going now. I'm going to be late. They quickly arrived at the Quidditch field and Harry went to the preparation area to wait. Aiden took the opportunity to hide in the blind spot of consciousness and began to wander around the stadium. Aiden, let's go. Ron turned around and found that Aiden was gone, and his little head was filled with big question marks. With Snape's command, Quidditch began. A fierce battle started on the Quidditch field, and the Slytherin team specially selected students with big build. When attacking, they would directly ram the Gryffindor girls with their bodies. Lee Jordan clenched his fists and angrily cursed at the commentary desk. "Oh, look at these trolls, they just use their bodies to ram people." "Pay attention, Scarhead," Draco said, pausing to taunt Harry. At this moment, a golden snitch stopped on his left. Harry lifted his broom, stood up and ran after him. When Draco saw Harry chasing him, he showed a frightened expression and started to run away, but while running, he also saw the golden snitch. In the end, between the desire to win and the fear, Draco chose to win and he chased after him. The golden snitch dived up and flew out, and Harry also did a tailspin in the air, successfully avoiding Draco and chasing the snitch. At the same time, in the shadow of the court, a small hand snapped its fingers. The quaffle on the field was directly taken over by the strange magic and began to rush towards Harry like crazy. Ron pulled out his wand and tried to shoot the quaffle down, but was stopped by Hermione. Then the little hand wanted to snap its fingers a second time, but was caught by a white hand. Dobby glanced back and saw a pair of gorgeous heterochromatic eyes staring at him. "Hello, nice to meet you, Mr. Dobby." Aiden gave a dangerous smile. "Well, the good wizard, he calls Dobby sir." "No, bad Dobby, bad Dobby." Dobby banged his head against a pillar nearby. "Okay, stop." Aiden's voice seemed a little unreal, which was caused by the shock integrated into the sound. When Dobby heard Aiden's voice, he shuddered and stopped what he was doing. "I won't go into the details. Let me examine your mind." Aiden didn't give Dobby a chance to explain, he reached out and grabbed Dobby. The hypnotist's ability began to work, and the magic combined with the ability reached Dobby's mental body. "This is incredible." What appeared before Aiden was a huge Tiwaz sacrifice rune and Ewaz companion rune, which was deeply engraved in Dobby's mind. Control. Aiden could clearly read the meaning conveyed by the runes engraved on his mind. "Isn't this just a stamp of thought? The ancient wizards were really too advanced." Aiden complained. "In fact, if you look closely, you can see that the runes on Dobby's body are already somewhat damaged. He can actually use his own will to resist the runes engraved on his mind." Aiden was a little surprised. "Ding, maybe this is the greatness of free will. All living things desire freedom. That's a shame, I admire his will but I can't ignore his actions." It was hard to tell whether Aiden was happy or angry in his voice, but one thing was certain, he was not in a very good mood. So Aiden used his own power to repair the broken rune. Dobby's originally lively eyes began to dull. Oh, Aiden let out a long sigh as he watched Dobby disappear. "Ding, you can think of something good. At least you learned the method of thought stamping from Dobby, which may help you on your path to becoming the Dark Lord." "You shut up." After dealing with Dobby, Aiden returned to the stands. At this time, Harry was trying his best to avoid the incoming quaffle. During the chase, Draco was accidentally knocked away by the quaffle. Then he fell straight towards Aiden. Looking at Draco who was flying head first, he also wanted to prevent the unlucky child from breaking his neck. Aiden reached out his hand and caught him steadily. After a dizzy moment, Draco felt someone holding him. It's a familiar formula. I looked up and saw that pair of beautiful heterochromatic eyes as expected. You're quite a picky young man. If you fell on anyone else from this height, they wouldn't be able to handle it. Aiden looked at him teasingly. Seeing that he was being held in someone's hand like a bag, Draco began to struggle. Lucius on the platform breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his son being caught. Finally, the game ended with Harry catching the golden snitch. But Harry lay on the sand of the court, a look of pain on his face. The quaffle was still laughing wildly as it attacked Harry. Seeing Harry suffering, Hermione's mother took out her wand with heartache and cast a shattering spell to shatter the quaffle. When Lockhart saw this, he realized that his chance to perform had come, and he immediately rushed forward and helped Harry up. Aiden couldn't stop rolling his eyes at these clumsy hands and feet. "Poor child, let me see, I know best how to heal broken bones." Lockhart pulled out his spell and pointed at Harry's broken arm, "Arm repair." The spell flashed and Harry's arm went limp completely. Hermione touched Harry's limp arm, tears of heartache almost falling. "You're a quack." At this moment, for the sake of his eldest son, Lockhart's idol halo was completely shattered in Hermione's eyes. She stared at Lockhart sternly, reminding people of Professor McGonagall. "Okay, let's send Harry to the medical wing." Aiden came out, picked up Harry and sent him to the medical wing. Chapter 98, Hospital Wing Night. In the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey gave Harry some bone spirit and complained. Which idiot pulled out his bones? Originally I just needed to connect his broken bones, but now he needs to grow a whole bone again. Maybe it's the naughty little wizard from last time. Aiden joked. Well, Mr. Pruitt, it's time for you to leave. Madame Pomfrey sent Aiden away. Aiden pulled out a notebook and handed it to her. Madam, this is the notebook I took from you last time. It has been of great help to me. Now I am returning it to its original owner. Madame Pomfrey took the notes and her eyes softened. Kid, you are a talented person. Maybe you should consider becoming a therapist in the future. Thank you for your appreciation, I will if I have the chance. Aiden saluted Madame Pomfrey and withdrew. At night, Harry lay in bed alone, listening to the sounds of movement around him. Kill him. Harry sat up hastily and looked around. Who? Hello. Harry arched back. More than. Dobby turned over and sat nimbly at the head of Harry's bed. Harry Potter should have listened to Dobby. You should have gone home when you missed the train, Dobby advised. It was you. It was you who almost got Ron and I expelled. Harry glared at Dobby. Dobby was upset, and even more upset after the quaffle chased Harry. Dobby also burned his hand with the iron. Dobby held out his bandaged hands. It's you who caused the quaffle. Harry stood up. Are you going to kill me? Harry's anger almost burst out of his eyes. No, Dobby is very grateful to Harry Potter. If it weren't for Harry Potter, the other house elves will live a life worse than pigs and dogs, although Dobby's life is worse than pigs and dogs now. Dobby stepped back under Harry's questioning. Listen, Harry Potter cannot stay in Hogwarts, something terrible is about to happen here, and history is about to repeat itself. Oh, Harry Potter, remember to be careful of Aiden Pruitt. He gives Dobby a terrifying feeling, just like the one his tribesmen have passed down as someone who once defeated. Dobby turned his head suddenly, and a pair of heterochromatic eyes stared at him in the shadows. Harry looked up, saw the eyes in the shadows, and fell back on the bed in fear. Pa! 2 fingers snapped at the same time, and Dobby sat on the ground as if he had hit steel. How is that possible? Dobby's magic should not be restricted by Hogwarts. Dobby was a little panicked, and the owner of the eyes walked out from the shadows. It was Aiden. You were able to escape control again. Is there something special about you? A long-lost feeling of familiarity came over Aiden, and he looked at Dobby and suddenly understood something. System, you have already discovered it, but you didn't tell me on purpose. Aiden dissed the system. Ding, the system hopes that the host can take the initiative to discover it, which will help the host further understand what prophecy is. Collective subconscious. See? It seems that the elves who long for freedom have reached a consensus. This is no longer something I can stop alone. In the real world, Dobby and Harry watched Aiden lost in thought. Aiden sat on Harry's bed, waved his hand, and used the flying spell to pull Dobby over. Dobby, yeah, although it may be a bit hypocritical, I have to apologize to you for what happened this afternoon. Aiden took off his hat and placed it on his chest, revealing the dragon horns on his head. Cool, Aiden, you actually grew horns, no wonder you always wear a hat lately. Harry looked at Aiden's delicate little horn, and his intact hand was eager to move. I promise you, if you extend your hand, it will suffer the same fate as its companions. Aiden's light threat interrupted Harry's impatience. Okay, Dobby, let's talk about our problems. Aiden looked at Dobby seriously, and Dobby swallowed. Dobby is fine. Dobby shouted sharply. For fear of affecting the people around him, Aiden pulled several people into a blind spot of consciousness and cast a silencing spell. Harry and Dobby, listen carefully now. Your decision will affect the future of both races. Please listen quietly. Okay. First, let's be clear, House Elves are the losers in an ancient war between wizards and magical creatures. The ancient wizards made a choice not to exterminate an intelligent magical race, so they used some means to enslave the entire House Elves. I cannot comment on the actions of my predecessors, but the current situation is that House Elves are enslaved by wizards. Harry glanced furtively at Dobby, then listened carefully. At the same time, as living creatures, they naturally have an instinct to desire freedom. The will of magical creatures will affect the sea of consciousness. When desires gather in the sea of consciousness, prophecies will be formed. But I roughly know who made the prophecy. The most important thing is that the prophecy will constantly urge the surrounding magic power to make the content of the prophecy come true. And now the first house elf to fulfill the prophecy has appeared. Aiden looked at Dobby deeply, and Harry and Dobby understood a little. So what does the future of both races mean? Harry asked. Will the house elves, who have regained their freedom, be eager to take revenge on the wizards? Or should we, as wizards, worry about the rise of a whole new class of intelligent magical beings? After saying this, Aiden stared at Dobby, waiting for his answer. In the eyes of a hypnotist, all lies will be exposed. No, Dobby just wants freedom, not enslavement. Dobby's eyes were firm, and Harry was inspired by him. He was about to speak for him, but was interrupted by Aiden. Okay, then I invite you to join my organization and abide by its rules to avoid the outbreak of war. There was a sly glint in Aiden's eyes. Okay, Dobby joins. After all, the young house elf lacked experience in dealing with cunning wizards, so he sold himself. Come on, take the oath with me. A temporary organizational structure appeared in Aiden's mind. Okay. Dobby nodded. To you, the outsider who does not belong to this world, the great master of the Sea of Consciousness, the grey dragon that controls the mind, I swear to you that I am willing to abide by my oath, not to take the initiative to provoke a war, and to work tirelessly to maintain peace among magical creatures. After the oath was completed, a strange light appeared on the bodies of the two. Oh, it's great that Dobby can join a secret society with wizards. Dobby cheered. Aiden, what kind of association is this? I want to join too. Harry quickly raised his hand. Well, this one is tentatively for fantastic beasts. The one you can join is still being prepared. Aiden coughed to cover up his embarrassment, and at the same time, a golden-haired figure flashed through his mind. Dear Mr. Pruitt, no. Leader, can I know the name of our association? Dobby looked at Aiden expectantly. Aiden's eyes dodged, he pursed his lips and said. Society for the Protection of Curly-Haired Baboons. Hi. Chapter 99, New Victims, Secret Chamber. After Dobby completed the oath, Aiden completely erased the contract between Dobby and the Malfoy family. You can do this kind of thing? Harry was a little surprised. After all, I am far superior to ordinary people in the spiritual realm. Aiden said modestly. Okay, Dobby, now I'll give you your first task. You need to lurk in the Malfoy family and provide us with intelligence. Yes, sir. Dobby saluted and disappeared into the air. Harry had a complicated expression as he watched the two people talking. It was the first time he felt powerless towards someone his own age. Hermione. Harry, you are my mother and you don't count. Just as Harry was about to ask something else, Aiden suddenly pushed him onto the bed and covered him with a blanket. Then Aiden disappeared into the air, and there was a burst of noise outside the door. Two professors came in carrying a person, and Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall followed anxiously behind. The person carried in was Colin, who was coming to visit Harry. He held a camera in one hand and a bunch of grapes in the other. I think he is petrified, Pomfrey. Professor McGonagall covered Colin with a blanket. Perhaps Mr. Colin was about to take a picture of the intruder. Fortunately, I went downstairs to have a cup of hot chocolate and found him. Dumbledore took down Colin's camera, and smoke came out of it. What's going on, Headmaster? Professor McGonagall looked at him worriedly. Perhaps, we should tell everyone the truth. Hogwarts is no longer safe. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Dumbledore murmured. Harry, who was standing by, looked even more gloomy when he heard these words. Afterwards, several professors left the medical wing. Dumbledore patrolled the corridors, trying to find any sign of the attacker. Perhaps you need the help of an old senior student in the United States, Professor. A clear young voice came from behind Dumbledore. Well, your skills are getting better and better, Aiden. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses. Well, the moonlight is just right, let's go for a walk together. Aiden smiled and said that this time he was definitely not trying to be mysterious in reporting the incident in the Forbidden Forest last year. Wow, an excellent student invites me, how can I not accompany him? Dumbledore gestured for permission. Aiden led Dumbledore all the way to the abandoned women's bathroom on the second floor of the castle. So, you're bringing an old man to the ladies' room late at night? Dumbledore's glasses flashed with doubt. Maybe we have to come here at night to get the blessing of the master of the bathroom. Aiden joked. Aiden took out his wand, put it to his mouth like a trumpet, and blew hard while spinning it. Golden powder flew out from the tip of the magic wand and covered the surroundings. The powder formed a huge figure around it and slowly crawled towards the drainpipe. Seeing the revealed image, Dumbledore also recognized what it was. Excellent spell, 20 points for Ravenclaw. Dumbledore smiled and gave Aiden extra points. At the same time, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief when he learned about his opponent. Newt's spell. It seems that you have a close relationship with him. He actually taught you his specialty. Dumbledore joked with Aiden. I begged him for a long time. I didn't expect that Senior Newt is also a man of character. He specially improved the spell to catch magical creatures. Aiden watched the giant snake formed by the gold powder crawl into the secret room and continued. Okay, Professor, now it's time to deal with it. Aiden replaced the short staff with a long staff. Well, now that the contents of the Chamber of Secrets are under control, I have a plan. Aiden understood what he meant and looked at Dumbledore, and they smiled at each other. For some reason, Harry, who was far away in the medical wing, always felt a chill invading him. Then Dumbledore summoned the Phoenix, and in the flickering light of flames, the two entered the Chamber of Secrets. The decoration of the secret room is very simple, which is in line with the simple thinking of people in that era. The interior is decorated with stone pillars carved with coiled serpents, and there is a statue of Salazar Slytherin at the end. Our Dean Salazar has done a very adequate job in terms of protection. Along the way, Aiden discovered at least 20 alchemical traps targeting non-Hogwarts personnel. However, the old Dean still made an oversight. He never expected that it was his descendants who brought the Phoenix to break into his secret room. The mechanism that trapped the basilisk was also violently dismantled by Dumbledore, and the basilisk crawled out of the mouth of the old Dean's statue. Does our old Slytherin headmaster have any strange hobbies? Aiden got goosebumps when he saw this scene. Aiden, it's not good to criticize predecessors. Dumbledore calmly waved his wand and the entire basilisk was hung up by him. Well, what should we do with this guy now? It really gives the old man a headache. Dumbledore said, still staring at Aiden. Hey, could you be serious? Where is the strong and reliable principal when we first met? Aiden sighed. Perhaps reality and ideals are always drifting further and further apart. Dumbledore blinked. Ignoring Dumbledore's antics, Aiden turned his attention back to business. My suggestion is to complete Iwaz. The creation of the basilisk itself is closely related to this rune. Helbo used consciousness to weaken the power of. The runes that originally symbolized the cycle of life and death have now become nothing more than the power of death. This is a common problem among dark wizards, who simply pursue extreme destruction. Then, this difficult task will be handed over to our master alchemist Pwet. Dumbledore waved his hand and prepared to leave. Hey, are you just leaving this shit to me? Be careful or I'll sue you for abusing child labor. Aiden put his hands on his hips. There is no law to protect minors among wizards. Dumbledore's voice came from a distance, and it seemed that he was really going to leave. Aiden was the only one left in the secret room, and he began to transform the basilisk. Well, look at these big, Caroline eyes. Aiden looked into the basilisk's eyes. You're dead, the basilisk thought to himself. But nothing happened. The deadly magic entered Aiden's body through his eyes and was completely digested in the blink of an eye. In Aiden's case, his body stiffened slightly and then returned to normal. Aiden's heterochromatic eyes began to exude dragon power, and the basilisk quickly lowered its head, not daring to look Aiden in the eye. Is it a snake after all? Dragon and snake, dragon and snake. Is there really a mystical connection between them? Aiden touched his chin, while his right hand did not stop scanning the basilisk. Just as Aiden was about to take out his magic wand to modify the runes in the basilisk's mind, an idea flashed in his mind. System, can I? Ding, okay. Then, Aiden began to complete the runes on the basilisk's body, and finally changed the fatal eyes into petrifying eyes. At the same time, because of the accompanying death and rebirth effects, after being petrified due to damage, the petrification magic will slowly turn into healing, thereby achieving the effect of drug-free self-healing. Then, Aiden carved the rune into the basilisk's mind. It's done. No need for long-term slavery, just temporary control. Aiden looked at his work with a smug smile on his face. Come, follow me, the outsider who does not belong to this world, the great master of the sea of consciousness, the grey dragon that controls the mind. I swear to you that I am willing to abide by my oath, not to initiate a war, and to work tirelessly to maintain peace among magical creatures. Hiss, 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 hiss. As Aiden and the basilisk completed their oath, the power of the mind flowed through the basilisk's body, and the basilisk's eyes became more lively. Chapter 100. Help, expand. Harry, who was almost going moldy in the medical wing, was finally allowed to leave. As soon as he was released from the hospital, Harry immediately found Ron and Hermione. Ron, Hermione, Colin has been petrified. Harry said anxiously. Perhaps we need to find out who the heir of Slytherin is. Hermione suggested, though she had completely forgotten the lesson of last year. Malfoy, it had to be him, he was shouting that word loudly on Halloween. Ron suddenly remembered a detail and suggested. Perhaps Goyle and Crabbe know something and we can trick them into telling us something. But they are not that stupid. Maybe there are other ways. But I have to remind you that this is very difficult and will violate at least 50 school rules. Hermione thought of a solution and said it with a frown. Maybe we can ask the almighty Aiden. Ron's mind began to light up again. So the trio began looking for Aiden on campus. Last night, after a busy night, Aiden was now hiding on the rooftop to catch up on his sleep. The sun was shining brightly at this moment, and the breeze gently caressed Aiden's delicate cheeks, as if a naughty fairy was offering him a gift. The quiet rooftop is a great place to catch up on some sleep. If it weren't for school, Aiden would even want to spread his wings and bask in the sun on his scales. But this peace was soon broken. With a bang, the door to the rooftop was pushed open. After some searching, the three little wizards finally learned from Oliver where Aiden was and hurried over. Because he sensed Ron's mental fluctuations, Aiden, who was in a daze, did not leave immediately. The three of them broke into the rooftop and immediately saw the elves on the platform surrounded by the breeze. Aiden. Hermione was about to wake Aiden up when she saw the silver-white dragon horns on his head. The little Gryffindor witch couldn't resist the urge and reached out to touch it. Harry also took the opportunity to touch it. The silver-white horn was small and cute, and felt a little cold and sharp. Aiden finally opened his eyes after noticing his horn being touched. His hazy, heterochromatic eyes revealed laziness. It's you three, what's going on? Aiden stretched. Aiden, you, head. Hermione was a little confused and forgot about the important matter for a moment. Oh, about this, let Ron explain it to you. Aiden glanced at Ron casually. Ron knew that look too well and his hair stood on end. Well, this is inherited from the Aiden family. You know, wizards always have some strange talents, right? Don't worry about it, we have something serious to discuss with Aiden, right? Ron hastily changed the subject, waking Harry up. Yes, Aiden, we believe that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin. We want to get information from Crabbe and Goyle. Hermione said there is a difficult way. Can you help us? There was a pleading look in Harry's eyes as Hermione helped him finish his plan. Well, we plan to use Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate Slytherin and extract information from Malfoy. Then, we can prove that he is the heir and kick him out of the school. Hermione clenched her fists, as if she was about to throw a punch any second. That's a good idea. Tell me, what difficulties did you encounter? Aiden looked at the trio and tried his best to use his abilities to suppress the smile in his heart. We don't have the formula for Polyjuice Potion, and we have unknown ingredients and don't know where to get them. Hermione told Aiden about the difficulties in her plan. After hearing this, Aiden took out a book from his pocket and handed it to Hermione. Powerful potion, you should have gone to the restricted area to find this stuff. As for the materials, you have to figure it out on your own. Aiden's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. Look, Aiden's pockets are full of everything, Ron whispered to Harry. That would be wonderful. Harry fell into a strange fantasy. The three men hurried away with the books, leaving Aiden alone on the rooftop. It's really tiring to be your savior, Professor. Without even turning his head, Aiden pointed out a certain principle hiding in the dark. Maybe it's not mine, but the entire British wizarding world's. Dumbledore's figure slowly emerged from the air. That's hard enough, why put the burden on the children? There is no emotion in Aiden's eyes, which is a unique self-control of the audience approach. What about you, child? Who has put such a burden on you? Dumbledore's eyes showed a trace of heartache. No one, Professor, no one. Aiden said goodbye to Dumbledore and came down from the rooftop. Met Arthur Sy, who led a group of sisters. Aiden. Since Arthur she gained the ability of the audience, she quickly wove an intelligence network within Hogwarts. With the help of this intelligence network, Aiden can obtain more in-depth information than Dumbledore. After all, simple surveillance cannot reveal the secrets hidden in people's hearts. Okay, girls, I have something to do. Let's talk next time. Arthur she dismissed the girls around her. After a while, Arthur came over. Oh, my dear Master Pruitt, you are so good at remembering your poor companion. Ashley teased, her face full of amusement, yet there was still a gap between the audience. Okay, Arthurshi, I have something important to discuss with you. Aiden did not indulge Arthurshi in her mischief. Look, you asked me before how to ensure the loyalty of new members joining my organization. Aiden pulled out a note and handed it to her. Once you have selected a suitable member, have him recite this prayer. Arthur took the note and read its contents carefully. I am an outsider who does not belong to this world, the great ruler of the Sea of Consciousness, the grey dragon that controls the mind. I voluntarily join the Dusk Hermits, abide by the truth, and work tirelessly for the coexistence of wizards and ordinary people. Arthur she recited the oath on the note, and then a huge force swept over her. Arsenault could feel himself being marked by an unspeakable behemoth. What is that? Arthur's voice trembled a little. Aiden smiled slightly, and the whole person seemed extremely unreal. The Dragon of the Heart. Well, don't worry about that. With the guarantee, you can expand the number of people in the Dusk Hermit Society. Aiden changed the subject and at the same time released some comfort to Arthur Sy. Okay, do you have any requirements for the personnel? Asked Arthuri. Let me think about character, strength, and agreement with our philosophy. Aiden simply summarized some requirements. Seems a bit picky. Arthur she frowned. You have to know what kind of dangers we will encounter in the process of achieving our goals. If we get involved with a just playing house mentality, it would be murder. Aiden shrugged. Okay, I'll look for the right person, said Arthur. By the way, the next Duel Association event is about to begin. You can remember some of the people in it and try to recruit them. Aiden winked at Arthuri. Dueling Association event, who and where? Arthur was about to ask a question, but when she looked up, Aiden had already disappeared from her sight. Aiden Pruitt, a gritted voice echoed down the corridor.